Saint Porphyrios the Prophet, Witnesses, Volume 2, First English Edition, published and distributed by Athos, Holy Cell of Saints Theodores, Athos. If you have met the saint and would like to share your personal experience or other information, please contact us on 23770 23244, Holy Cell of Saints Theodores. A. Prologue. Many of the miraculous events with regard to Saint Porphyrios remain to this day, possibly forever, unknown, the same as his great spiritual struggles, which he diligently kept secret. This book is just one more piece added to a mystical mosaic that will be revealed to us long after. Saint Porphyrios is a unique presence in the history of our Church, not only due to his exceptional charismata, his gifts of grace, his hidden ascesis, and his vast agape, but also due to the originality of his teachings. He demonstrated that Christ is our friend, our brother, dispersing the fear of punishment and hell. He advises us to eschew the passions, to pay no attention to our bad side, and instead give ourselves with wholehearted zeal to the love of Christ. In this manner, he guides us towards unbloody sanctification, by demonstrating a way of ascesis born out of love and gratitude to God. We tend to enjoy the fruits and forget about the care and the effort that goes into growing the tree. We enjoy the saint's grace, with no appreciation for the labor and the sacrifices necessary to reach such heights, and most of all to remain for 70 years a steadfast, luminous, warm sun. A sun that shone down from Athos and illumined the horizon. It is truly impossible to shed light on the entirety of the saint's spiritual toil. The task feels as if you lit a candle and hoped to illuminate a planet. This book is such a candle. As a child, people considered him simple and ordered him around, but he listened obediently to everyone. He would fast, chant, and pray with many prostrations. Soon the young heart was ignited by feelings profound and strong, by the ardent desire to come to Mount Athos and lead a hermit's life. A child aged 12 years ventured into the desert to fight against the powers of this dark world and prevail. His elders were strict and never coddled him. On the contrary, they would scold him many times unfairly to put him to the test. If the man is wretched, they said to chastise him, but the saint never took to any offense. Instead, he would reprove himself. He would pray with renewed fervor and ask for greater trials and penance. Because he loved them beyond measure from the bottom of his heart, his obedience was impeccable, absolute, full of joy and enthusiasm. He used to say, quote, "This absolute obedience saved me. It's why God gave me the charisma. My soul adhered to my elder, and my heart was alongside his. I could see him. Oh, I felt him. Thanks to this, I progressed in strides. Adhering to him, I became sanctified." End quote. His struggle reached a new frenzy and enthusiasm. His one concern, how to please his elders. Eagerly he gave himself to studying and chanting, to prayer and hard work. He stayed out of the grasp of the wicked one because his thought was always occupied by the holy texts and the Jesus prayer. He put his body through hardship, running barefoot in the forest and on rocks in winter or summer, carrying soil and wood over long distances, hiking for hours even as his legs gave out. He used to say, quote, "In fatigue, I was really looking for God. It's a matter of love. Through love you become ever moving." End quote. He did everything with joy, with a great measure of self-denial and self-reproach, without recoiling from physical pain. His sensitive soul was fervently yearning to be united with God. He harnessed his emotional wealth into glory for him, into total devotion, into divine love. His whole existence, his soul, his body, his heart, pulsed in an unwavering search for God in all things. His life was a silent cry, love Christ and value his love before all else. He used to chant troparia about divine love or mourning and shed many tears, tears of divine joy. Everything was a profound, intense experience. Everything moved him. Everything he turned into prayer and the pursuit of Christ. He longed to be in complete union with him, whom he adored. How could the divine grace not overwhelm him and illuminate him entirely? God saw the saints yearning in his everyday fight and prayer. In an unexpected moment, enveloped him in his grace. It never left him. He was seized by Christ, and God's mysteries began to reveal themselves to him until the end of his earthly life. Like all saints, the Venerable Porphyrios was tried in the furnace of temptations, and God permitting, he was vigorously attacked by the devil. But the wicked one never secured even the tiniest foothold in Porphyrios. He was untouched by even the most inconsequential thought of egotism, resentment, pride, vainglory. Temptation did not leave him disheartened. He spread joy readily instead. He used to say, "The soul that is in love with Christ is always joyful and content, no matter the struggle and the sacrifices." He thought little of his charismata, as he never asked for them nor focused on them. All his struggle and care was to come closer to God, and was at its core pure, selfless love. He never asked for divine recompense, nor did he think it was merited. Nor did he make no demands. For himself he was ashamed to ask even for the smallest of things. Out of a sense of good and dignity, his soul felt endless gratitude only. He saw these charismata as charity from God, as a gift on loan, so he could help people. He used to say, "My charismata, God gave them to me to make me good." The more incomparable gifts God bestowed on him with, the more indebted he felt toward him, the more his feverish heart blazed with divine love. The thrice blessed, although he was brimming with virtues and charismatic gifts, he had holy humility, and he used to say, "I feel like I'm the worst of all sinners. I'm going to hell. I know it." This utter humility revealed itself throughout his life in absolute obedience, initially to his parents and friends, later to his elders and to God's will. Like a faithful and lowly servant, he had no pretensions nor selfish desires. Although the dream of his life was to live in the desert, when God led him to the opposite path, to ammonia, he did not wither. He did not feel bitterness. On the contrary, he threw himself into diaconia, into his task with self-denial, with exceptional zeal and perfect trust in God. He tended to the weary people carrying the wounds of the Second World War, the wounds of sin, of ignorance and passion. How could God, our Father, not have the utmost love for his obedient child? With the grace of the Holy Spirit, he conducted himself like an angel on earth, despite his daily communion with a host of sinful people. He usually consented to tape recordings of his voice and was even more open to photographs as long as he could hold on to an icon of the Most Holy Theotokos or his woodworked cross in front of him. He was impassible to compliment and unjust accusation alike. Many called him a saint, and some, out of piety, kissed his feet, while a few called him delusional, a charlatan, a crazy priest, or a magician. But the saint met everything with complete calmness, with silence and prayer, and all slanderers repented. Materially poor, but endowed with heavenly gifts, he extended the greatest charity to his fellow man. He would hear confession incessantly, provide for the sick, readily offer love, comfort, and hope to every aching and sinful soul. In self-sacrifice and self-denial, he worried for everyone's salvation. He had love for everyone and prayed for them to the point of forgetting about himself. He felt their pain along with them and didn't want to cause anyone else distress. Labor, physical exertion, providing for his fellow human beings, these were his joy and rest. He wandered the streets of Athens with nimble steps, running almost to make time for everyone. Later, when he was old and bedridden, enduring acute, horrible pain, and demonstrating incomparable self-sacrifice, he still went on consoling and healing and aiding the crowds that gathered around him day after day. Meek and calm, he spread the goodness, peace, and joy of Christ around him. He was a welcoming, tranquil harbor for the troubled and tempestuous man of our times. Although he lived in the bustling center of Athens, he had attained the utmost inner quiet of the soul and vast peace of thought, so that his nous, that is, his intellect, could easily escape worldly matters and experience divine mysteries unknown to us. In each situation he was informed about the mysteries and the will of God, revealing them whenever he was allowed to. He was able to interpret any complicated concern with clarity and make it plain, shedding light on its darkest, most obscure aspects. His discernment was not a product of knowledge or experience. It was a gift of God, divine illumination. He lived in a true ascetic manner, in a camper trailer and later in a bare hut, bearing many long-lasting illnesses with the patience of Job. He suffered from chronic kidney failure as well as an inguinal hernia. Quite a few times he became fatigued to the extreme, and once myocardial infarction brought him to death's doorstep. He had a duodenal ulcer and suffered from recurring gastric bleeding. He received multiple blood transfusions and because of a medical error, he spent the last years of his life blind. On his face, he had herpes zoster. On his hand, staph skin infection, chronic bronchitis, and pituitary cancer. His love for Christ was allowing him to accept all these painful maladies and other afflictions as gifts from God with great joy and gratitude. His holy life, his God-pleasing works, and his wealth of virtues make manifest his spiritual stature. Such a great saint, and yet capable of such lowliness. Great because he was so humble, a saint full of grace, a remarkable gift from God to us in these turbulent times that reaffirms the existence of the Lord of hosts, Jesus Christ, who is the same yesterday and today and forever. Porphyrios' humility made him feel like he hadn't loved Christ as much as he should have, and he endeavored tirelessly to improve this love. Overcome with longing and deep emotion, he would say, "My Christ, you are my love." May we experience even a trace of the saint's infinite love for Christ, and may we give glory to him for granting us this great treasure, the spiritual giant of holy orthodoxy, the great saint Porphyrios the prophet. We extend our warmest gratitude to all that submitted their personal experiences with the saint to help us, hoping to gain moral support and to follow the example of the saint's burning faith, with prayers for the repentance of all of us. Signed, the Holy Cell of Saint Theodores, Kyrios Manathos. Prophet Saint Porphyrios, intercede for the family of John and Photini Lagadinos and of their children. Be witnesses. In the world, in the bustle of Omonia Square, I raised my hands to God and led my inner life like in the desert of Mount Athos. Pray to God with open arms. This is the secret of the saints. If you love all people, if you fill your heart with Christ, then evil finds no room in you and leaves. If you want, even in Omonia Square you can be sanctified. 1. I will make you a fisher of men. Witness of Father Kirill Eleftheridis, hero monk, former parish priest of Saints Astomatai Church, Monastriaki. Well, become a saint. I first heard about Elder Porphyrios from one of my cousins, who is a priest's wife now, and I went to visit him. My car was a green Volkswagen Golf at the time, which I parked pretty far from the saint's hut because of the number of parked cars and the people waiting to speak with him. As soon as I stepped out of the car, in the distance I saw two ladies I did not know staring at me and coming toward me. One said, There he is, it's him. And the other, obviously perplexed, crossed herself. Once they approached me, they said, Come inside to the elder. He is expecting you. But how can that be? How would you know me? You must be mistaken. We just came from the elder because he said to us, Go on now, go, and tell the person arriving at any moment in the green car to come in regardless of the queue, because I'm expecting him. We searched among all the parked vehicles, but we found no green cars. As soon as yours took the last turn, we knew it was you. Indeed, there were no other green cars, and feeling awkward, I entered the cell. I received his blessing, and he asked if he had no idea. He asked as if he had no idea. Tell me, what do you want? Why do you come to me? What can I do, my elder, to become better? Well, become a saint. Footnote, as a rule, the desire for the sanctification of the soul is not motivated by egotism or vainglory, but according to the Apostle Paul, quote, For this is God's will, your sanctification, 1 Thessalonians 4:3. And in Apostle Peter, quote, But as he who called you is holy, be holy yourselves in all your conduct, since it is written, You shall be holy, for I am holy, 1 Peter 1:15-16. To continue. Me, the last one, the sinner, become a saint in my sorry state? Sure, yes, there's an art, a way to it, but first of all, it's in God's favor. How shall I become a saint? Becoming a saint is easier and quicker in ammonia rather than katanakia. In the desert, the devil is always in the ascetic's way, while in ammonia, if you devote yourself to loving your fellow men, you are sanctified. If you love all people, if you accept Christ in you, if you fill your heart with Christ, then evil finds no room in you and leaves. The evil one finds nowhere to dwell. There's a great art to succeeding in sanctifying one's soul, without worry and anxiety. With meekness, patience, and love, God's grace will come. You can become a saint even in ammonia if you wish. The saint went on to give me other precious personal advice as well, and I left rejoicing. He saved me. I will mention one especially potent moment in my life. I was home by myself once at Palario Faliro in a bleak state. Such was the measure of my misery. Such was my disappointment that I was ready to end it. At that difficult moment the phone rang, and without thinking I picked it up. And it's good that I did, because it was the saint urging me in a lively voice, What are you up to? Where are you? Come, up you go now. Go to the sea and get some fresh air, and I'll be expecting you as soon as possible to talk. At that moment I cried, and I cried, until finally I felt a clear urge to get up and go for a walk near the sea. As the saint instructed, I obeyed, and thank God everything lifted off me, and I was free. That is how he saved me. I found it curious later on because he knew neither my phone number nor my last name. The most impressive thing, though, was the timing of the call and the advice he gave me. It was obvious that he had been, quote, watching me. He could see me, and he knew everything. During my visit afterwards, he advised with a father's love. As I was about to leave, he said to his niece Eleni, now the Euronymous of Fevronia, who had just then entered the cell, Hey, get his phone number just in case. Write it down in large digits so I can read it. But, Elder, you already called, I said. Never mind that. Give your number here. Well, I learned that sometimes he'd make phone calls without picking up the phone or dialing a number. You will preach. I went to the monastery once and I saw the ongoing construction. Some of the workers were digging, others were carrying material or were building. Most were volunteers offering their labor out of gratitude for the saint. I got an intense urge, the motivation to do something, to contribute. So I said to the saint, I want to go and help too. Now, you're not made for that. You can't. You don't have that sort of strength. It's not for you. I will make you a fisher of men. Myself, I felt healthy and able to work, so I did not understand the meaning of his words until many years later when I became a priest, a confessor, and a preacher. Then with the, quote, nets of confession and preaching, I strived to guide the people near God to the salvation of their soul. On another visit he said, "You should speak. Hey, preach the word of God. You are persuasive, so do not stop." He asked me to prepare a sermon about the parable of the prodigal son, and as I was leaving, he picked up a book by His Eminence, Pantaleimon Foresight, and gave it to me as a gift. I put the book on the shelf without opening it, and by God's providence, and started reading the New Testament and other books to prepare the sermon he had asked as quickly as I could. It was my first attempt at something like a sermon, and I was ignorant and inexperienced, but I obeyed, and soon I went back to the saint. Once I entered his cell, he asked me to call the women ministering to him to hear the sermon as well. The whole time I was reciting the sermon, he was silently crying. He loved Christ tremendously, and at the same time, he loved us as well, so much. He was so sensitive and kind-hearted. When I finished reading, moved, he said to me, "This is how the people will look upon you as you preach, as you talk about Christ." I did not then understand exactly what he meant at the time, but years later, when I started giving sermons, I would see the emotion and enthusiasm in the congregation, and I remembered the prophetic words. The people liked my sermons, and I was invited abroad as well. I taught the divine wisdom in Australia, in Switzerland, and elsewhere. Elder Sophrony. I often traveled to England, and I stayed there for some stretches of time. Because I used to ask for the saint's blessing for all my decisions, I inquired, "Yaranda, whenever I'm in England, should I also go to Essex to see the Yaranda Sophrony Sakharov?" "Yes, of course. Of course you should go. And think of me during the flight on the plane, because it's easier for me to find you there. Say, 'Christ is risen from the dead,' and I will find you immediately." This was another great charisma. He could see us at any given moment, no matter where we were, as he too was all-seeing. When I first visited Father Sophrony, footnote, the abbot of the holy monastery of St. John the Baptist in Essex, England. A saint, he is considered great theologian and writer on asceticism, a man of theology, the knowledge of God as well. He is a theologian of the uncreated light. He was a spiritual child of St. Silouan the Athonite. He reposed on July 11th, 1993, and has been since glorified. To continue. Regarding Elder Porphyrios, he enthusiastically shared this astonishing thing. He comes and we talk and converse. He is a great saint. We meet and discuss many things. There's no one like him in the world. The saint never traveled to England, of course. By the grace of God, he could be transported at will. The elder shared a lot that revealed the high esteem he held the saint in, as well as his love for him. With the saint's blessing, for a time I gave confession to Elder Sophrony. Various incidents. 1. I visited Philotheu Monastery, Mount Athos, once, and the gardener gave me something from the garden as a small blessing, and I thanked him and said, "When it rains, we don't give thanks to the clouds, but to God." We introduced ourselves, and during a later visit he confided in me that he was determined to leave the monastery very soon to return to the world, because, faced with great and unceasing temptations, he had become disappointed and exhausted. I spoke to him about Saint Porphyrios and about the immense help I had received from him. The next day, on the morning of my departure, he gave me a sealed letter to pass on to the saint. The response he got was such that he instantly had a change of heart. Today he peacefully dwells in one of the cells of Mount Athos, satisfied in the monastic life. 2. I brought an Air Force commander to Saint Porphyrios. I was waiting outside and heard him cry profusely. When he came out, he looked like a different man. He said, "This man is a saint, unbelievable. Why, what happened? What did he say to you?" "He told me everything about my life. He even knew the control buttons in the Phantom and acted like he was waiting for me to tell him about them." The saint spoke to him in detail about these American fighter-bomber aircraft, among other things, and my friend was beside himself with excitement. 3. To some of my questions he would respond, "Leave that alone." And that told me I should not hear and know about that. He wanted to protect me out of discernment and love. He often lightheartedly repeated the following phrase, "What is this state we're in?" He once said to me, "My boy, if only you hadn't so many sensitivities, you would be so good. It's good to be sensitive. Oversensitivity, though, is a sickness." The sensitive man ought to transform his sensitivity into praise for God, into love and glorification, doxology, to avoid becoming its victim. The wicked one is always trying to take advantage of it, to lead us into sadness or even worse, despair. After his repose, 1. 3 or 4 years after the saint's repose, I was ordained priest, taking the name Kirill. One day, I took off the shelf that book, that one gifted by the saint during my first visits to him 10 years ago. It was when he said he would make me a fisher of men. To my surprise, I realized he had written the following dedication on the first page. "To Father Clemens, and many blessings, Elder Porphyrios," and underneath the date. The saint knew my future. It was shocking. It was by God's providence that I read this dedication after my ordainment. Had I seen it earlier, I might have felt influenced by the saint. Now I knew that priesthood was freely chosen by me, a choice foreknown by the saint. Despite my excitement, lack of faith soon attacked me, and I wondered, why did the elder write Clemis? He who saw all, who knew all, how did he not see the change of name, that I would become Father Kirill? Couldn't he see that? The saint did not leave me without answers for long, and one day during a veneration visit to the monastery, Sister Isadora, now of blessed memory, approached me as soon as she saw my cassock and said, "Are you Father Kirill? I remember you from when you were visiting the elder as a layman. One time as you were leaving, the elder said to me, this man will be called Father Kirill one day." The elder was never wrong. Never. So when the saint was being like this, I had no choice but to love him wholeheartedly. 2. I was performing the rites in the Astamata church of Irmu Street in Monstriaki, 200 meters from Ammonia Square. I heard confession 2 times a week, from morning till night, around 60 people each day, and I always gained strength from those words I had heard from his holy mouth. Even in Ammonia, if you give yourself to the love of your fellow man, you can become sanctified. I would get many drug addicts coming to see me. I celebrated the liturgy separately, for them as well. And one day a young man, the son of a high-ranking army official, came to me in dreadful condition. He was so doped up that he had no sense of his environment, and I had no clue how to help him. I went and I brought a small icon of the saint to him, and as soon as he saw it, he exclaimed, Elder Porphyrios. He got to his senses and immediately left. Long before he was glorified, I always commemorated him in the divine liturgy during this dismissal, saying, "Of the Saint Porphyrios Kapsokalitis," and no one from the congregation objected and said, "What are you saying? There's no such saint." These days I'm going through serious health issues, and I do not recall all the miraculous things that I experienced around the saint, both before and after his repose. Still, without hesitation, I can say that Saint Porphyrios is everything to me. He is my soul, the reason I live. I do not think of my brothers, nor my father, nor my mother as much as I do of the saint. It seems like an exaggeration, but it's true. Not a day goes by, not even an hour, that his image doesn't cross my mind. even momentarily. He conquered the depths of my heart. 2. She is Mary, witness of Mrs. Irene F. Athens. My husband used to work on ships and was away for long stretches of time. After a few years of married life, we had no children. 3 consecutive pregnancies had ended in miscarriage, premature births, and deep-rooted sadness had come over me. From some acquaintances, I heard about Elder Porphyrios, and I visited him several times, but I wasn't able to speak with him about my troubles. He was severely ill, and we were not allowed to talk with him. I would just receive his blessing and leave disappointed. Each time I said to myself, "Pity, my sins are too great, it seems." By coincidence, I found the saint's phone number. The woman that gave it to me warned me that the elder would be unable to speak with me. When he picks up the phone, however, he will strike the floor 3 times with his walking stick. Then you talk about what's troubling you. Afterwards, throw the note with the number away and don't bother him again. Indeed, as soon as the call was picked up, I heard the 3 knocks and a shiver ran through my body. Before I could collect myself to speak, a rough, elderly voice came through the line mentioning something very private to me from my life with my husband, and offering advice. I realized he knew everything about us, and in the end he consoled me, and I said I was going to bear children. Then he fell quiet, and I heard a woman's voice, possibly the Eldris Porphyria, saying, "The elder is blessing you right now." At that moment, this joy, this peacefulness spread in my soul. A newfound feeling. I still think back to it longingly. Shortly thereafter, I saw the following meaningful dream. I was in a room with the saint. We were sitting across each other near a massive glass window. Outside, the waves of the sea were breaking near the glass. It was dusk, and turning to look toward the sea, I saw a woman walking on the waves, slim, tall, and beautiful, advancing toward me, surrounded by the light. In her arms, she held a blonde baby that was beaming with joy. Apprehensive toward the singular sight, I looked to the saint. He soothed me with a smile and these words, "Do not be afraid, my child. She is Mary, the Theotokos." I woke up feeling happy, and a few months later we found out I was pregnant. 9 months after the dream, I gave birth to a beautiful blonde baby boy. More children followed him. I firmly believe that the Panagia, with the intercessions of Saint Porphyrios, granted my children to me. 3. He brought me back to life. Witness of Sister Melitia, Heracleon, Crete. Cardiac arrest. My monastic home was the Savathinon monastery dedicated to the birth of Theotokos, in a community of 30 other nuns. Along with the priest, we got to cleaning the mountain one day. We were cutting down a large date tree, but missed the trunk's rotten core. It collapsed on us and swept us into a deep ditch. It was 9 in the morning, and we weren't pulled out until 9 that same night. Our condition was bad, and we didn't know how we ended up in the ditch or how we got out of it. Father Evdokimos, of blessed memory, an ascetic and a holy man, he broke his spine, never walked again. I was losing blood because my digestive system had been crushed. From the esophagus to the clitoris, everything was turned to mush. One lung and my head were injured as well. It was a true miracle that I even survived. I was 30 years old then, and across the next 20 years I underwent 8 surgeries, including open heart. In total, I had almost 5 years of hospital stay in various facilities. During the second to last operation, which was the 7th for the lung, after 8 hours on the operating table in the Evangelismos Hospital, I went into cardiac arrest, and I died. The procedure was terminated, and they were preparing me for the morgue. At the time, some visiting scientists, researchers, and medical professors from the United States were at the hospital to conduct some experiments, and they needed a freshly dead body to open up the skull with an electric drill. They would be presenting previous finds to the Greek surgeons, and they chose me for the demonstration. Then a team of doctors from the Ertian hospital arrived, accompanied by Saint Porphyrios. Following a request from the saint, they administered an electric shock, but since there was no effect, they were about to remove the machine. The saint insisted that they try again, and as they were delivering the shock, he reached out and touched me. I learned from the doctors afterwards that I opened my eyes at that very moment. I opened my eyes, and my heart started working. It was 9 p.m. The American professors could not give an obvious explanation, so they assumed that it was a brief bout of consciousness, and I would soon go into a coma. Even so, they wanted to check my condition first, and since I was a nun, they asked me, "Do you know Saint Porphyrios?" "Agape Porphyrios, of course. How could I not?" They were amazed, and the doctors ended up resuming the operation for 8 more hours. When I finally came to, the supervising nurse came carrying a deep plate, and she was trembling almost. I thought she was probably on her way to throw the contents out, and she came by to see me. "Dear sister, will you eat this?" she said. "It's fresh cow brains, raw, with blood and lemon," she said. "Me eat this? What punishment is this? Unheard of. I am a nun." "Do you know that you went into cardiac arrest and died? The American professor said that your brain won't recover quickly enough just with the pharmaceutical treatment. Your brain vessels have died. It could cause softening of the brain. It can't be cured." Every day she brought a plate like this to me, and after about 20 days I agreed and started to eat it. What a torment that was. Visit. At first, whenever I heard about Father Porphyrios and his gifts of grace, I used to think, why would I go there? What business do I have with the foreseeing and the clear-sighted? And in the end he came and he found me and truly brought me back to life. My relatives and doctors recounted everything to me afterwards. At the time I stayed at my sister's place in Piraeus, and people of my circle were begging me to go to the elder that brought me back to life, but I refused because I was in despair from the many surgeries, and I was mourning for my afflictions. I kept thinking back to myself in the hospital. Still, they pushed and I gave in. On my way out the door, I put some incense grains in my pocket and said to myself, if this Yeronda impresses me, if he is as they say, I will gift these 5 grains to him. The year we went to Malakasa was 1980, and seeing the Saint's trailer, I thought, why would I come here? He received us immediately. Sister Militia, he said to me, give over the 5 grains you have in your pocket for me. Huh? What? Come now, do as I say, and from now on make incense for me too. Sure, just make sure to greet me when you see me next. I thought sarcastically in my despair. I will see you and greet you too, and you will greet me, and we will keep meeting each other here, he responded. I was stunned. I had nothing more to dispute. Everything they said about him had been true. 2 months later he called and asked me to visit him, so I started going to the grandfather. People used to tenderly call him Papuli, dear grandfather. But I just called him Papu, grandfather. He used to hold my head and knead it, and I would be thinking, he does this to send away my bad thoughts and my despair. Later on it occurred to me that it was by his intervention that my brain regenerated the dead vessels, and not thanks to my bizarre diet. Tough obedience. My father's business was in livestock breeding and farming. It was very lucrative. We had 500 sheep, 100 cattle, 9 pigs, 4 stores, vineyards, olive trees, and more. We used to produce 20 tons of raisin. We employed around 25 people, 5 of them on a permanent basis. My father was extraordinarily strict, a firm disciplinarian, moral, honest in all his affairs. We were 8 siblings, and he demanded hard work from everyone. I was experienced in all kinds of agricultural and commercial work. Working is all I knew. Had someone asked me about the difference between man and woman, I wouldn't know the answer. In my view, both were the same, and children fell from the sky. When I became a nun, I would rush to every task because everything seemed easy. But where did you learn such perfect obedience? The sisters asked me one day. What is obedience? I asked because I was young and uneducated, and I didn't know the precise meaning of the word. Well, the Yorondisa puts you to any task, and you immediately know what to do and get to it. How can you be always this agreeable? Had you ever been in the hands of Kavalerakis, my dad, and you would be able to do the same. There you could speak of obedience and work, not here. Childhood stories. One day in 1987, 7 years into my acquaintance with the saint, I was sitting on the edge of his bed talking with him. He was curled up on the mattress. There was a little girl, and she was martyred, he says to me at some point. Her first was at the age of 3. Who is he talking about? Perhaps St. Cyril? He was a boy, though. I was thinking as he talked. Her father hit her with a piece of wood so hard that the wood broke on her body. All the while she was trying to get away. On and on he talked, and I listened to him with questions in my head. Finally he sprung from the bed, and he made a matanya, a small bow, before me, and he kissed my head. It happened so quickly I was startled. Father, what got into you? I thought you fell. Tell me if there's anything I forgot, and I will pen it in. I have a whole book written about you. Were all these things about me? Yes, you. Did I miss anything? He talked to me about the difficult years of my childhood. He even described events I had lived through as a child but had no memory of. Events that my mother eventually recounted to me when I was older. By the grace of God, he knew even the most hidden of my childhood experiences. He also told me the terrible things I suffered from my father when he learned I wanted to become a nun. Various events. 1. The saint called me once in Piraeus, where I was staying, and immediately said, "Hey, turn the oven off. Get the cookies out. They're burning." He kept watch over me and knew better than myself what I was doing, and more importantly, what I was thinking. I had many incidents of this sort with him. 2. One other time I was in his cell when a visitor came. "Thank you so much, Elder, for saying so-and-so to me," he said, "and this great miracle happened." Listen here, you. Was it me that worked the miracle, or Christ? Don't you believe in Christ, who is all us? We're just messengers for him. Whenever something happens, you will say, "Christ, thank you for sending a good messenger to me. Christ, guard the messenger for our sake." 3. I remember him saying the following. You shouldn't say, "Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me." You will say, "Lord, have mercy on us," for all of us to be illumined, because we're all in need. In fact, shout it out, say it, that Christ is everything. Christ will put everything in its right place. Many times they set out to dismantle orthodoxy and Greece, but Christ, he does not allow it, and he will not allow it. To keep hope is the main thing, and you should keep saying to others that Christ is everything. Everything good is in Christ. Just hope, hope, hope. Christ is for everyone. He loves us all. He was crucified for us all, and he will not abandon us no matter what. His love is this big. This is why he's always by our side, by each and every one of us, to capture us at the first opportunity, to save us. His golden mouth said these words. The Patriarch, in 1988, after a request from His Most Godly Beatitude, the Patriarch of Jerusalem, Theodores, the saint, sent me to Jerusalem to offer help. The patriarch had visited Saint Porphyrios and Malakasa and held him in high esteem, and so when I informed him that I had been sent by the elder, he kept me at the patriarchate to minister to him. The patriarch developed a problem with his vision once, owing to anxiety and the load of his worries. It was Pascha Monday, and he headed to Tel Aviv to be examined by the ophthalmologists there. The next day the saint called me and said, "Tell the patriarch that he should relax and stop getting riled up because the operation they did in Tel Aviv will go to waste. They operated on him and put contacts in." I neglected to relay this to the patriarch, so the saint called 2 more times to remind me. He wanted the patriarch to be aware. One morning when the Hierodinkin that took care of the patriarch came by to pick up his food, I passed this information to him, and not long after the patriarch rushed in. "What was all that you told the deacon, Your Ondissa?" he said, agitated. "Did you fall asleep, perhaps? Was it in a dream?" "No, Your Beatitude. Father Porphyrios called 3 times and repeated what I needed to say to you." "I didn't get any surgery, though. Maybe it was a vision." No. I don't know what to tell you. On Friday I will go back to Tel Aviv for the operation." Upon his return from Tel Aviv, he came to find me straight away. "What is going on here?" he said, flustered. "How come Father Porphyrios knows those Tel Aviv doctors? How could he have known, and I didn't?" The doctors examined my eyes and said, "The surgery went fine. Because your sugar levels and blood pressure are high, any stress would jeopardize the success of the operation." Footnote: the patriarch reposed on December 20th, 2000, at the age of 78 due to diabetes. To continue, "That's why we operated without telling you, but how did Father Porphyrios know?" "Your Beatitude, how often do you serve the liturgy at Golgotha?" I asked. "What does that have to do with anything? 2, 3 times? It depends." "I recall one time I was there, and when you came to the holy doors and said, 'Let us lift up our souls,' and your 10 fingers became 10 lit torches, and the congregation gasped. We never discussed this. As this happened, so can Father Porphyrios do what he does." He didn't respond. He just looked at me, inclined his head, and left. I want to leave. The political situation had become difficult and dangerous, but I showed obedience to the saint and waited. "I'm afraid, dear Father. I want to leave," I would say during our calls. I was sad and impatient. "It's not the time for you to come back," he would respond. One day I was talking about the elder with some of the sisters, and a bishop who heard us said, "Why are you talking about him? He has got soft in the head." And as I was physically and mentally exhausted that he had sent me over there, I thought, soft in the head? Well said by the bishop. Promptly he called me and said, "Ambrosius fooled all of you, saying I have got soft in the head. He loves me more than you." It turned out that the bishop had been playing, testing us, to see our reaction, but nothing escaped the saint. Later I called and begged him, "Grandfather, so what if I stay here? Things remain the same, nothing changes. Could I go?" "Listen here, my child. Evil stays away for a few days. When there is no sin among the laity, even for an hour, you should see the choirs in the heavens. All the more there is there in Golgotha. If you could see the joy in the kingdom above, why miss out on this reward? You help to keep evil out when you're there. Why miss the chance?" With such words, he gave me the courage to go on. Murder attempt. After the defeat of Saddam Hussein during the Gulf War in February of 1991, the Muslims had become even more aggravated and wanted to kill us all. One nun, they beat her with such barbarism that she was bruised all over and died on the way to the hospital. She was the nun Christodouli, and as her name proclaims, a true servant and martyr of Christ. Saint Philomenos had been martyred 11 years prior, but his presence there was alive for me. One night I saw him in my sleep. Footnote: Saint Fulimenos, the hero martyr, October 15th, 1913 to November 29th, 1979. He was born in Nicosia and ministered in Jerusalem for 45 years. Fanatical Zionist Jews entered Jacob's well during Vespers and murdered him with axes. His fragrant and miracle-working relics are located in Samaria at Jacob's well. Thousands of Orthodox Christians venerate them every year. To continue. He had 3 big wounds on his forehead, 2 on the nose and 3 on the chin. His right hand was fractured. He reached out and touched me on the neck. In the morning I recounted this to someone, and he warned me, "Poor soul, be careful, something will happen to you." At the time I used to sleep in one of the monasteries and spend the day in small Galilee at the Church of the Holy Apostles. On that morning a Muslim woman came and pretended to clean the windows. She sprayed something on my face, and I fainted. When I came to, one of the monks was standing above me yelling. I went to the mirror and looked at my neck. There were bruises in the shape of the Muslim's fingers. The monk had been sent by the patriarch to let me know I should prepare to receive some visitors, and when he saw the Muslim woman on top of me, trying to strangle me, he started shouting. Naturally, she fled, and I was spared. I believe that Saint Philomenos protected me. It is time. I used to call Saint Porphyrios often. "Papu, I'm afraid. They mean to kill me. I want to go," I said to him. The time hasn't come, not yet. Finally, in the summer of 1991, he said, "You will depart tomorrow with Miss Melia." "Who's Melia? How am I to find her?" "She'll come to you." The woman, Miss Melia, had come to Jerusalem from Cyprus for a surgery. I used to bring food to the patients, and she was among them. On the same day of the saint's phone call, she came to find me. "Tomorrow I depart," she said. "Would you like to come with me?" "Did someone mention me? Do you know Father Porphyrios?" "No, the idea just came to me. Who's he?" I booked a ticket and we boarded the ship. Someone from the Patriarchate snatched my baggage, thinking it would make me cancel my trip. They wanted me to stay, but I couldn't bear it another minute. I left without my things, just my anteri, my cassock, morasso, and nothing else. We were nearing Cyprus, and Miss Melia, out of a sense of obligation, because I'd cared for her at the hospital, insisted I disembark there and stay with her for a few days. I refused because I didn't have the fare for another trip. I said nothing about the baggage, and in the end she got angry and disembarked alone. This was sad for me, too. Aboard the ship. I had no extra clothes, not even my wallet, passport, nor identification, not even 2 cents, and I felt miserable and started crying and crying, tears enough to overflow the ocean. I was remembering my life's troubles, the numerous surgeries that had left me hacked up worse than a wounded animal. In this state, with my elbow tucked into my side, I was leaning to the left and weeping. And suddenly I saw Saint Porphyrios right next to me. He was looking at me, talking to me, and he said a great many things during the trip to Rhodes. Something held me fixed in place. I couldn't speak nor react. I only listened to him and gained great comfort. I was invited from above, and I must leave, he had said then. I will be going to Mount Athos, so I came to talk everything through with you. I will not leave you, so don't be sad. I will be protecting you, holding your hand. For now, I will accompany you until Rhodos and tell you what awaits you in life. Then, God willing, you go on to Piraeus. The saint revealed some personal events from his life as well, and until today their recollection brings immense admiration for his infinite forbearance, his generosity of heart, extraordinary by human measures. He was a heavenly man. Among other things, he said the following about my future. One of your children will wish to kill you, but I won't let him. You will be seriously injured. This child will not have been born by you, but instead raised by you." When we approached Rhodes, he disappeared, and I was rambling, saying, "Panagia, what was that just now? I cannot believe it. Was it a dream? Was it the wicked one?" 2 women approached me. "Who were you talking with all night long?" they asked. "We went to bed, woke up, went to the cafeteria, finished eating, and you were still talking. Weren't you tired?" "You're mistaken. I was rambling by myself. There was nobody else there." "But we did hear someone talking to you. We just couldn't make out who. You were leaning toward him." This assured me even more of that which I had experienced for hours, because I had been leaning to the left. A small ache on the back of my neck and in my ribs, which remains until today, pops up now and again and sends my thoughts racing back to this event. Phone call. When I arrived at my sister's house in Piraeus, I asked her, "I need a favor. Drive me, now, to Papoose in Malacasa." "Why don't we call first? He could be elsewhere." As soon as the saint picked up, he promptly said, "Goodness, didn't you have enough listening to me all night and all day? Did you not understand what I said? Did you forget? Aren't you satisfied from all these hours? I was on my way out. Papu, I'm coming to see you. Say this to me face to face. On the ship, maybe it was the devil in disguise." "No, it was me, and I spoke clearly. I'm coming, I'm on the way." Now, be considerate. There are 3 to 4 people here holding me up. They're waiting around to take me to Mount Athos. Don't you feel for them? That I'm causing a delay? Calm down. Quiet yourself. Quiet. I'm going now." For 3 months I could not find peace. Many thoughts tortured me. My mind would grow hazy, and I thought, the wicked one transforms himself into an angel of light. He can take on grandfather's appearance as well. He did say on the phone that it was actually him, but was perhaps the wicked one talking on the phone? I should have gone to see him in person. What if the evil one appears to me again and attacks me? Who will help me then? I was overwhelmed with anxiety. I was feeling vulnerable, and at night I would cry a lot. One night I saw the following vivid dream. I was with the saint in a large threshing floor, and he was dressed in marvelous white vestments. He wrapped the Phalonian, his priest's mantle, around me, and we sat on top of the wheat stalks. "Why do you torment me so?" he said to me. "Didn't we say all that there was to say on the ship? Didn't I say I'm protecting you? Why? I still don't believe it. Why are you crying? Didn't I say I will be holding your hand? Promise that you will let me go in peace." Since that night, I have found tranquility, and for 20 years I used to see him in my dream almost nightly, in his pristine white vestments. In the last 5 years, I have seen him only once, and I feel abandoned. Realization of prophecy. One day, roughly 15 years after the saint's miraculous visit on the ship, I was sitting in the yard of my house in the village when a stranger walked in wearing a white frock like a Muslim's. His hair was long, and I instantly felt afraid. I sensed that he was one of those men that do bad deeds, that beat, that steal. I said, "In the Virgin's name, who are you? What do you want?" I had hardly finished my sentence when he started beating on my face manically with his fists, breaking my jaw and my teeth. I was transported to the hospital and had surgery on my jaw. When I woke up, I was paralyzed. I couldn't withstand the anesthetics, and the nerves in my feet became paralyzed. Today I am in a wheelchair. This man, he was very close to me. He was the, quote, child mentioned by the saint on the ship. I didn't give birth to him, but I had raised him with a lot of love, and he used to call me mother. I hadn't seen him in many years. He'd gotten heavier, and I didn't recognize him when he entered the yard. It was a cruel and unfair thing. This man had become an instrument of the evil one. I had not expected the devil to hate me so much. He would have killed me but for the saint's protection. This prophecy came true almost 15 years later, when I had almost forgotten about it. At the time, I was unable to explain the saint's words, but after this happened, I was in awe of him once again. The saint demonstrated such love and protection toward me that I find it hard to justify and explain. He came and restituted my body and soul, and for this I feel very grateful to him. He was tremendously humble and incredibly gifted. As much as I read about the saint, I feel it doesn't convey the measure of his holiness. Saint Porphyrios is indescribable. He was endowed with so much grace. He lived here on earth, but he was a citizen of the heavens. He had many celestial experiences, and our admiration stems just from the few that he revealed to us out of love. His grace covers the whole world, the whole planet. He enacted God's work, and he still does so to the letter. May we have his blessing and his intercessions. Amen. 4. A great sadness and a great joy. Witness of Mrs. Demetra V. Ioannina. I hear you, Demetra. I was dealing with a health problem with my son, so my friend Artemis gave me the saint's phone number. The father will pick up the phone, she said, but he might not speak to you. You just let him know your problem and he will pray. This seemed peculiar to me, so I didn't call. One night, a few days later, I saw in my sleep a frail old man with a woven hat and a short white beard smiling at me. I woke up feeling gleeful, so I decided to call him. When the call was answered, I said to him, Elder, bless, I would like to speak with you about my son's health issue. I fear for his health. The situation is this and this. When I fell silent after a while, a breathless voice came through. No more, my child, it said. Hang up and call back some other time. I was waiting anxiously, but hesitated to call him again. After 10 days, the same thing was repeated, and the elder said nothing different. The third time I called, he picked up instantly, and before I could utter a word, I heard his voice, loud and clear now. Go on, Demetra. The receiver nearly slipped from my fingers. I shivered. Timidly, I confided my fears in him. Don't fret yourself. You will call again, and we'll go over everything once more. Next time, he truly confronted me. Demetra, he went, don't worry. It isn't what you fear. There's nothing there. Everything will be fine. You'll see. A little while later, the saint's words came true, and being moved, I got my husband to come with me to visit him and receive his blessing in person. Like the dream. It was Christmas of 1987, I think, and we crossed many people on their way down from the saint. We stopped the car to ask for directions, and everyone dissuaded us from going because the saint was indisposed at that time, could not see anyone. Despite this, we went, and after 2 hours of waiting, it was starting to get dark. I approached timidly and rang the bell with the thought that we had to return to Ioannina the next day, and it would be a shame not to get his blessing at least. His sister came out. Do not disturb us, please. He is very ill, she kindly asked. Please, we're not from here, and we have to go. If we could just get his blessing, me, my husband, my children. She came back out and said with certainty, You are Demetra from Ioannina. Come, just don't keep him long. We went up the stairs, surprised that they recognized us, and as soon as I saw him there smiling, I remembered my vivid dream. He was the same. When I collected myself, I awkwardly said to him that we had come for his blessing. In my heart, I believed that he was a foreknowing saint. When my oldest son approached him, he asked, You are Constantinos. He hugged him, kissed him, and blessed him with his hand, saying, All will be well in your life. My second son spontaneously said, I am Antonios. Again the saint hugged and kissed him and blessed him with the words, Be well, go with my blessing. Then my third son, only 6 years old, approached him. And you, what is your name? He asked him. Christos, he answered. Well, tell us then, Christo, why did you come here? I came to kiss your hand. The saint did something strange then. Although his hands were wrapped in cloth, he pulled Christos's clothes off and removed them, and then he started looking for something as he examined them. Then He petted the child's head with both his hands for several minutes, and finally he kissed him, saying, "There, Christos, have my blessing." I felt worried. Perhaps there was something wrong with my child. When I approached to say goodbye, he said to me, "Your oldest son, Konstantinos, will cause you a great deal of sadness one day, but later he will also give great joy." "What will happen, elder?" "In time you will see." Turning toward my husband as he was giving his blessing before we left, he said, "Giorgio, you have a good family. Look after them as best as you can." Answers. 1. Near Camina Vura, we decided to stop for a short food break at a restaurant on the National Road. My youngest son ran ahead to go to the bathroom, but not seeing the glass door, he ran headlong into it and smashed it into pieces. I rushed to him and hugged him. I looked and looked, but he didn't even have a scratch. The shop owner was shocked and wouldn't accept payment for the door. We were instantly reminded of the elder who caressed the child's body, giving him his blessing and guarding him against the danger. This son is a particularly clumsy kid. I remembered once, a few years later, he borrowed a friend's bike, sped down a steep slope without braking. He crashed into 2 parked cars, was launched over them, and ended up on the other side, standing up without injuries. No one could make sense of it. One more time that the saint averted a severe danger. Those caresses shielded his body. 2. I was reflecting on the saint's enigmatic words about my oldest son, Konstantinos, and wondering, how is his life going to be great if he is supposed to cause me great sadness? Well, one day, 7 years after our visit to Milisi, my son informed us on the phone that he left a note for us in a drawer and quickly hung up. When I read it, I lost the ground under my feet because he was only 18 years old and leaving to become a monk. We wanted him to go to university first, mature, and then choose his path in life. 8 years later, however, it was a delight to see him become a deacon. The saint's prophecy about both the sorrow and, 15 years later, the great joy I would receive from my son had come true. 5. I see an old monastery. Witness of Mr. Dionysios Sokas, lawyer, Catarini. On a Sunday of 1987, some fellow students from the political science department of the law school visited Saint Porphyrios. A hero monk was coming out of the saint's cell when they entered. The saint asked them, "Did you notice the priest leaving just now? His feet did not touch the earth." He was Father Evmenios Sardiakis, of blessed memories, a hidden saint. Footnote. Witness of Dionysios Soikas, quote, "We used to visit Father Evmenios often in Egalio. Overflowing with tears when he celebrated the liturgy, he struggled to give the dismissal. Sometimes, with his tears flowing like a river, he couldn't even come to the holy doors. He was perfectly benign and blameless. One day he told me the story of how he decided to become a monk. On one New Year's Day afternoon, during dinner, at home with his mother and sister, he saw with his own eyes a flame descending from the ceiling, a glow which entered his body and his soul. The very same moment, he declared to the table he was going to devote himself to God. He was going to become a monk." To continue. Between Father Evmenios and Saint Porphyrios, there was infinite esteem, respect, and love. They had only the best to say for each other. One day, my fellow student, Athanasios M., currently a priest in Limassol, was going to drive to Milisi to transport an icon of Panagikos requested by the saint, and I joined him. The saint asked me to tell him the names of the members of my family. I was going through them slowly, and at each new name he seemed to weigh that family member up. At one brother's name he interrupted me. "One of you is unhappy," he stated. "Yes, elder, it is this brother. I see a monastery on the left side of the National Road, near Catarini. Which one is it? St. Dionysios of Olympus? No, this one is old, an old monastery. I thought about it briefly, but reaching nowhere, I remained silent. Besides, there's no old monastery there. I supposed that through his great charisma, the saint was seeing some monastery buried and unknown to us all. 6. It is the work of the wicked one. Witness of Miss Chrysula P., publisher, Thessaloniki. My brother had a high fever, which persisted for 20 days. Eurondas advised me to go to Athens to see the charismatic and already renowned elder Porphyrios. Even though I wasn't even 19 years old yet, I got on a plane and flew to the capital. At the bus station, I was informed that the bus to Milisi had just departed a few minutes prior. In the end, because a lot of people wanted to go to the saint, they added one more coach, and we set off. At Milisi, a big crowd was gathered. Shortly, a nun appeared and announced that we had better leave because the elder was not going to see anyone. The crowd started to depart, and I, deeply saddened, went to the side and started to cry. Soon the nun approached me and asked me, "Are you Chrysula? Come, the elder wants you. He will see only you." As soon as I entered his cell, he said, Come, why are you crying, child? Is it for your brother Thomas, who is ill with a fever? It's the wicked one's work. Here, I'm blessing him now, and he's healed. He will not get sick again. Don't worry." And raising his holy hand, he made the sign of the Holy Cross to the north towards Thessaloniki. I don't know if it was tension or the exhaustion. Sitting there by the saint, I fell asleep, and when I went outside, it was dark. A new worry overtook me. Then a young man approached me and offered his help. "Were you inside with the elder?" he asked. "Where do you need me to take you? Tell me, I'll take you anywhere you say. To me, the elder is a saint because he worked a great miracle for me, so I do anything he says immediately. Where do you want to go?" We got in his car and we left for the airport. I had a return ticket. I wasn't speaking at all because I was with a stranger in a big, strange city. When I finally reached home, I learned that at the exact moment when the saint made the sign of the cross, my brother recovered. The saint blessed him from Athens, and in Thessaloniki, the demon was expelled. With the saint's blessing, he never fell ill with this fever of temptation again, just as the saint had told me. 7. Always complete, always happy, always content. Witness of Mrs. Maria G., Athens. Hypnophysis. I married by match, and I worked as an elementary school teacher. It was a tiring life because on top of my marital obligations, I also wanted to keep up with my studies in the second year of the nursery academy. And as a result, when I got pregnant, I lost the baby. In addition, my relative's stance was harsh, and soon my unhappiness and stress led to high blood sugar and depression. I spent many sleepless nights, constantly crying. My nerves had been disturbed. I used to pray to Saint Irini Chrysivalandou for help, for a man of God to show me the way out of this dead end, to guide me out of my misery. One morning, I brought a tama, a votive offering, to Saint Irini, and on the same night a friendly couple called to say they were going to pick me up the next day, to take me with them to a holy elder called Father Porphyrios. The year was 1980, and I was 23 years old. I entered the trailer alone, and the saint welcomed me and said, "You, Maria, are too gloomy, too sensitive. Listen, back here at the base of the brain, we have the pituitary gland. It produces lots of hormones, and when we're unhappy, it doesn't function properly. Then all functions are disrupted. The heart, the intestine, the liver, the blood sugar, everything. It affects all the endocrine glands." I read up on it and learned that the pituitary, the hypophysis, is of utmost importance because it regulates the entire endocrine and central nervous systems. the saint who suffered from cancer of the hypophysis, cancer. The pituitary was enduring his torture in secret. He also said, don't ever be crestfallen. Always feel complete, always happy, always content. You will not take the pills the doctors give you anymore because they will burn through your ovaries, and then you'll be left with the medicine dropper always in hand. It was the saint who told me that the pills the doctors had prescribed me to achieve pregnancies were hormones, and if I kept taking them, I would see severe consequences on my health, like cancer and other things. I recall him saying to me, "It does not do you any good to be too sensitive. Do not feel so bad. You are all right. So don't take the pills. I see them. This one is perfect and that one functions well, and the other one is okay too." That is to say, he gave me an account of all my organs, like the doctor who looks at the tests in front of him and tells you exactly what is wrong. He saved me from the great danger and suffering, because since then I threw the pills away and I found relief. As I was leaving, he called out to me, "Maria, come back, come here, repeat what I said. Did you understand? Did you?" I repeated everything. I made a prostration before him. I received his blessing and was about to leave, and again he called out, "Come back another time, I'll expect you." He used to repeat this after every visit. He discerned my inner cry for help and support because despair was waging a war on me. About school. During my second visit, he talked to me about my job. I was teaching at an elementary school. He said, "Fill your heart with love and always turn a loving gaze upon the children. Make sure you never hit them. Still, it can happen the teacher reaches her limits with a kid. Well, then, you tap its hand with a light rod, only slightly though, and always say, 'I love you. It's the bad behavior I hit just now.' When they are naughty, sometimes act a bit like you didn't notice. If the teachers observe everything, it adds up. Then the wicked one influences the children to become even more unruly and to fight among themselves. You should treat them with love." I viewed the children as images of God, and I thought, little as they are now under my care, I have immense responsibility. And so every day, even if very briefly, I would speak to them about God, because in anything you examine, be it the earth, the sky, the sea, a natural phenomenon, a celestial body, in every place and in all things you find the Creator. You find God. Even in mathematics, we observe the harmony of the numbers. Elsewhere, harmony of the sounds of music or of colors, so forth. Everywhere and in everything we see the providence, the love, and the wisdom of God. All subjects can include a measure of religious education if the educator wishes. In the classroom I kept a lit candile, a vigil lamp, and a holy icon. Only these things riled up some parents that were either atheists, others that were Jehovah's Witnesses or Freemasons, and they fought me, but to no effect. I would pray to Saint Porphyrios and Saint Irini Crucivelandu, and those parents would get transferred to another city and leave. Once the saint advised me, "Be meek, patient, and humbled. Don't burden yourself too much with house chores. Leave your problems alone for a bit. Let them go. It's okay." At the time, I was swamped with various responsibilities, and on top of that, I was fussy with the cleaning too. And the saint knew everything. He said to me once more, "God will give you a gift. The children will give you your child." And although they had said I was never going to conceive, 11 years later I had my son. Because of my love for my students, God granted me motherhood, as the saint had prophesied. About the monasteries. Saint Porphyrios loved monasteries, either to offer spiritual guidance or to venerate them. He loved visiting them because he experienced the history of each one vividly. He often recommended various monasteries, holy places, as he used to say, for me to visit. A friend of mine, one of his own spiritual children, told me that when the saint went to a monastery, often he said this: "Even the walls are holy." And also, "What marvel! Even the ground we walk on is a holy table." He said this as he was seeing holy relics buried beneath his feet, and the blood spilled by the martyrs of the faith. Upon entering one monastery's ground, he mumbled under his breath, "Corpses, corpses." 8. Wheels in the air. Witness of Mr. Konstantinos Kalaides, Athens. Knowledge of mechanical engineering. My relationship with the saint spanned 25 years, ever since he was the parish priest at St. Gerasimos Church in Ammonia. Once, at the start of our acquaintance, we took a morning walk around the city center. We came across a car dealership, and he said with a smile, "Let's go inside. I have to teach them." The saint asked for the manager, and he arrived with some other employees. "Open the hood of this car here," said the saint. "What for, priest? What do you want to see? You don't know anything about motors, though." They opened it up, and the saint began to describe the mechanical faults. Using proper terminology, he pointed out not only the base disadvantages of the car, but also the minor errors which had slipped up during manufacture. The mechanics bristled initially, but then quickly they realized that they were unable to answer the saint's questions and fell silent. In this way, he put them in their place because they'd been bragging about their luxury brands, so much publicized and expensive, which they were presenting as immaculate. I suspect that they never expected to find their better in a cassock-cloud priest. The stove. Yet another time we went into a car shop that did repairs and metalwork. "I want you to make me a stove," he said to them, "because it gets cold up there in Cilicia in the winter." "Father, we're a repair shop. We don't make stoves." "Here, outside, you have a barrel. Bring it in here." They followed the saint's instructions, and the metal barrel became a stove. He used to stuff it with big logs. Head adjusted the airflow in the front and let it smolder all day long. The satchel. One Sunday morning, I went to Cilicia with my family and some friends. I parked the Jeep, and we walked 400 to 500 meters uphill through the pines to reach St. Nicholas. We were almost there when I saw the saint's sister rushing toward us. "Costa, Costa," she was calling out to me. "What is it?" The elder said. "Don't come further. Turn back now. Go to your car. You forgot something." I went back, wondering what it could be, but I couldn't remember. When I got to the car, alarmed, I saw on top of the hood my satchel that contained my checkbook, my keys, my money, etc. I kept everything on me out of fear that someone might break into my store and rob me. Healed. My mother's birthplace is the village of Philly on the island of Kos. A woman we knew from the village, Miss Georgia, was very sick, and they transported her to Rhodes for treatment. After many unsuccessful attempts to lower her temperature, the doctors called to Athens for help. They ended up transporting her to Athens by air because her condition was critical, and she was admitted to Evangelimos Hospital. When they called me, I went to pick up the saint, and we went to the hospital. Without asking for the wing or the room of the patient, the saint marched ahead with me after him. Gradually, a line formed behind us, people that recognized the saint and the relatives of the patient. One behind the other with the saint in the front, we went straight to Miss Georgia's bed. The doctors didn't have an exact diagnosis. The fever persisted, and the patient was spent as she had been burning up for so many days. The saint blessed her with his hand and turned to us with tears in his eyes. "Don't worry," he said. "Go. I won't let her go." We left, and on the very same night, the fever dropped and Miss Georgia regained some strength. I never got the full story, but someone told me both the Your readers that come into the bladder had been obstructed, and in that night they'd become unblocked, just through the saint's prayer. God's design. I knew 2 families that used to visit the saint every Sunday. For years, he was their spiritual guide and heard confession from them. The first couple had a son and the other a daughter. The children met and fell in love. The parents, considering an engagement, went to the saint. Yeronda, bless our children so that they can get engaged, and soon we will have a wedding. No, not yet. Leave it for later. The parents, however, were impatient and soon came to the saint again to receive his blessing for the engagement. No, not yet, he repeated. Have some patience. Why, Yeronda? The children love each other, and they lead a spiritual life. You guide them through everything, their lives and their studies, and they're doing so well. Be patient, leave it alone for some time. A few days later, on the national road near a car dealership, the lights turned red and the cars stopped in front of a motorcycle. The car behind it didn't. The driver was distracted. He smashed into the motorcycle from behind, and the young driver died on the spot. He was the fiancé-to-be. The judgments of God are an unfathomable abyss. The parents had dreams for their children, but it was the will of God for the youth to leave this life, and the saint had foreknown this, but could neither reveal it nor prevent it. The dead man's parents found great solace near the saint. He got in. The date for my son's university entry exams was approaching, and as his parents, we were anxious about his future. So I resolved to let the saint know so that he could pray. I entered his kili and got his blessing, and before I could explain, Yeronda, I know what you want. You want me to pray for your son. Well, I won't, but I tell you that even before taking exams, Georgos has been admitted. He has. Yeronda, they haven't even taken the exams yet. It'll be a while. He got into university. Take it from me. Just as I'm talking to you, he got in. Well, he had divine information at that moment, and I left overjoyed. Many months later, we saw that he had gotten into the Athens School of Commercial Studies. Start the engine. It was 1979, I believe, when the saint asked me to move a trailer to Milisi with my truck because he wished to leave from Cilicia. He ended up living in this trailer for 2 years. We picked it up at Vodanikos, if my memory serves right. We took the Aira Odos and drove through Athens toward Milisi. I drove the truck, towing the trailer, and the saint was following in a small car driven by one of his spiritual children. When we came across police cars, I thought that they would stop and find me, but they just stared, and some waved at me as well. It had rained, and at the final stretch up the mountain to Milisi, a dirt road, the truck got stuck in the mud. I tried to get it to move, but I made it worse. It was impossible to get it out of there, especially with the trailer dragging behind it. I got off and waited in disappointment. A few minutes later, the saint's car appeared. Hey, what's happening, Costa? Why have you stopped? It can't be helped yet, and look at the mud. Let's go. Get on, start the engine and drive. As he was saying that, he lifted his holy hand and blessed the truck. I got on, put it into gear, and effortlessly it drove off, as if we were on a paved road, as if some unseen power was pushing it up the hill. I was beyond myself with glee, and at our destination, after I disconnected the trailer from the truck, I went and I asked him, Yeronda, why wouldn't the truck budge before you came? My goodness, must we harp on this? He loved Christ immensely, and he used to tell me that Christ works all the miracles out of his infinite love for us. Christ, he used to tell us, he thinks of us always and helps us. It is certain that when the saint raised his hand and made the sign of the Holy Cross, he invoked our Almighty Lord Jesus Christ, and the truck promptly got out of the mud. At the brink of death, I was in his cell once when someone came and fervently begged the saint to follow him to the house of a relative of his who was gravely ill. The saint asked me to join them, so we got into the car in silence and went to Kolonos. Up into the house, a small crowd was gathered, friends and relatives crying for young Paraskevi. He probably had some form of cancer at the final stage, and the doctors had let them know that there was no hope left, so they assembled in the house with him, waiting for the inevitable death. Paraskevi was lying down, skeletal and pale as a corpse. The vision of imminent death terrified me. He was already in his death throes, one small step away from death. Anguish and hurt painted the faces of the relatives who were watching their dear one draw his last breaths. The saint, he went to the bedside, he blessed him and stood there in prayer for a bit. Then he turned to us and said, "Go home, all of you, to pray and assist me in this healing." The saint asked to be left alone with the patient while the others departed. I left for my house as well, praying, "Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on Paraskevi." A few days later, I heard that he was healed. A man stepped off the last rung into the grave. Paraskevis have been resurrected. Well, this event, it drew a lot of attention then. Why were they crying? Later on, my brother fell seriously ill, and immediately I brought him to the saint. We didn't have time to explain. When he rose from the bed, he hugged him and started to cry. The saint was also weeping, and so was my brother. They cried, embracing each other, while I looked on, perplexed. I'd been convinced he was going to heal him as he did Miss Georgia and Paraskevi. As he had done for countless others, he was going to do the same for my brother. And yet, why were they crying? We left. Soon after my brother died, and I lost the ground beneath my feet. I adored him because he was an amazing person. This was why the saint embraced him. I never expected my brother to die, and it hurt me a lot. Later, I understood the saint's tears. The will of God was for my brother to leave, and the saint could not avert it. God's decision was final, and that is how it should happen. Until I grasped this truth, until I grasped it. For a short time, I stopped going to the monastery. Drive on. I frequently transported building material from my yard to Milisi for the construction of the holy monastery. The saint came to the yard once, and we loaded up the truck with gravel, cement, and on top iron rods. The saint got in, and we went on our way. The route was winding around a mountainside, approaching a ravine, when I noticed that the road was damaged from a heavy downpour. The rain washed the dirt road away, and it was obviously unmanageable to cross there. I stopped to figure out my room for a U-turn. "Why did you stop?" the saint asked. "But, Yaranda, don't you see in front of us? You can't even fit half this truck. Look at the state of that road. Costa, drive on." As he motioned for me to go, he was calm, looking straight ahead. The downhill slope was on our right side and at the saint's door. I started driving with the intent to get a better look. When I approached, I went as far left as I could, and I looked in the right side mirrors. I shivered. The wheels were in the air. Panagia! I screamed in my mind. I didn't push the brakes because I was at a loss. My heart was pounding. The truck, with all its heavy load, crossed the ravine and reached the other side without even swaying. It was amazing. It was unbelievable. I don't know how I found the courage to drive on. I didn't ask anything. He would respond in the same way. "Costa, what more is there to say?" Lessons on love. Miss Calliope was a foreign language teacher. She used to teach English and French, and she was one of the saint's spiritual children. Several times the saint had her drive him to nearby places. Well, Miss Calliope was at my house once for a private lesson with my daughter, and during the lesson, she slapped her because she wasn't paying attention, or maybe she had not studied enough. A couple of minutes passed, and the phone rang. The saint, asking to speak with the teacher, Tell Poppy to come to the phone. Yes, Yaranda. Bless, it's me. Poppy, what is it? You don't hit children. You pat them gently. You advise them. You don't hit them. Never strike the child again. Children need love. A lot of love. Foreseeing a car crash. I had the idea once to teach the saint's niece, Favronia, the Eurondis of the monastery today, how to drive. I went to the saint and I said, Yaranda, it'll make it easier for you. No, don't teach her. But Yaranda, why not? It's a good ability to have. You'll see what's going to happen to Poppy with her car in a few days. That's why I'm not letting you. A few days later, Miss Calliope, the teacher, lost control of her car and crashed into a passenger vehicle. She brought down a wall and ended up inside a house. She was terrified. The saint's prayers did work a miracle, and there were no victims, only material damage. When I mentioned the accident to the saint, he couldn't stop smiling. Supervision. 1. I was sitting on a bench once, and the elder was standing in front of me with his gaze elsewhere. Thoughts about him started dancing in my head, stemming from my admiration for him, and just then he turned. He looked at me, he smiled, full of love and kindness. Why are you smiling, Yaranda? I asked him. I know exactly what you're thinking right now. 2. We visited him one year, right after Christmas, with my wife and another couple, a friend of ours. They showed us the living room, offered us some sweets, some honey cookies. As usual, I started talking about the saint's miracles, which were my life's most astounding happenings. Soon the phone rang in the hallway, and the hostess said to me, Elder Porphyrios was on the phone, and he said, Tell Caglietti's talking about me again? Again? I was speechless. What could I say? Anything I uttered, he heard. He didn't want us talking about him, but it took immense fortitude in your soul to restrain yourself and stay silent in the face of such awe-inspiring miracles and supernatural events. St. Nicholas and St. Paisios. 1. A number of us were waiting for the saint's car outside the monastery once. He had been away for a couple of days, and as soon as we caught sight of him, we surrounded him, received his blessing, and all together we headed to the monastery. In the courtyard, we were met by his sister, Charlerica. Charlerica, the saint called out to her. What happened with the elder yesterday? He got up and left, didn't say who he was. Why weren't you more hospitable? But he disappeared, like before my eyes. He vanished. Dummy, that was St. Nicholas. To shield her from prideful thoughts that she had been the one worthy of meeting St. Nicholas in the flesh and converse with him, the saint humiliated her in front of everybody by calling her, quote, dummy. Charlerica, and in any case, was very smart, good-natured, and virtuous. Shortly thereafter, Charlerica confided in me about the previous day. She'd been grooming the newly planted fruit trees, overturning the soil and watering them. Suddenly bent over as she was, she noticed an elder standing in front of her. They greeted each other, and he gave her various wishes before disappearing, as suddenly. She had been wondering about the elder's identity and the whole incident, but did not disclose it to anyone. The answer came from the saint, who missed nothing. 2. After Saint Porphyrios' repose, a group of my friends went on a pilgrimage to Mount Athos, and in Panagouda they visited another great saint of our time, Saint Paisios. Yaranda, they asked him, among other things, we were wondering about something. How did Father Porphyrios have so much knowledge? He didn't go to school. How can he be infallible? He knows the Gospels by heart, and he is knowledgeable in all the sciences. How does he know all that? Father Porphyrios never went to school, but he always had Christ by his side, day and night. He walked, and Christ was there, next to him. That's why he was so illuminated. Elder Porphyria. When the elders, Eurondisa Porphyria, was sick, I went to visit her at Pananicolaou Hospital where she was being treated. By her side in the room was Sister Fevronia, and outside in the hallway, spiritual children of the saint that were fond of her. The moment I stepped into the hallway that led to her room, Elder Porphyrio started calling me by name. While I was still far and out of sight, she said, "Costas is coming, Costa, Costa," and all the others turned to look at me. She must have had a gift as well. The saint was a true Greek and a patriot. He loved our Orthodox country with its many saints, the old holy monasteries, the indescribable natural beauty, the glorious history, and unique civilization. He could not stand anyone slandering Greece, and he used to say that God has a lot of love for us. He worked the miracles he did out of love for his fellow man, and he revealed things that glorified the triadic God. Amen. 9. Unbounded gratitude. Witness of Eurondisa X. Gallbladder problem. It was the winter when our elder and confessor, Father I, visited the saint. He described our monastery and the surrounding landscape. At the time, our monastery was still new, and the facilities were provisional. Our elder had erected an enormous cross outside the monastery on top of the hill. This cross dominated the area. The saint described this huge cross as well. In our vicinity, there is also the old monastery. It was the saint who revealed the existence of holy relics in the cemeteries. For 5 years up to that point, we'd been carrying our drinking water and collected rainwater for the rest of the monastery's needs. So our elder asked him, "Where should we drill?" "Right now the earth is drunk. Come back in the summer when it's dry, and I will give you the spot to strike." At some point, the saint also said the following: "The Eurondisa is going to suffer from her gallbladder. I see a problem there." When our elder relayed this to us, we were skeptical because there was nothing wrong with me. Besides, I was only 27 years old, and I didn't even know where the gallbladder was. It's rare, too, for this problem to affect people of my age. Eventually, 3 years later, the problem manifested itself, and I went into surgery urgently to avoid the worst, barely escaping a rupture of the organ. I've never been there. Twice I visited the Saint Porphyrios, and it benefited me immensely. I remember during my first visit, the phone rang mid-discussion. It was the Eurondisa of a monastery. I couldn't hear her, but I listened to the counsel and the answers that the saint offered. Initially, he described the monastery's grounds in detail. There, in that corner, at this specific part of the monastery, you have this and that. Then he described the sisters of the community, one by one, not just their work, but their hidden thoughts and their weaknesses as well. He did a complete analysis of their character and pointed out the particular hardship that each nun was facing. Incidentally, the advice he gave to this elder was of great help to me too, for my duties as Eurondisa. All these words were indelibly inscribed in my soul. Such was their impact. During this conversation, he was especially joyful, and when they hung up, he turned to me all smiles, and in a childlike tone he said, "Me, I've never been there. I've never been." Phone calls. 1. Our dwellings then were some shacks, and we had another small space to do our work. During work hours, the phone rang, and it was the saint asking for me. I found it strange at first that he had our phone number, but I was also delighted to hear his voice. At some point he asked, "And what of this soul, so-and-so, how is she? I feel sorry, so sorry for her." His words at the time didn't make any sense because there was nothing to be sorry about. This woman was a frequent visitor to our monastery. She offered us help and seemed earnest to join the monastic life herself. On the outside, she appeared at peace with us. On the inside, however, it looks like she'd been judging us. She found her way to an old calendarist monastery, eventually years later, and it proved how right the saint was, and the extent of his foresight because the nuns had fallen into error. The saint foresaw the catastrophic outcome of her life many years in advance. 2. I phoned him once because we were troubled about the parents of a sister from our community. Yeronda, I asked him, do you find it prudent to make the first step ourselves? So many years have gone by, and these parents have shown no interest to get in contact with their child. Should the sister go see them? No, don't make this move. This no was very wise, because it turned out that it would take many years still for the bitterness of their only child becoming a monastic to subside. The move to disturb them would have been rushed. It would irritate them and prolong the time it took for these parents to accept their child's decision. We felt for their suffering, but the saint's perspective was not so limited and emotional as ours. When the parents finally accepted their child as a monastic, many years had passed, and the saint had reposed. I feel unbounded gratitude and respect toward the saint, because his guidance and his prayers were instrumental in solving our problems and sustaining our holy monastery. Everything he had told me, everything happened, everything came true. Every contact with him left behind such joy. 10. He prophesied my children's future, witness of Mrs. Maria Kolimatsi, Oripo. We run a family business at Marcopoulou Beach, the Greek restaurant called Christos and Maria. In those years, we got customers coming from Crete even, or Florina, looking for a certain elder Porphyrios. Although his hut was close by, we were absorbed in our work and never went to meet him. In 1990, the restaurant saw a decrease in patrons, and I thought I ought to go to this elder after all and ask him to pray for our business. Besides, I'd been wondering, why would so many people travel from so far to see him, and I was curious to meet this rare man myself. At Pascha 1991, during the Holy Week, I resolved I was ready for the visit, as I'd been fasting. There was no one else waiting when I arrived. I entered the saint's cell, held his holy hand, and venerated it. "Maria, welcome," he said promptly. "Father, give me your blessing for my children to be healthy. You have 2 daughters. You have Evangelia and also Athanasia. You work hard so that they can finish school and achieve higher things. However, your children will not go far. Evangelia will marry young, and she will do well. The other one, Athanasia, she will marry young, but—" He grimaced sadly and waved his hand. "Well, so-and-so." I took his blessing and left. My daughters were in the 1st and 2nd year of high school at the time. I was struggling with afternoon classes, foreign languages, to help them make progress, to educate them, because I had dreams for them. But they didn't even finish high school. The oldest, Evangelia, entered into a good marriage pretty young. The second, Athanasia, also married young, and they had a child, but they got divorced. She remarried and had another child, but got divorced a second time. I understood then his dejected gesture. Everything he had said happened. I'd gone to the saint to talk to him about our business, and in the end, it slipped my mind. Our restaurant then was tiny, but from that day on, customers steadily increased, and soon we got a big place, and we expanded our cuisine. I realized that he knew the reason for my visit, and without my asking, he helped me a lot. I realized then why all these people were flocking to see the saint. 11. All these demons. Witness of Mr. Aristides K., music teacher, Athens. Family matters. My grandmother on my father's side was a holy soul. I heard many wondrous things about her. Once my grandfather's leg became septic. The doctors were going to amputate. The day before the operation, my grandmother prayed late into the night. "They are not going to cut it off," she said decisively after. "You will heal." "What are you talking about? Can't you see it is rotten?" he protested. He woke up the next morning completely healthy. A great miracle had taken place. Unfortunately, this grandmother died young, when she was 26 years aged. She prepared herself for her passing and instructed my grandfather thus: "Don't marry again, because you will suffer." He hadn't recognized her gift, however, and as young as she was, he decided to remarry. He was in Crete for work. As he was crossing a meadow, a shepherdess called out to him, "I will be your wife." In the night, his dead wife appeared to him. "Do not take her, you will suffer," she sternly warned him. He ignored her again, and he was punished for his disobedience. The woman he married, my father's stepmother, was hideous, not only in appearance but in her soul too. She proved to be incredibly contrary, spiteful, and dangerous. She was a Jehovah's Witness, and she regularly dabbled in magic, the devil's religion. Their home had been tainted by magic rituals, and it had become a nest and haunt of demons. In fact, in all these things, she involved the 3 children she had with my grandfather. Her third son, especially ambitious and avaricious, climbed to the very top of the chillists and amassed great wealth. Excuse the mispronunciation. Chillists, Jehovah's Witnesses. To continue. When my father died many years later, his rich half-brother, because he had made so many concessions to the demons, found it impossible to enter the church for the funeral service. My grandfather, in any case, paid dearly because he became a martyr living in this family. And in his old age, not only did they leave him without food, they even beat him. Despite our poverty, we kept rebuffing their tempting and persisting suggestions to join the ranks of this para-religious organization of Jehovah's Witnesses. And so out of spite, they would hide their magic paraphernalia in our house. Soap bars with hair and pins, cloth with wax and blood or feathers, bat bones, snakeskin. Other times we would find them scattered around our side of the property because we were living next to each other, with only a rudimentary wire fence separating the two. My parents used to pray to the best of their ability, fast, and go to church regularly. I specifically remembered my mother reading the intercessory prayer toward the Virgin Mary every day, and the demons were messing with her, making noises and moving objects around. We lived in fear. She said that sometimes they were visible to the eye. Sanctification of the waters. My mother, Anthi, came from the village of Argo, near the village of Saint Porphyrios. Since our situation at home wasn't good, when she heard about the saint, she started visiting him at the polyclinic in Athens, begging him to come to our house in Calathea to perform a sanctification, without elaborating on our family's issues, however. There are 3 main ways to expel demons, footnote: through sanctification, exorcism, and mostly all by leading a pure and holy life. To continue. Several times she waited by him by the church door. Each time the car bringing him to St. Gerasimos arrived, and he politely declined my mother's pleas to visit us, with the excuse that he was tired. One day, before she could say anything, the saint said, "Let's go, my child, let's go now." "Elder, we should find a cab." "No, child, we'll take the bus." "It's a long way, though." "It's fine, let's take the bus." Deep down, my mother was happy about this, as we were broke, and the taxi would have cost us more. The bus stop at Calathea was 350 to 400 meters from our house. As we were walking, the saint started halting more and more, which gave my mother a pause. 50 meters from the house, the saint stopped. "Father, come on, we're almost there." My mother said, "I know, my child, I know, you live right there. That is your house." And he pointed to it, but still he didn't walk on. I should have insisted on the cab, my mother thought. The elder's tired, and he can't go further. The saint looked at her, and reading her thoughts, he revealed the true reason. With great sorrow, with dismay, he said, "My goodness, all these demons, this place is bursting with them. You live surrounded by devils." Finally, he entered the house and began the service of the lesser sanctification, but every few minutes he paused, interrupted by various noises. He gazed around him, disgruntled, to the right, to the left, and the sanctification, it went on for hours. Only God knows what was going on inside the house and what the saint's eyes could see. When he was finished, he said, "You are a good family, and you pray, but the place here's brimming with demons. You are all good people, and you'll do so well in the future, you'll see. You'll see what you'll achieve. You'll do unimaginably well, and you'll leave this place, the demons." He said other things which my mother repeated for years after the fact, but my memory betrays me there. What I do recall with certainty is that the saint revealed our lives and our future to us. He spoke to my mother especially about my future, about the troubles and the hardships that now are in the past. The saint had prophesied even the bad luck I had, that I remained unmarried, a new life. The saint departed late in the afternoon. On the same night we'd fallen asleep, all of us in the same room, when a loud crash scared us awake. The ceiling in the next room, along the part of a wall, had collapsed. Our house was a tiny, shabby space. It was built with mud bricks, and the ceiling was planks and mud mixed with straw. Had it fallen on us, it would have killed us. This was the last vigorous attack of the wicked and tainted spirits as they were leaving us in anger, forced out by the saint's prayers. The saint guarded us against their fury, and soon, by his blessing, we were free. From that day on, our lives changed completely. First of all, the irritability and the nagging it ceased in our family. We were not as prone to disease or as mentally vulnerable as before. Calmness and joy entered our household. I studied music at the National Conservatory and immediately found a job as a music teacher at a public school in Athens. Both my father's businesses, he was a supplier for furniture makers as well as a musician. He started to turn a profit, so much so that in a few years we bought a property in Milicia and built a 4-story block of flats. 15 years later, we finally moved into our new spacious home for good. Another thing that happened was that my well-off uncle, that Jehovah's Witness, had tricked my grandfather and bought the air rights of our lowly house off him and then sold them to a Cypriot businessman. He was trying to scare us and threaten us to leave the house without compensation. He planned to build a block of flats. We got a lawyer, and shortly after, before the case had gone to trial, he paid us an extravagant amount for the house, and we moved out. In the end, he didn't manage to profit off it either, and the house ended up desolate. It collapsed and was ransacked of its remains. It is still in this condition, as if it was still haunted, as if it carries a demonic curse. Over time, this sanctification proved to be the greatest blessing of our lives. For several years, we could feel in our home the protection and the presence of the saint, and the presence of God's grace. 12. Conversion of heretics. Witness of hieromonk Nectarios, elder of the Holy Cells of St. George, Hilandar Monastery, Athos. In 1987, I was traveling with members of my parish, my parents and my children, to Patmos, the island of the Revelation, to venerate the cave of the St. John, the theologian. The children came to me on the ship and said, "Father, come. We saw some heretics over there. Come put them in their place." I detested public confrontations, but I had to go to avoid scandalizing the children. They were a group of Protestants, 2 or 3 boys and 2 girls, and they were confessing their faith and proselytizing the crowd. I urged them to come to the side with me to talk. I'd recently earned my theology degree, and I debated with them comfortably. But they weren't convinced by this. They were not even touched by it, and I thought of Saint Porphyrios, whom I'd met personally a few years before. "Do you want to go meet a living contemporary saint?" I asked them. Yes, they responded, so I gave them directions. "Take the bus to Malakasa, from the Pedion Arios through Oripo, bus stop Agrafa." A few years later, some of those guys came to me to thank me. They spoke of that visit to the saint with great enthusiasm. It had been formative. The saint welcomed them and addressed them by name. Then he mentioned in every detail the events on the ship and our discussion. After that, he started revealing secret parts of their personal lives. They were staggered by all these things, and they returned to orthodoxy. I recall saying to them, "Do not thank me, thank God and the saint, and be glad, for you are in the Church of Christ." These lost children had been looking for the true God, with pure intentions, and the saint proved to be the most adequate shepherd. 13. May you be healed. Witness of Mrs. G.M., educator, Larissa. Spondylopathy. Disorders of the vertebrae. In 1984, my husband started experiencing back pain, which gradually became more intense and persistent. He felt like someone was sawing through his bones. The tests didn't point out to anything pathological. Desperate, we went to a chiropractor, who placed a wooden slab on his scapula and hit it with a hammer. The outcome was that within 2 days, he lost all movement of his back, and the pain became unbearable. Willy-nilly, we went to England that September, where it was discovered that a pathogen had infected his body, and it had been eating through his bones. Right away, a delicate spine operation was conducted. They put in transplants, bone grafts, to fuse the vertebrae, and in this way they decompressed the spinal cord, which was the damage done by the chiropractor. At the same time, he was put on a strong drug regimen. When we returned to Greece, he could not stand, and he spent months lying down on his back. So we took him to the Asclepios hospital in Vula. He was treated there for 2 months, and the orthopedists insisted on a second surgery, reconstructive this time, with an entry point at the thorax. They were planning to go around the lungs, the heart, and so forth, and place special metal implants to stabilize the vertebrae. We were being told that if they attempted to have him stand up in his current state, his spine would collapse. The spinal cord would get compressed, and he would either stay paralyzed or die. We were newlyweds then, and I was only 21 years old. The hopes of health we had in England were scattered, and the anxiety of this second perilous operation took over. We were faced with a dead end on the phone. It was divine providence that we met Father Emmanuel from Crete in the hospital, and after speaking to us about the saint's charismata, he gave us his phone number. The very same night I called, and a female voice answered, "The Yeronder can't come right now. Try again some other time." I called again right away, insisting to speak with him. Again, she refused and hung up. Propelled by anxiety and worry, I called a third time. Then I heard a thin, coarse, elderly voice mumbling, "What a bothersome child." And then louder, "I can't tell you anything today. The grace is not with me today." "Oh, Yeronder, I'm sorry for pestering you." "What? You just realized? Well, I'll just pray for him to heal." "Yeronder, should we come there to Oripo?" "No, there's no need. Don't come. I will pray." Confession and Holy Communion. Impressed that he had not known about my problem and urged by Father Emmanuel, one Saturday morning in 1985, I went to see the saint with my mother. A big crowd was waiting for him, and a woman let us know we should get in line, but only to get his blessing because he was unwell. A big line formed. Each person that reached his bed venerated his hand and left, but I couldn't hold back, and as I was leaning over the bed, I whispered to him, "My husband is in the hospital. He had spine surgery." Bend down. From his position in the bed, with his eyes closed, he laid his hand on my back. He was pointing out exactly the area on my husband's back where the pain was the most intense, and he blessed my back, saying, "May he be healed, may he be healed." I was in awe. My whole body started to tremble. As I was about to leave, he caught my wrist and immediately started to talk to me about my innermost concerns. It calmed me down, and I relaxed. I felt safe next to him, hearing him quietly unfold everything that was happening in my soul, even the thoughts that no one but me and God knew. I gained courage, and I asked Yeronder, what should I do about all of this? Frequent confession and Holy Communion, was his reply. In a short amount of time, my psyche, my soul that is, changed completely. Everything that I found upsetting disappeared, and I attained great mental and noetic peace. As for his advice, I followed it to this day to the best of my ability because I made a promise to the saint. When I realized I'd never asked my main question, I already left. Should we agree to get my husband back on his feet, perhaps risking death, or should he get another surgery? Still, through the saint's prayers, the doctors saw our case with clear eyes, and when I returned to the hospital, they had decided to have him stand up, assisted by a back brace, a metal saddle-like structure that fully supports the back. This way, my husband walked again for the first time in 7 months. The doctors refused to remove the brace and referred us back to the English doctors. In the furnace. In the summer of 1986, I went to Milisi along with my husband and another relative. My husband climbed cautiously up the stairs and said to the saint, who was standing in the cell, waiting for us, "Elder, I'm about to travel to England again for my spine. Listen here, don't let them open you up from the front," the saint said, meaning the thorax. "They will be the end of you. Now, the place you're going to, they will put you in a large furnace and take pictures of you, but do not be frightened. Go on now, and may you be healed." When I approached to take his blessing as well, he laid his hand on my neck. He started to palpitate it, saying, "What is this here I'm feeling? What is it?" Stunned, I didn't manage to ask him what he was, quote, seeing in my neck. I believe that either I had something, and he cured it, or he was seeing the thyroid problems that I had developed 10 years later. After us, my relative approached. "Yaranda, I have a stomach ulcer," he said to the saint. "Even if this wound were to close, another one is going to open. It is because of your character," he replied. Indeed, with the saint's blessing, the ulcer went away after a while, but soon a different health issue came up for which he had surgery, and then another. It was all because he was extremely stressed. Stress was second nature to him, and it was taxing for the whole body. In England, they put my husband in an MRI machine, which at the time looked exactly like a huge furnace. In Greece, MRI machines were few and far between, and only in hospitals in Athens. My husband got scared when he was inside the furnace, just as the saint had warned him, and he kept pressing the alarm bell. When they saw the scans of the spine, the doctors decided to remove the brace, and he has been sound ever since. Everything that the Saint Porphyrios told us came true, and his prayer spared us the life-threatening second surgery. Amen. 14. Leaf of grass, have mercy. Little bird, have mercy. Witness of Mr. Emanuele K., mathematician, Athens. Savior. I went to Cilicia a few times during the saint's time there with a group of friends from the university, 15 to 20 people, as some of them had met him and were impressed. We used to walk up the mountain together, carefree, singing cheerfully and chanting hymns. I never managed to meet him in Cilicia, though. A girl came with us once, who had a lot of issues. The rest of us were chanting and singing as was our habit. Dejected as she was, she fell behind the group. Then she heard someone calling her by her nickname, "Vaso, Vaso." We didn't catch this, but when she joined us again at the top, at St. Nicholas, she was even more jovial than us. She was beyond herself with joy. "The elder has told me everything, everything," she said. A little while later, she divulged something shocking to us. "Had I not seen the elder that day, I would have killed myself. I was determined, and I was prepared to do it. The saint saw that, and out of everyone, she was the one in real need, and he helped her. He practically saved her life." A walk. Around 1980, I visited him at the trailer that was his dwelling place in Malakasa, and for the first time in my life, I was in contact with that thing we call holiness. I saw it in action and experienced it in the presence of this Yeronda. As we were talking, he suggested something I ought to do in my life, but I objected. "No, Yeronda, I disagree. This is your opinion. Mine is different, and I will explain to you why I will do what I believe is right." He didn't argue. did not become at all angry nor irritated. He just looked at me calmly, and then he offered, Would you get my coat and come take a walk with me? With pleasure, I replied. We were walking toward the forest. It was fall, and he was wary of the humidity because his health was fragile. He was so humble and unassuming that he gave you the impression that you were the one with something to teach, the sense that you might give him some new knowledge, deliver some lesson. He gave you space and the freedom to express yourself as you wanted. I was a 21-year-old kid, and he was an aged hero monk. Spiritually, I was a novice, while he saw everything, and yet he treated me with lots of love, with patience and discernment. There, in Samos, he said to me, you have a holy place of worship, Panagia Splanani, the Virgin of the Cave. Where you find yourself on your island, go to venerate it. Indeed, low on the mountainside in a man-made cave there is a church dedicated to the presentation of the blessed Theotokos, which houses the miracle-working icon of the Panagia Splanani, as well as a flow of holy water that wells out inside the cave. It's an old place of worship from antiquity. What a beautiful village, he resumed. Pretend it is here, before us. The chapel over here, what is it? It's Prophet Elias. Have you been, Yaranda? He didn't answer. He just started to describe all that he saw, even though it was invisible. In fact, I had forgotten about one of the chapels, and I objected. Now, there's no chapel there. Isn't there a chapel next to the village and you cross the stream to get to it? Oh, yeah, it's St. John. Listen to me now. How do I know all that? I don't know, Yaranda. I'll tell you. I'm illuminated by divine grace. Since I know all the things I've told, do you think I would be wrong about what I told you before in the trailer? Yaranda, anything you say, I thank you. I did a matanya before him and left feeling changed and elated. The saint knew how to impact each person's soul to help them. Various incidents. 1. Later, when the monastery was being built, a group of us went and we met the saint outside in the yard. It was springtime, and someone from the group asked him, Yaranda, which of the Lord's commandments should I keep this coming summer? The saint turned back, peered at him, and responded, None. It clearly makes no sense for an Orthodox Christian to follow only one commandment for a specific period. Still, his answer struck us as unique because we expected that the elder would counsel him. 2. When I was serving in the army, I took some leave time and went to the saint with 2 of my friends. It was a Saturday afternoon, and we found him sitting outside on a bench. We came to see you and to get your blessing, I said. Welcome. Yaranda, after my service, I will not stay in Athens. I will return to my place of birth. It's not bad at all for you in the army. You come to Athens as well. You're great there, and you'll have a good time. You will return to Athens and stay there. You'll get a master's degree, a PhD. I see you always behind a desk. Don't worry about it. The saint, he saw my anxiety about my professional future. At the time, I'd been considering postgraduate studies in the United States, but everything turned out exactly as the saint revealed in those few seconds. Afterward, he turned to one of my 2 friends, Charis, and asked, What job did your father do? He ran a hotel, he responded. The saint used past tense because his father was recently deceased, and since he had died relatively young, my friend was grieving for the loss. It was clear that the saint's question was not random. 3. A friend from Athens narrated to me the following incident to which he was an ear witness. An astrophysicist visited the saint. We are researching whether the universe is finite, he said, among other things. If there is an end to it. There is. What's that? There is an end to it. How do you know? The scientist asked to receive the extraordinary answer. I have been there. Footnote. This particular incident is also documented in the witness of Mr. Panayotis from Corinthos, titled The Universe is Finite, in the first volume on page 145. Through the giant radio telescopes and space observatories that are in use today, the inquisitive human eye observes and records every movement of the celestial bodies. Thousands of scientists around the world study the composition of the universe, and they're constantly taken aback by the strange phenomenon that they discover. At the same time, colossal sums of money are being spent to train astronauts and to launch and maintain spaceships and satellites. The sciences, astronomy, astrophysics, astronautics, etc., refer to space as a chaos of hundreds of billions of galaxies, each one with hundreds of billions of suns. The dizzying distances therein, over 13.5 billion light years, makes it seem infinite and forever inaccessible. In order to approach a neighboring galaxy, we would need to travel at the speed of light for millions of years. Modern scientific research is unable to provide clear answers about the universe. Full of mysteries and inconceivable in size, it persists as a singular mystery, since only 4% of its mass is observable, while elusive dark matter, which is not understood by us, accounts for the remaining 96%. Well, unlettered and poor Father Porphyrios traveled and solved the mystery. The universe is finite. It was created from zero, out of God's great love for man, revealing his omnipotence. To continue. How do you know? I've been there. For the saint, all natural laws and barriers collapsed. He used to say that when Christ enters your soul, then the soul changes, and it lives everywhere. It lives in the stars. It lives in the chaos. It lives in the universe. It lives. 4. On one visit he told me, "Manoli, someone brought me that paper there. Read it to me, please." It was a pamphlet with an excerpt from one of the books by Justin Popovich, who was canonized later, footnote, contemporary Serbian monastic scholar and saint, born on March 25th, 1894, on the day of the Annunciation, reposed again on the celebration of the Annunciation on March 25th, 1979, at the age of 85. On April 29th, 2010, he was glorified as a saint, and his memory is celebrated on June 14th. To continue. So I started reading the following out loud. Nature, as a whole, lifts up towards you with the uncontainable cry, "Lord, have mercy." Through our suffering, all the words of man are contained into one supplicating cry, Kyrie eleison. Trapped within ourselves, we sense a sigh permeating our existence, Kyrie eleison. We wish we could express ourselves to you, only the tears flow, and expose our soul to you through these two words, Kyrie eleison. Every building has its heart, and the heart is the heart, because it mourns and aches for you. Kyrie eleison. In this dreary world, nothing is as essential to man as to be met with mercy, and first of all, you, Kyrie eleison, and with you and after you. Let all the beings in the creation as a whole show mercy to man, Kyrie eleison. Mother, have mercy. Friend, have mercy. Leaf of grass, have mercy. Little bird, have mercy. All that exists in all the worlds, have mercy, mercy, mercy. End quote, St. Justin Popovich from the Philosophical Abysses, published by the Holy Monastery of Hilandar, Mount Athos, 2010, in Greek. To continue. At this point I was thinking to myself, what nonsense! But the saint, sick though he was, sprung upright from the bed. "Manoli, that's it. Who said that?" he exclaimed in wonder. "Father Justin Popovich." "Who is that? What, you don't know him?" "Ah," he said, and fell silent. He was missing for a bit at that moment. He lost all contact with his surroundings, as if he were distracted, as if he traveled near St. Justin Popovich. Who knows? Then I did not comprehend the God-inspired text of St. Justin, who out of great humility and mortification was counting the sinful mankind below the entirety of God's creations, imploring everyone in anguish to have mercy on us. stuttering. 1 year before he reposed in November 1990 at 4 in the afternoon, I drove my family to the holy monastery. It was likely that the Yerando would be resting and he'd probably send us away. Besides, he's dealing with serious health issues. I parked pretty far from the monastery to keep the vehicle out of the way, and we continued on foot. We had the children with us as well. My daughter, 2 or 3 months old, and my 2-year-old son, who had the following problem. He had difficulty speaking and said everything twice. He repeated each word 2 times. At some point, the elder sister Porphyria approached us. "Are you the family that arrived in the gray Peugeot?" she asked. "Yes, come. The elder expects you upstairs." The saint had information about our arrival before we even got to the monastery. As soon as we entered his cell, although he was completely blind, he asked out of nowhere, "What do they call the problem your son has?" "Yeranda, I don't know what it is called, but I want him to get well." "He doesn't know. It's called stuttering," he said, and then laughed. In his hand, he held a large wooden cross, and the child was scared to approach. The saint realized and blessed him with his hand from a distance. I was carrying my daughter in my arms, and he said to me, "The girl you're holding is a very sensitive soul, and you should be mindful of that. She's more sensitive than your boy. Manoli, this child here, your boy, send it to university." And he repeated these last words 3 times. So it happened, my son proved to be a model student. He studied physics and got a master's degree. Finally, he said, "Your child will be sound again." "Yeah, he's just saying that to make me feel better. I will go look for a good doctor as well and see what we can do." I thought, but the saint, who was reading our thoughts, responded instantly, "Manoli, don't take the child to the doctors because they'll end up confusing you. It's not even close to that point yet. Your child will be all right." We left, and the child was still stuttering. 15 minutes later, just outside of Athens, the miracle happened in our car. The child was cured, his tongue was loosened, and his speech, it became crystal clear. I don't know if the source of it was temptation or not. I used to approach the saint with awe, but after a while, because he was so familiar, so approachable and friendly, I felt more comfortable and I could speak freely to him. He accepted everything with tenderness and love. The saint didn't say nice things just to console. He was expressing the divine will because he was filled with grace, and he was in incessant union with the Lord, and therefore without fault. He was Christ before us because the Lord was speaking through Saint Porphyrios. He leaned over each and every one of us with individual attention and infinite love, and that immediately gained our trust. He was sweet and pleasant, like the morning breeze, a great gift of God to the confused and tormented man of our time. I think that millions of people must commemorate him daily because his effect on our hearts is indelible. I remember him every day, and every day I chant his Apolypticon happily. I remember him, and I am moved to tears. May his blessing and prayers be upon us. 15. Disobedience is death. Witness of Mr. Stamatis K., Doctor, Athens. It was a miracle. One day in 1983 or 1984, my 11-year-old daughter tried to help a blind woman cross the road. As she was coming back to us, however, she was hit by a passing car and she was rushed to a hospital in Athens in critical condition. The grave injury was not apparent to the eye, but the head trauma had left her in aphasia. A week later, we were urged to go to the saint about whom we had heard a lot, and a friend offered to drive us. Besides, he was facing a difficult health problem himself, and he wanted the advice of the saint. When we arrived, the saint consoled us. It was a miracle she lived. He said, we were impressed because he knew everything before we had time to explain. By the grace of God, he also knew the first and last name of our friend, and that he had prostate cancer. He had consulted many doctors, and they all agreed he should have surgery. At the time, all cancer patients used to go to England or Germany, for such operations. The saint, however, he thought differently and said to him, No, don't go, or you will die. And we left. Even though he saw the saint's charisma, my friend ignored him, and on the way back, he said he was planning to go for the surgery. Against all hope, on that night our daughter woke up, and the first thing she did was cross herself and started to chant. In the morning, the doctors were astounded. 40 days later, we were discharged from the hospital and went back to the saint. His grace drew us to him. There was no one else waiting for him, and my daughter entered his hut first. The saint was sitting on his bed, and when he saw her, he raised a wooden blessing cross and crossed her with it, saying, "It was a miracle you lived." Then he held her head between his hands and just looked at it. The saint gifted his comboschini to our child, and we kept the mass treasure to this day. In fact, they've helped many people that were in a tough spot. They too carry the holiness and the grace of the saint. One time I asked him, what healings method is best? Is it medication? Is it treatments with herbs or fasting? Perhaps acupuncture or homeopathy? Listen here, all those things can be helpful, but one is most important. This is the main thing. And he raised his hand upward with the pointer finger to the sky. This answer truly pacified me. Treatments are all well and good, but the only real healer of bodies and souls is Christ. According to one of his spiritual children, the saint rejected all procedures coming from Far Eastern religions and acknowledged only modern medicine. Disobedience. At a later time, my friend asked about his health issue again, and the saint repeated even more emphatically, "Do not go abroad. Don't have the surgery. You hear?" Because of various small difficulties, my friend wanted to have a radical removal of the prostate to be completely healed. It became apparent that he had accompanied us to the saint out of curiosity more than anything. He subscribed more to liberal ideas and was tepid in his faith. He was also confused, and so he disobeyed. He went to England, he got the operation, and soon he was dead, as the saint had foreseen. As for my daughter, the migraine stopped and she regained her health. 16. She did away with the temptation. Witness of Mr. V.S., Inspector for the Ministry of Finance, Athens. His reputation. During the years of 1975 to 85, in the spiritual circles of my city, Thessaloniki, it was common to hear about an elder who lived in Attica, with many God-inspired spiritual gifts, called Porphyrios. To mention a specific incident, my wife and I were in the audience during a talk by the late Father Simeon Kragiopoulos, to whom we had later found out Saint Porphyrios had given confession once. At this talk, we heard the following. At Milisi in Attica lives in an ascetic manner a particularly spiritual elder, Father Porphyrios, and many gifts of the Holy Spirit adorn him. When he encounters someone, the visitor's internal world becomes known to him. No one can hide things from Father Porphyrios. From other fortunate chance meetings with a doctor and an Athonite hero monk, we also received astonishing descriptions of the saint's charismata. And so we started to realize that this elder must be truly important and special. Inexplicable. At the time, my wife and I were feeling dispirited by a chronic health issue plaguing the oldest of our children. Yanis, who was 11 years old, had been dealing with a serious speech impediment since he was 3 years old. In those 7 years, we visited the most specialized of medical centers, various hospitals and doctors in Thessaloniki, Athens, London, to no effect or even to no improvement. All the tests that they ran came out negative. Through their examinations, x-rays, and brain scans, all the doctors came to the same conclusion, that nothing was physically wrong with our child. In London, in fact, they did an IQ test to rule out intellectual disability. They were stunned to see a score of 113. This mysterious, inexplicable condition was complicated further by this as well. Our poor child was very fond of Byzantine music, and whenever he was chanting, no matter how hard the hymns, his impediment would completely go away. And the weirdest of all, whenever he was reciting an apostle reading or other prophecy texts from the Old Testament, all of them particularly difficult, he spoke clear as water. We were baffled and wondering if, after all, it was something meant to tempt us. Our little lad. On an August day of 1979, exhausted by the impotence of medical science to cure our child's problem, we resorted to Elder Porphyrios in Milisi. The charismatic elder accepted us, open and cheerful. It was me, my wife, and our 4 children. I remember the day was sunny, and we all sat around a plain table in the shade of a tall pine tree, while the children ran and played in the forest nearby. I vividly recall the unique euphoria I felt in my soul as I approached the saint, and especially when he was speaking to us. We didn't put forth in the conversation that ensued our Yanis' problem. Instead, my wife began to talk about our 2 youngest, who were pretty unruly, messing up the house, acting out, and squabbling. The saint listened to my wife intently and then, smiling, recounted the following. A few days ago, a mother of 5 was here, and I heard about the heroics of her youngest, the noise, the teasing, and the fighting as well. Mostly during lunch, the situation was insufferable. The troublemaker picked on one sibling, kicked the other, and soon the rest protested too, and the air became full of shouting and whining and occasionally even crying. And all were looking to the mother, who had responded in every possible way: kindness, strictness, promises of toys and gifts to the naughty one. It was all in vain. The hopeless mother came to me in tears. She described the above to me and begged me to pray and give my advice, to stop this storm and let calm return to her home. "The things I will tell you, will you do them?" I asked her when she was done. "Yes, Yaronda, anything you say. My patience has run out. I can't take it any more. Please help me." "One day, cook soup for lunch, along with anything else you see fit. Serve the food and call your children to the table. Sit with them as well. But mind you, whatever your little troublemaker does, and I mean anything at all, you ignore it and you don't react at all. Let everything pass. Any mischievous thing, any motion, will you do this?" I asked this sternly, and she replied, Yes, Yaronda, I will." A week later the mother returns, and she thanked me on her knees with tears in her eyes. She described what had happened after she set the table for the soup meal. Well, the plucky little troublemaker started to bother the other one and mess around as was usual. This time, however, each time he teased someone, he glanced at his mother. The more she ignored him, didn't speak or even look at him, the more aggressive he became toward his siblings, with ever wilder yelling and kicking. Unable to bear his mother's silence and composure any longer, he takes his bowl of soup and throws it to her face. His mother kept her cool. And that was that. Instantly, the troublemaker stopped. Quietly and calmly he went and sat at his chair. No more displays of this sort. Not just for that day, but for all the days that followed. Turning then to my wife, the saint added, "The patience of this woman did away with the temptation, the devil, that was motivating her child's crazed behavior." What he was underlying to us was the power of patience. It is clear that the saint had foreknown the outcome of the situation, and that is why he asked the mother to prepare a soup and insisted that she shouldn't react to any of the little lad's motions. The saint knew that the children act mainly for 2 reasons: either to attract their parents' attention and love out of jealousy for their siblings, or motivated by the devil, who is intent on instigating turmoil, frustration, and eventually the parents' anger. Our children were obviously the latter case, and we ought to practice patience. Prophecy. The discussion next focused on the aforementioned health problem that was burdening our eldest. While we were meticulously explaining the issue to him, the saint listened with a light and meek expression. Eventually, he lovingly and calmly said, "Bring your child and leave it for me for a month, and he will be healed." Although we were aware of his holiness, we did not answer anything. We just expressed our gratitude, and after the whole family had gotten his blessing, we got up to leave. The saint who accompanied us part of the way added, "Hey, don't worry about Yanis. Yanis will start teaching." Hearing this, my eyes met my wife's, and as we discovered later, the same thought crossed our minds. He says this to make us feel better, and so we never brought Yanis to the saint. Well, Yanis finished primary school, high school, and the ecclesiastical academy, and then he passed the entry exams to enroll at the School of Theology at the University of Athens. He received his degree after 2.5 years of study. Concurrently, he was also studying Byzantine music and was a chanter at a big church. However, the speech impediment was still an issue. Around 2009, meaning 30 years after the visit to Saint Porphyrios, Yanis got a teaching position in secondary education, and at that point, automatically, his problem disappeared. Today, with my wife, in a stentorious voice, we exclaim, "Great art thou, O Lord, and marvelous are your works, and no word will suffice to sing in praise of thy wonders." 17. I am embarrassed. Anonymous witness of an obstetrician, Athens. I visited Saint Porphyrios in 1984 when he was staying in a hut near his monastery, which was under construction at the time. With no word from me about my area of studies, reproductive physiology, because he could discern and clearly see through to the depth of my heart, he started asking me about reproduction on his own. Undoubtedly, he knew about my past through his charisma. I'd been a researcher at a major U.S. facility of the World Health Organization, whose funds are spent wholly on research. We'd been working with lab animals, and so for that period I had not conducted any clinical examinations. Around this topic of reproduction we talked at length, and such was his interest, that although it was winter, lightly drizzling as I remember it, and there were still others waiting outside, the saint wouldn't let me go. The discussion was about practical issues concerning the two sexes. What impressed me the most was his understanding, his discernment, and his illumined thinking on contemporary issues. After the saint's repose, some of my patients mentioned that the saint had prohibited them from taking birth control pills because they are hormones and have side effects. I have also heard that the saint was against taking hormones and cortisone, a powerful dose of which had left him blind. I recall one rainy afternoon when I arrived and found him in bed, looking exhausted. He appeared to be in pain. And pointing at his chest, he said, "Do you know how much it hurts here? Yarundo, let me massage you with some alcohol. You'll see how much better it will feel." He did not respond. He just stared at me, so I continued. "It will give you relief, you'll see. We will be quick." Again he was silent. After a while he hesitatingly replies, "I am embarrassed." This shows the innocence of this man. His heart was as pure as a child's every time he expressed himself. When I first met him and talked with him, from those initial sentences I could tell there was a saint in front of me. I did not need anyone else to tell me, because his whole presence, his appearance, his countenance, and his way of speaking were giving him away. He was ashamed in front of me, a doctor, just like a small child. 18. Get lost. Witness of Father Demetrius Zagoras, priest, Carpathos. A doctor I knew, Mr. Michalis S., went to the saint and waited for his turn. The queue was long, many people coming and going. After a few minutes, a nun appeared and called out, "The doctor from Carpathos can now come in." He did, and a second surprise followed when the saint immediately said to him, "You, doctor, can see the patient from the outside, but I enter his soul and see him on the inside as well." Mr. Michalis was astounded because he revealed other deeply personal matters to him, even though he hadn't really been a man of the church. After this, he started donating to various churches. The saint was also visited by another acquaintance of mine, a hero deacon from Athens, and the moment they laid eyes on each other, the saint covered his face with his sheets in fear and started shouting, "Get lost! Sister, tell him to go away. I want him gone. Go, get lost. I don't want you. Leave. What was it that scared the saint? Impenitence. Lack of repentance. The hero deacon's heart had been ablaze out of pride or vainglory, with the demonic flame of carnal desire, and he had sinned, setting aside the vow of celibacy. Through his stance, the saint expressed the extent and the gravity of this sin. Even though he was astounded, this man never reached true repentance to escape the mire of debauchery, and later on, he even became a hero monk. Well, today he's dealing with serious health issues, of the kind that humble man and lead him to consciousness. Sometimes illness is allowed or granted by God out of love to provide the opportunity to his creation to achieve profound penitence, a change of direction, metania, which God's mercy can follow and save the poor soul. God awaits. 19. I love you, and I pray for all of you. Witness of Miss Maria Larissa. In 1987 or 1988, I visited the saint with my sister. After some time waiting in line, they let us know that the saint would not see anyone for a bit. Not long after this, a young man exited the saint's cell looking happy, and we were all caught off guard because we never saw him enter. What had happened? This young man, a newlywed, had been very upset when he arrived at the Hesychasterion because of a serious issue with his wife. Seeing the crowd waiting to enter before him, he went around to the back of the building and climbed up the balcony. He was too ashamed to knock on the balcony door, however, so he hid by the side and waited. In the meantime, the saint had asked for a brief break because, by way of his gift, he had seen the impatient and daring man scaling the balcony. So he called him. "Come on in. I see you hiding back there. You gave me a fright, lad. What got into you? Come inside, because others are waiting to see me as well." At first he hesitated because he was worried the saint might reprimand him and send him away. The saint, however, asked him inside and said, "Do you know that when your shirt got snagged as you were climbing, if I hadn't helped you, you would have fallen?" Then the saint talked about his problem, gave him fatherly advice, and consoled him so effectively that when he came out to us he was properly cheery. Then he recounted the events to us as well. As it was getting late, however, and there was not enough time for all of us that day, we formed a group and entered the cell all together. The saint said this, "You want to see me, and so do the rest. I love you and pray for all of you. I want to help all of you, but I can't. I'm in pain, a lot of pain. And I grow tired from speaking all day. Don't be disappointed by your troubles, but be patient, and God, who loves you so much, will always help you. God will help, so don't fall into despair. These things will pass. Stay close to Christ and love Him a lot. Christ is expecting us all to get near Him. If only you knew how much Christ loves us. Christ takes care of us in all things, even in our life's smallest details. Enjoy your life. Near Christ there is only joy, no desperation, no sadness, nothing else, nothing at all." These words were imprinted in my memory because they were the most fitting for my situation. I'd been having a hard time because I was too sensitive, anxious, and frustrated with everything. Now I left feeling light and cheerful. 20. Father Georgis Chiotakis, the witness of Mr. George Franzakakis, a doctor from Rethymno. Footnote, the contents of this chapter come from rough notes and stories narrated by Father George Chiotakis, 1929 to 2019, which were cross-referenced with information from his relatives, his presbytera, the children, siblings, friends, priests that were in contact with him for many, many years. To continue, come, listen. I met Father George Chiotakis during the liturgy at a church in Rethymno when my cell phone rang and interrupted things, and he approached me kindly and said, Mention this in your confession and don't do it again." "Yes, Father, you are right. I'm a doctor here." We introduced ourselves, and after the service, although I lived in Rethymno, I drove him to his village, Nomikania, on the southern coast of the municipality of Chania. Since then, we maintained a friendly relationship, and one day he suggested, "You should come by sometime to sit and talk about all the things I have experienced near Father Porphyrios. I want them to be recorded so that one day they can become a book and help people." Well, I kept putting off that visit due to other obligations until he called me and said, "Are you coming then, or should I come to Rethymno?" I went, bringing my camera with me. I filmed most of what we discussed. 2 years later, he reposed at the age of 87. May his blessing be upon us. Father Georgis, as people called him, became a priest at the age of 44, following a request by the most Reverend Theodores of Lambia and Phakia. Of blessed memory, he was robust, simple in his faith, greatly unassuming, forbearing, and innocent like a child. He was spontaneous, impulsive, and honest. Owing to the extent of his humility and love, everyone that approached him realized that this was a man of God, genuine and true. Footnote: here's a brief occurrence that demonstrated the actuality of his love toward his fellow man. He was riding the bus to his village once, and at one of the stops he saw another traveler having trouble getting off the vehicle because of a disability. He had just been discharged from hospital. He was returning on his way home. Father Georgiou, a layman at the time, got off with him and accompanied him to his house, knowing full well that there was no other buses passing through that way, and only a few cars at that. His village was far away, and he arrived late, after walking on foot for hours. To continue. Acquaintance. The divine providence accommodated Father Georgis' acquaintance with the saint with the following occurrence. Father Georgis was on the bus to Chania, and without realizing it, he got off at the wrong stop, at Kipos. He decided anyway to visit a relative of his, Mr. Michalis, who lived in the area. He told him about Elder Porphyrios, who was a guest at the house of a certain Father Eleftharios Kapsomenos at the time. Mr. Mikhail had taken someone who was suffering from depression there, and the saint had said to him, "He shouldn't stay so idle, he should work. Get busy, but not too vigorously, only light work." Indeed, work therapy benefited him. When Father George was informed about the saint, he immediately called Father Eleftharios. "I want to see Porphyrios," he requested. "It isn't possible, Father. He arrived yesterday and he's leaving now." "Look, the time is 21:30. At 10 o'clock, I will be conversing with Porphyrios at your home, and that is that." He should come, sounded the holy voice of Yerunda Porphyrios from somewhere in the room. When they arrived at the house of Father Eleftharios, the saint was waiting for them in the yard, and Father George embraced and kissed them. The saint promised to visit Crete again soon and to stay at Father George's house. Ever since then, their communication was frequent and full of love. Many times the saint would send his greetings to Father George with anyone coming to see him from Chania. I am coming to Svakia. Long time passed. It was the great and holy Lent of March 1977 when the saint called Father George. "It's been decided, Father George. I'm coming to Chania tomorrow," he announced. "Where should I go?" "Are you coming by plane or by sea?" "Where should I go?" Father Porphyrios asked again. "Well, my brother lives there just when you enter Chania. How to explain where he stays, though?" "Don't worry, I know. Early morning on the next day, Father George took the bus from Nomikania to Chania, to his brother's house, where he found the saint waiting for him. He realized he had found his house with his charisma. His brother's wife said to Father George, "He doesn't speak, not even a sound. Something's wrong. I found him in the yard." They returned to Chania on the same bus, and as they were going through the area's highest village, Imbros, the saint asked if the bus could stop for a bit, to have someone take out a few roots of the wild sage that grew in the area, a fragrant shrub. As he said, the plant is native originally to North Africa, and its distillation produces a valuable essential oil with a wonderful and delicate aroma. When we reached my home, the saint was elated to see the family waiting for him outside. He stayed with us for a few days, and then he stayed in a cell in Timiazoni, which used to be a holy monastery. Father George visited many villages with the saint, and they celebrated the divine liturgy there. They did most distances on foot, and many miraculous things happened on the way. Father Konstantinos Chobitakis. News of his arrival to the island spread quickly, and many priests and village people went to him. Father Konstantinos Chobitakis of the village of Vuva gave the following account. Quote, I used to visit him at his cell at Timiazoni often, one among many of the priests, to discuss various matters with him. He did not offer advice, nor did he teach that much. What stayed with us from these encounters was mainly his holiness, which we could sense, and the divine energy that emanated from him. We did not want to leave his side, and one time as time passed and the sky became dark around 10 at night, he suddenly interrupted the discussion and said, Fathers, we're done for today. You should go, because I have people to contact at this time. He did not have a phone. Later, Father George let us know that he had agreed with his spiritual children, with the other Holy Fathers in the Balkans, to pray noetically on the prayer rope at this time all together. One day, on the way to the village of Agios Nectarios, he pointed to a mountainside and said, I see that a saint passed through these parts. It's likely he's referring to Saint Antimos of Kefalonia, the blind missionary of the Aegean, who traveled around Phakia in 1779, performing many miracles. He's celebrated on September 4th. On a different day, we're going to the house of Father Nicholas Giannoulakakis, and as we were passing by one particular house, I said to the saint, Father, the couple that lives here, they're going through big problems. They're headed for divorce. Well, no, it's not that serious. They'll get into their stride soon, the saint replied after glancing toward the house. It was a surprising thing to hear because the whole village, they knew they were fighting. To all of us, the divorce of this newlywed couple was only a matter of time. Yet, fairly soon, they made peace, and they moved together to Chania. Now they have children, and they live with love to this day. At the tavern. During that time, Father George had taken the responsibility to arrange accommodation for 4 sociology students from a university in Zurich, who were in Crete to work on their thesis. 3 of them were staying at the houses of his relatives, and the 4th girl was staying with his family. On the 2nd day of the saint's arrival, Father George said to him, Yarona, we have been invited to a tavern at the Chora Fakion. It will be a good time. Maybe we'll sing. We might dance as well. I'm coming too. Everybody felt glad about this, that the saint had not tried to separate himself from Father George. They went. The group behaved properly. They did not say anything that could upset the saint. Only the students danced a traditional Cretan dance, and then they returned to the group. Watch out for these girls, Father Yorgi, the saint told them the next day. They will turn your children's heads. Meaning, they could draw them to modern or European mentalities. Discernment. They went to the village of Agios Nectarios one day to visit some family of Father George. After they welcomed the men and showed them to the living room, the father asked, You will know how to tell us, Yaranda, what was the end of our daughter, who was a student at the Polytechnic School in Athens, where we found her dead? Did they kill her, maybe? What happened? And how? The saint, he looked to his right, to a picture of the girl that was adorning the bookcase by his side, and meekly, without speaking, he lifted his arm into a position of prayer for the eternal rest of her soul. He did not reveal any of the distressing things he was seeing at the time. Well, the student had been found dead. Was it a suicide or a murder? The truth had never been discovered. Then the saint turned toward the wall. He started counting on the fingers of his raised hand. "What are you counting on the wall, Yerender?" they asked him. "Oh, I'm counting the churches of the next village over there. Despotis Christos, Agios Ioannis, St. George, St. Anthony." It was as if he was extending the solution, a message to the bereaved mother. Without ever going to the village, he oriented his sight correctly, and he was seeing the temples. In Agia Rumeli, 1. One day they got in the boat and went to the village of Agia Rumeli. They spent the night there, and in the morning Father George presided the Divine Liturgy in the old church of the Dormition of the Theotokos while the saint was chanting. Afterward, they took a walk toward the river that flows down from the Samarian ravine. They stood near the river's mouth, and as they were gazing into the misty, rushing waters, the saint said to him, "Let's cross over. It's not easy, we will drown. If we had a donkey, we would saddle the animal and slowly cross to the other side, but even then it's not certain we wouldn't be swept away by the river." But still, Father George, he wished to fulfill the saint's desire, to do obedience, and a thought crossed his mind, "Why don't I just lift him up on my back?" Well, he was a middle-aged man at the time, while the saint was already past 70 years old. So he yelled to the saint, "I found the donkey." "Where?" The saint stood on a rock, and when Father George took him on his back, the saint wrapped his hands around his neck. Delighted, he was patting the father's cheeks with the palms of his hands, and he said, "Ah, Father George, we should be on our way." Before he could finish his word, Father George fearlessly entered the river. The water reached his waist. They crossed to the other side before he could realize. As if his mind, his noose, was captive somewhere else. The spectacular thing is, when he stepped out onto the other bank, he was completely dry, as if not even a drop of water had ever touched him. Father George, years later, would retell this incident. Quote, "I did not understand when I passed through, and I was totally dry, not wet at all, and I did not question one bit how that had happened. The grace of God, you see, it works gradually, increasingly, in such a way that the sequence itself is seamless. I mean that one miracle is followed by the next, perfectly natural concerning God's deeds. The Yeronder did not make any special thing of it either." 2. After a while, the saint said he intended to go to the side to pray, while Father George felt tired, and as soon as he sat down, he fell asleep. He was roused by this commotion, by the clattering feet of 60 Boy Scouts from various European countries, and next to him stood the saint, who was giving them his blessing, saying emphatically, "Father George, my fellow, if I could tell you how good these kids are, only they're like sheep without a shepherd. For these children, Father George, for these children we were born. Always cross yourself." 3. The saint had explored the area around them for a while, and while Father George was sleeping, holding a broken piece of clay pot or some other vessel, he asked Father George, "In the old times, how did they sift through the soil and make this crock or pot or the other objects anyway? How'd they do it?" "They used to pass it through a sieve." "They used water, dear Father George, water." Then the saint placed 3 or 4 shards in a row to demonstrate how these thin clay vessels were constructed in antiquity, saying, "Hey, look here, Father George, we pour the soil in the first pot, we agitate it well with a stick. After a while, we transfer it to the next pot, and so on. We transfer the muddy water in 2 or 3 more pots, and then we let it settle in." The saint saw the way the ancients sifted the clay soil using water. The heavier granules settle quicker, while the lighter ones remain suspended in the water, and the more fine-grained soil will come to rest as a sludge in the last pot, and from there it can be collected to make clay objects. Afterward, the saint picked up a broad stone and said that there is an ancient writing on it. Father George marveled at the grace of God that on the mountain guided the saint straight to the location of these finds. He took the tablet in his hands, but was not able to make out the writing. He transported it to his house in Nomikania, and from where it was later stolen. 4. The time passed, and they decided to go back, so they approached the river at a different spot, where the water was wider, therefore more shallow. Father George got into the water first. This is how he described what happened next. He was on my left side when I made to cross. On that side, a waterfall was formed, and suddenly I see him across the water. Invisible, he moved, he flew across. This was evident. And I was thinking to myself, how am I going to pass now? And I moved a little to the left, and suddenly I see the river itself as if it was in August, all but stagnant. The sight of the rushing river was gone, and when I went to step into the riverbed, I found myself on the other side immediately as well. And so he found himself across the river next to Saint Porphyrios before he could realize how, and with no desire to force an explanation. He did not ask the saint how it had happened. He knew inside himself that the grace of God, along with the saint's prayer, was the power behind everything. And for several years, Father George, he did not discuss these events with anyone at all. Flock with no shepherd. At one point before he was ordained priest, Father George was striving to figure out a way to feed his large family. Jointly with the priest of a nearby village, they decided to buy 50 to 60 sheep, to fatten them up and then sell them. In the end, Father George kept the ewes as he hoped to produce a proper flock and generate income from the milk and meat, while the priest kept the rams for fattening. The first day he brought the sheep to the pen near his house, they started grazing on their own and made their way to the opposite mountainside, toward the unreachable rocky summit. It troubled him to see this. How would he manage to climb there and bring them down? It was afternoon already when out of the blue he sees one sheep leading the way and the rest following behind it. They circled around as if they were familiar with the mountain already and reached the pen. Father George presumed that some wild cat had probably startled them, so they came back. However, day after day, this wondrous occurrence kept repeating. The sheep would go high up into the mountain, graze, and late in the afternoon return without a shepherd even leading them. When the saint was in Crete, one morning when he was sitting with Father George in the yard, he asked, "What brings your sheep back home?" "Probably the dog. I don't know." "I will tell you," he responded, and started singing. "Those he fed with manna bring vinegar and gall now to offer to the Savior." Third stanza from the Ecomia, Lamentations upon the Grave on Holy Friday. To continue. Then he continued, "After the Egyptians hunted them out of Egypt and they crossed the Red Sea, the Israelites sought refuge in the desert, where they fed on the manna that God provided them for 40 years. Footnote, this word manna means, what is this in Hebrew? The manna was hard, transparent, tasty, and small like a plant seed. It fell at dawn with the dew, and they collected it in the morning before it could melt away under the scorching desert sun. They grounded it or pounded it and baked it like you would a pancake. It tasted like whatever each person liked, and it was nourishing food. God provided for their food in the arid and hot desert for 40 years. It was the preparatory stage that would lead them matured to the promised land. The Israelites, however, thankless, ungrateful, and unfaithful, repined against Providence, asking to eat meat. In the afternoon, God rained tones of quail on them that reached 1 meter height. Out of greed, they attempted to salt the meat, to preserve it. But the wrath of God came. Cholera spread, and out of 2 million Israelites, 600,000 remained. To continue. God took care of their daily food so that they did not need to keep stores. This is what is happening with your sheep. What do you think, Father George? That it just happens by chance? And then the saint crossed himself. Throughout the years, the sheep traversed this route on their own, and Father George was generous, and so they fed not only his own family, but people from all the nearby villages as well. Departure. On the morning of the saint's departure for Athens, they went to the bus stop and left for Chania. In the next village, Father George's brother, Father Panagiotis Chiotakis, got on the bus. "Where to?" the saint asked him. "I'm going to Chania because the Papadia, my wife, is sick." Hey, what's wrong with the papadilla? A stone in her left kidney. No, it's actually the right one. The priest insisted it was the left, but it turned out that the saint was right. When Father George first received the saint's call that he's coming to Fakia, he asked, "Are you coming by plane or by boat?" But the saint avoided the question. For some strange and inexplicable reason, he had not asked again how the saint actually arrived or how he was leaving. He did not know if he came by boat or by plane. He did not know if he had a two-way ticket or one way at the time of departure. And although he would normally show interest and ask, not least because Cretans are known for their hospitality and their accommodating nature, without realizing, he just forgot, as if his mind had gone blank. At the city gardens in Chania, the saint asked the driver to make a stop, and he got off the bus before they reached their destination. He turned right into a beautiful historic courtyard next to a war museum, and he was gone. Where was he going? Father George never found out. He just stood there, petrified. He returned to his village, and only after 2 days had passed did these events come back to him, and he began to gather himself together and wonder, by God, how stupid was I? Why wouldn't I ask him how he came and how he was going to leave? Why would I let him get off on the bus all alone? How did I let him leave on his own? Well, these thoughts, they turned over and over in his mind when he visited the saint in Athens sometimes later. How did the Yerunda travel when he came to Crete? And how did he return? He asked certain Mr. George a spiritual child that was faithfully devoted to the saint. He left, and we didn't know how, and when he returned, we didn't know how either. To us, he was lost from his bed and afterwards, and that's where we found him. Incredible though it seems, it is true. Father George believed this completely and would recount it often. He used to say that God made him dumb for a short period of time so that he wouldn't ask anything about this to the saint in order not to bring him into a difficult position. He had been transported to Crete instantly, and he had returned in the same way. Translation of the Gospel. The summer of 1979 or 1980, Father George was on the boat to Athens and met a friend from Crete, Mr. N.M., an educated and socially active. He asked this of him. "I have heard of the miracles of Father Porphyrios, and I want you to accompany me to Melisi. One of my 2 children hit his head on a rod. His eyesight is messed up. He's being treated in a hospital in Athens." So they took the bus together and they went to Melisi, where they found many people waiting. The saint was staying in a trailer at the time, a car box, as Father George used to call it. His friend, N, demanded to approach, while Father George wanted to be patient and wait. From inside the trailer, shouting could be heard. Soon, the Archbishop Damianos of Sinai, Pharon, and Ratho arrived, without hesitation, knocked on the door and went in. When he left, Father George moved forward and got into the cell. The woman that was shouting in the trailer, however, pushed him out, as if he weighed nothing. She continued speaking to the saint without respect, about a matter concerning the Holy Gospel. Not long after, the saint came outside, opened an umbrella to protect himself from the scorching sun, and started to move away. The middle-aged woman ran haphazardly behind him, holding some pages from the Gospel, and the crowd waiting outside followed. The saint went and sat at a patio. He knew what was coming. Father George approached him and intended to introduce his friend to him, but the saint sent him away at once as if he was unwanted. Then that same woman approached and started going on about the same things. She was saying the gospel shouldn't get translated so that the people can understand it, should get translated. You can't have spiritually starved people that cannot interpret it. You should simplify it, and more. The saint called Father George to him with one motion of his finger and asked, "Who are you?" Father George, instead of saying, "But don't you remember me, Yerunda? I put you up in my home in Crete," and so on, he just responded, "A sinner." "Bless you, Father George. Come here, close to me," the saint exclaimed cheerfully and opened his arms wide. while the crowd, especially his friend, looked on with a loss. It was the saint testing Father George, who once again proved himself to have humility. The humble man does not claim his rights, does not ask for compensation, does not have pretensions. The woman was angry for being ignored and made to leave, yelling, I'm going. Come here, give the gospel to Father George, who is unlettered, to read and explain it to us. Read, Father George, and tell us loudly so that everyone can hear. After Father George had read and analyzed an excerpt from the gospel, the saint said to the woman, See, Father George is not educated, and yet he read the Holy Gospel to us and explained it too. The people ought to learn the language of the Holy Gospel, not translate it into everyday language. She didn't speak anymore, and she left infuriated. Oh no, my interference caused this, said Father George. I apologize. No, Father George. There was a demon in that woman. Don't think about her. Elder, I have come for someone else's pain. Where is he then? Father George walked around to N, and as soon as he approached them, the saint said, What is the matter with you? When did your child lose its eye? This is the third operation. Father George was stunned. He said to himself, Panagia, what's going on here? And I did not know? At that moment, the unexpected revelation of the truth left the father of the child speechless, and Father George realized that he had been lied to, because the child was already blind in one eye. A problem affecting one of its eyes had started years before, and the child was on antibiotics with no improvement. It turned out that there was a malignant tumor behind the eye, and the child underwent 3 operations at a cancer clinic, but the cancer metastasized and damaged the sight. The father was dismayed. Father George was unaware, but not the saint. Then he changed the subject. Why did you drive your partner at the olive oil mill away? He asked the father. Yeronda, I often disagree with him. Well, what can you do? Partners, they sometimes don't see eye to eye. Why didn't you take on another partner? Do you want everything for yourself? He had parted with his brother, who was his partner at the factory. Then the saint continued scolding him. And why do you run the mills on Sundays, the Lord's day? What should I do, Yeronda, when the client is one of the workers and he claims he can't do it any other day? Or if he claims the olives are going to go bad if they stay in the sacks any longer? And who told you the oil won't go bad in the kegs? Goodness, what a pity. And you're not bad either. The saint's last words gave some hope to the father, who was feeling uneasy after the saint's revelations. Father George withdrew to let them talk. The father left a different man. He was shaken. He completely changed his life and had a saint's repose. That cornering by the saint proved to have been salvific. His child was healed from cancer. He got married, had children, and many years later, which is to say recently, he developed cancer again and died. The ipsoma. One year on the 6th of December, Father George offered up a prosphora, an offering bread, also called an ipsoma. The priest elevates the loaf to his forehead with the C, St. Nicholas. Then he put it in a bag and hung it somewhere in the altar. It was almost the Nativity, Christmas time, when he remembered one night was petrified. Mother Mary, the ipsoma, Panagia, would be moldy by now. He went to the church and found it exactly as he had left it, fresh. After Christmas, he went to Oripo. It was a Friday. Many people were waiting for him when finally he met the saint and explained what had happened. And the saint said to him, Let me see. He took it in his hands, and cutting off a piece, he tasted it. And he whispered, this too is a miracle. And out of the blue he gave it back and exclaimed, Go, leave. You need to give confession. The people that were standing further back were startled. Father George rushed down the stairs and found someone who'd offered to take them to Athens. He went to the Pan-Hellenic Union of Large Families and gave confession to Father Theodores of blessed memory. At the end, this confessor asked to give confession to Father George himself. So the one heard confession from the other. The following days, Saturday and Sunday, they concelebrated the liturgy, and a lot of people came. After the dismissal, they gave out the ipsoma to the churchgoers, and it would not end. Father George used to say, Elder Porphyrios sent me away with austerity, full of holiness. The priest's wife believes that the saint acted in that manner to protect him from the peril of pride. He humiliated him in front of the people to secure him spiritually. Bread, prosphora. On one occasion, on the eve of St. Nicholas's feast, St. George left for his parish, the village of Agios Ioannis, to celebrate the liturgy in the church dedicated to the saint. Because the baker burned the prosphora, he brought with him a loaf of bread, half of which was eaten on the way by his companions. When he realized that, he would have to perform the sacraments with half-eaten bread. Well, deep shame came over him. On the morning of the next day, he hesitatingly placed the bread on the holy table, and as he was arranging the sacred vessels, he suddenly saw that the bread was whole. He could actually see clearly where it had been joined. Father George was overcome with emotion. In tears, he said to the congregation, "All of you will ask for forgiveness among yourselves today. All of you will take Holy Communion today." Of this bread prosphora partook many people, and it never ran out. He notified Saint Porphyrios about this as well, who told him, "Father Georgie, give from this prosphora to the cancer patients." The builder. Father George was in Athens for some errands once, and the moment he got off the streetcar at Ammonia Square, a stranger, tall, handsome man, ran after him, yelling, "Is it you that will save me? Is it you? Are you from Mount Athos?" "Listen, let's go to the cafe right there, buy me a milk, and let's talk. I am working as a builder here in Athens. My family is in Epirus, in the village of so-and-so. I went there the other day. My wife told me she's pregnant. I counted out the days and found out the child's not mine. What should I do?" Father George was uncertain. He postponed his scheduled errands. They agreed to go see the saint the next morning. In Milisi, they found many people, so they went to the other hut, Father George's dwelling. He lived with the saint and waited there. At some point, they saw the saint passing by in a hurry, and the impatient builder trying to stop him, but to no avail. The saint he managed to disappear into the nearby forest. Mr. George informed them about the flood of people asking for the saint every day. He himself had asked for a meeting once, and he was told to come back at 3 in the morning, in the middle of the night. Father George was discouraged, but not too long after they called them to the hut because the saint was waiting for them. How did the saint get in the hut? Did he pass in front of them, unseen to the eye, or was he transported miraculously? It is an inexplicable mystery. When they entered his cell, the builder explained the reason for his visit, and the saint responded, "Silence. You will go to your family. You will go and take her side. You will kneel and ask for her forgiveness. Do not search, do not examine whose child it is. But I want Father George to go as well, if he can." Well, Father George did not manage to accompany him after all, but the builder did exactly as the saint had said, and they found common ground. In truth, the builder had a lot of responsibility. He had, in a way, abandoned his home because he was away in Athens for a long, long time, and his wife was young. Father George used to say this: "It does not take much for someone to make progress. It only takes a little. But many people lack this little thing. The good is desired by all, by everyone, sensed by only a few, and challenged by even fewer." He had loved and believed Saint Porphyrios so much that after his repose and before even he was glorified, he ordered 5 holy icons of the saint to be painted by an icon painter. 21. All lies, lies, lies. Witness of an anonymous woman. My Sunday school teacher, Martina, was originally from Piraeus, and her uncle was a bishop. He used to come to us and teach us. She was a great woman, and soon she married Yannis, a teacher as well with him. I remember Martina saying, "May God give me a lot of children, 10, 12 even, to devote them all to God, to become priests, monks, and so on." But the good and all-wise God gave her only one child, which suffered from Down syndrome's disease. It was a lovely and easy child. It was born on the day of the Holy Ascension of the Lord, and on the day of the Ascension 6 years later, it left. It was an angel, all smiles, and Martina hurt, and she cried a lot. Yanis became the financial director of a big hospital, and one day he was visited by some Freemasons who proposed to him to join their organization. He refused, naturally, and he was smeared vigorously. There was slander that he was interfering with little boys. Many persons from his friends and family circles, ready to judge and condemn him, were asking Martina to divorce Yanis. I took Martina and we went to Saint Porphyrios because she was sensitive and I could not see her suffer so much. We entered the cell. He gave us his blessing, and I said, "Yaronda, I have known this woman since primary school, but for her, I don't know what I would have become. She brought me close to God." I withdrew out of discretion and exited the cell because their voices were loud, however, and the door was ajar. I ended up hearing some of their discussion. Martina, crushed and weeping, was saying to him, "I had one little child, and God took it from me." "Why feel sad, dear? You have an angel in the sky." Then she mentioned the rumors that circulated about her husband. I heard the saint shouting at her, "Do not believe any of it, not one bit. It's all lies, lies, lies." Martina left feeling comforted, but she was a terribly sensitive soul and did not bear the defamation and the loss of her only child. And so a few years later she fell into a depression again, and she got cancer and died. The saint used to say that intense sadness betrays a lack of trust in God and causes cancer. To repeat, the saint used to say that intense sadness betrays a lack of trust in God and causes cancer. Ever since then, Yanni stayed at our home, and he revealed a lot to us. Our acquaintance went many years back. He was a highly moral person and strict with himself. A blameless and humble man, you couldn't accuse him of anything. With patience and prayer, he bore the contempt of this mortal world. 22. He calmed the sea. Witness of Mrs. Argio Chiotaki, the priest's wife from Chania, the daughter of Father George Chiotakis. He came to our home. My father was ordained a priest in 1976, and 1 year later he met Saint Porphyrios for the first time at the home of Father Eleftherios Kapsomenos. The saint soon came back to Crete and stayed at our house. He said to my father then, "This time, Father, I came to Crete just for you." From then on they were bound by a strong friendship. We were 11 siblings, and altogether we waited for the saint outside, which made him especially happy. On that first day, he told my mother that she was pregnant with her 12th child. My mother had not realized it, and she was taken aback. She was in the 3rd month of her pregnancy, and it did not become evident until much later. He knew at first glance, better than the ultrasound. I remember him being thin, of short stature. However, I sensed from the start that this man was unlike anyone else. I was 16 years old, but I could tell then that there was something different about him, a power emanating from his presence which in me generated many conflicting emotions, like admiration, awe, fear, but shame, and curiosity as well. In the air. For 4 or 5 days he stayed in our home, but because the house was small and our family large and the saint needed calm to rest and pray, he asked my father to start sleeping in a cell at the temple of Timiazoni instead, very close to our home. This temple used to be a small monastery, but had been deserted for many years. In the afternoon, my mom gave me sheets and a key, and together with the saint, we left to go to the cell. I led the way, and the saint followed. At some point I turned back. I looked at him and saw something unbelievable. His feet were not on the ground. He was walking, but in the air. It was unnerving, and I faced toward the front again, now walking briskly. I was wondering, but what kind of man is this? And driven by curiosity, I kept turning my head to look at him in case I'd been mistaken. No such thing. He was in the air. Finally, he asked me, "Why, my child, aren't you looking forward?" I was frightened, so I didn't answer, and I quickened my step. At the temple, we had to climb a lot of stairs. I went up half the flight, and then I looked back, expecting to see him at the bottom. Suspended in the air right behind me, he asked kindly, "My child, why are you running?" Ascesis, ministry, and prayer. I ran up the rest of the stairs and unlocked the better of the two cells. It did not have heating, not even a mattress, nor blankets, nor a pillow. There was only a bed frame, topped with some planks, and since it was March, I asked, "How are you going to rest here? Aren't you going to be cold?" "My child, Argio, don't trouble your mother with this. This sheet is enough for me. I have to hurry. My mother needs me. If you need anything, call for me." He made the sign of the cross on me. I kissed his hand, and I left in haste. At lunch, he would come to eat with us, and I remember him eating lentils boiled in water, beans or rice. And he wanted me to show him beforehand, in a coffee cup, the amount that I was going to cook. He always ate a meager amount and said that he was full. Apart from the day trips, he went on with my father. The rest of the time was spent seeing people in the cell and hearing confessions, because many from the village had heard about his arrival and wished to meet him. I know of 2 specific couples who had serious marital problems, and they wanted to split. The saint revealed to them that they had been hexed by people that hated them. And through his guidance and prayer, not only were their marriages saved, but to this day they lead a spiritual life together. For many of the inhabitants of the village, those visits to the saint were unforgettable. Usually, late in the afternoon, he wished to withdraw and pray. He said to my father that at that time of day his prayer was joining the prayers of the other elders from around the Balkans, and so it grew more powerful. Father George. My father was responsible for 5 parishes. He celebrated the liturgy often and did his best to make time for all the parishes, although they were not at all close together. At the time, not only were cars scarce, we also had no roads, so he had to travel on foot for several hours. For instance, in order to go from Lutro to Agirumeli, he had to walk along the beach for 7 hours. This was the case especially in the winter, when, due to bad weather, there were no boats. And for some of the greater feasts, he used to celebrate them in all the parishes, one after the other. It was a tiring task, as he typically had to carry the service books, the vestments, the sacred vessels, the communion wine, the prosphora, and everything else on his back, walking through rough terrain and adverse conditions for hours. He was also pretty active in his community and helped a lot of people without being in the foreground. Whenever he got the chance, he went to venerate places of worship. When he first met the saint, he said to him, "Father George, don't leave your wife alone in the house. It's tiring for her. You should be helping her." Indeed, my mom then had the burden of their sheep, the gardens, the trees, the fields, and 11 children to take care of. The saint called my father often from Milisi, sometimes to reprimand him out of love, other times to advise him and protect him from the various dangers. In any case, he was always watching him and knew what was happening in our family at any given time. He told him once, "Father George, don't leave your wife alone, because it is exhausting and she becomes resentful, even more resentful." Rough sea. During the 2 weeks when he stayed with us, the saint went on many trips with my father, and they took me along on several of them. 2 times we spent the night at parishes. The saint and my father would sleep inside the church. One day we went to the nearest harbor, Rusio, intending to sail to Agirumeli on a small boat owned by Mr. Stylianos Barakis, a trip of roughly 3 hours. We had with us a girl studying sociology in Zurich who was staying with us while she worked on her thesis. Altogether, we walked to the boat, rocked by the waves in the stormy winter sea. I and the student were terrified of sinking and drowning if we sailed. My father was not speaking. He left the initiative to the saint. The saint was the first to step on the rolling boat, and instantly the boat stilled, and the sea became a calm pond. I remember the awe I felt when this abrupt lull happened. We came on board without fear, and we departed. The sociologist took a snapshot of the saint on the small boat with my father's arm around him, while my shoulder is visible at the edge of the photo. See the photo posted on page 124. To continue, I sealed these events inside my heart, and many years later, after my marriage and my husband's ordainment, I started discussing them with my parents. Then, my father began to divulge many of the miracles he experienced near Saint Porphyrios, and expressed his hope and desire that one day they could be made into a book to be of help to more people. Today, whenever I read or listen to that part in the scripture where the Lord firmly ordered the winds and the sea, and they obeyed instantly and became calm, Matthew 8, verses 26 to 27, I remember that I've lived something similar myself with Saint Porphyrios. 23. Run, run, I say. Witness of Monk Simon, Karakalu Monastery, Manathos. Work therapy. In 1982, a friend suggested we go to Milisi. I had already earned my agricultural degree, and I was in military service. Outside the hut, a lot of people who were waiting to see the saint were occupied with various tasks. The saint did not like seeing them idle and put them to work therapeutically. When it was your turn, you passed your garden hoe to the next person, and then you entered the hut to meet with the saint. The saint appeared after some time, and he was clutching his chest, evidently in pain from his heart. We approached him and said, "Yarona, tell us something." "Tell you what exactly, my lads? I have a problem. My heart, it's not sending blood to the brain, and I cannot think. What can I tell you?" Well, say something. Obedience. Practice obedience in your life. For your worries, for your psychological issues, you should go out into the nature, work, and they will pass. He approached a young man and said to him, "Give it here, your tool." And then he raised the hoe high and up behind him, and then rapidly brought it down to the ground, with such speed that the iron head disappeared inside the soil. He repeated the motion several times in quick succession, and then he said to him, "This is how you dig, lad. You people are young. What is this? Can't you dig?" The saint wanted us to work, to put our bodies through considerable strain. He disliked seeing us so sluggish and soft. One of us, a first-timer, was standing by the side watching and listening to the Yarona and thinking, being let down, "What is this man? He's not all there. He's playing with the people. What a waste of time coming here." The saint approached him and said, "Come, I want to tell you something." I was standing within earshot, and I heard the saint giving him a complete description of his home village. "You are from the village of so-and-so, and as we go toward the village there are these pines on this side and a church of St. Nicholas." Yes, have you been there?" "No, wait, and you'll hear everything." But when the saint left, this man just stood there at a loss because he had revealed some personal matters as well. Once he collected himself, he came to me and he kept repeating, "Wow, what is this man? What kind of person? And I thought of him in this and that way." Well, the saint, he knew the thoughts of all of us, visitors. I approached him and I said, "Elder, do you need help with anything? You take that watering can over there and fill it up. Do you see those young pines? You should go water them." "Yes, Elder." He looked me over and added, "Swiftly, though." "Well, I'm young. It's not an issue. I'll run there." I filled up the watering can and started running. And the saint, he kept his eye on me and called out, "What are you doing? Run! Run!" I put all my strength in it and ran, but again he shouted at me, "What, can't you run a little, you?" I was running with all I had, and still he didn't let up. "Run! Run!" I did not manage to visit the saint again. I was in the military geographical service, and I was stationed on the border. Afterwards, I started working, and in 1993, I became a monk on Mount Athos. Avarice. A friend visited the saint with his father and 2 other people. The son entered first with the father, and after their talk, and with no prior mention of the other 2, he said to them, Say to the 2 that came with you and are outside waiting right now that I do not want to see them. I will not receive them. They should just leave." The father and son, however, were embarrassed, and they came out and lied. "The elder's unwell, and he cannot see you. Let's go." As they were leaving, the father asked one of them, "What did you want from the elder? What were you going to ask him?" "Since he has a gift, he will know places with hidden wealth. I mean gold coins." Unfortunately, these 2, they did not believe in God. Instead, their heart was seeking out money, mammon. A subordinate monk's account. Several years ago, one of the monks that had been near to the saint recounted the following events to me. A few months before his repose, we were sitting in his cell, just talking. Suddenly he threw his head back, and frowning, he exclaimed, "Oh, what's wrong, Yerondo? What's the matter?" "They got him." "Who did they get?" "The ecumenical patriarchate. The Americans got him. They want to instill one of theirs." Footnote. The ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople, Demetrios, reposed on October 2nd, 1991, at the age of 77, after 19 years on the throne. The diagnosis was acute ischemic episode, exactly 2 months before the saint's repose. To continue. Well, the saint, he saw it as it was all happening. Later on his repose, it was officially announced. This monk told me this too. On his last night, the elder rose from his bed and started walking. He called me and one other brother to hold him up and said to us, "I'm walking toward death. But if you could see what is happening right now all around us, packed together, angels and demons, if you could see the demons, you would die from fear." The elder was not afraid of them. He slept while in prayer, and at once an indescribable calm filled the cell, joy and exhilaration that we will never forget. The demons hated him more than anyone because the saint throughout the years had literally snatched thousands of souls from beneath their teeth at the last moment, while the misanthrope demons were and are toiling to condemn people to hell. The merciful saint was destroying their traps and their wicked plans. A monk's story. An Athonite monk whom I know well told me the following. The saint, he was my confessor, and one day I asked him if I could become a monk, but he remained silent. I asked again later, 2 more times, but again he offered no answer, and I left thinking, I'm not asking another time. I will just go. Just go to Mount Athos. I visited him one last time, and I said to him, Yerondo, bless, I'm going to a monastery. Ah, good. Where are you going? Philotheu Monastery is a good place. I had not decided on a monastery yet, and I ended up going to Philotheu. The saint knew I was going to become a monk, of course, but I needed to decide on my own. My first cousin was an atheist. I took him to the saint, and so altered he became spiritually that he gave confession immediately. He changed his entire way of life. He left for South Africa, and one day the saint rang him, although he did not know his number or his whereabouts, and he said to him, Porphyrios here. I see you sitting on your balcony gazing at the ocean. How nice. Yeronda, my wife has cancer. The saint did not speak. Obviously, he had seen that he was very unhappy, and that is why he called him. After a short time, He called again, and my cousin said, desolate, Yolanda, my wife has died. And the saint began to chant, Christos anesti ek nekro, Christ is risen from the dead, trampling down death by death. The son. My hometown is Agrinio. A teacher I knew from there had cancer, and because she was unable to travel, her husband, also a teacher, made a call to Milisi, and the saint said to him, I see her, but I also see your sons, Panayotis. He has something seriously wrong with his intestines. Got that? They hung up, and the father was pondering, now come on, what's wrong with my son? He's fine. It's my wife that troubles me. The elder must have misunderstood. A few hours passed, and he received a panicked call from the school. Come quick, take your son. He is lying on the ground, squirming in pain. Turned out that the child had a problem in his intestines, and it was a miracle that he was saved. As for the wife, although no one had been optimistic, through the saint's prayer, she was cured and lives in full health. Am I right in this? There was a confessor of particular renown, and when his spiritual children asked for his blessing to go see the saint, he would say, be careful, there is deceit as well, there is the devil as well, do not listen to what they say. And sometime he received a call from an unknown number. This is Father Porphyrios. People come here, and I tell them their personal things. They're filled with enthusiasm, and then they ask me to talk to them about Christ. What do you say? Am I right in doing this? The confessor was speechless. They met later, and the saint said to him, Father, don't read psychology books. They bring confusion. Mental illnesses are demons. This confessor believed that through the study of such books he would be able to help people better. It takes great illumination and holiness to be able to distinguish the boundaries between demonic influence and mental disorder. Today, whenever I remember the saint, these words sound in my ears. Run, run you! Why did he only ask me, and why did he insist I run? Perhaps through his gift of clear sight, he saw that 30 years later, I would be confined in a bed and fully paralyzed. Now, I can't even walk. It was as if he was saying, run, now that you can. This man had the wisdom of God, and all his answers and his advice was God-given. Greece was granted an immense gift from God, a great saint, but did not take advantage of him as much as it should have. Greek people have not realized how big a Saint Porphyrios was. 24. 220 volts in my mouth. Witness of Mr. Harlambos K., architect from Athens. First meeting. The first time I met Saint Porphyrios was after the Easter of 1976 in Cilicia. I was there with my parents and a lady that was a guest of my mother. My mother's friend went into the elder's cell first and came out looking agitated. She was crying not from sadness, but due to the height of her emotions. She managed to say, he laid out my past to me and what I suffer from. He told me my future, that I will be cured and I will become a nun. This lady was not married, but she seemed to have no monastic vocation. She was suffering from hemorrhages, but soon she was healed, and 5 or 6 years later she became a nun, eventually a huguman, a Eurondis abbess. When my turn came, I entered the cell, got his blessing, and immediately I knew that he was aware of my past, even though his words were few. It was comfortable with him, although it also felt like I was being examined. Something bad. Like a magnet, the saint drew me to him, and I started going to Cilicia, especially for the Sunday liturgies. I remember one day, it was a Saturday in February of 1977, and I was determined to do something bad. On the next day, on Sunday, it took me longer to leave for Cilicia, and during the small hike toward Agios Nicholas, through the forest I was stalling again because my conscience was troubled. When I finally reached the small monastery, the liturgy was over, and the people were all leaving the chapel. I greeted my acquaintances and sat outside in the courtyard. When almost everyone had passed by the saint's cell, he came outside and called out to me. I approached, and he reproved me. "You didn't come inside to talk," and he motioned for me to enter. He left me standing roughly 3 meters away, and he sat in the stool next to his bed. He was looking into my chest, not in my face. I felt like he was scanning my heart, and referring to the person I had decided to wound, he said, "Mrs. E, she needs your support. You must not hurt her." He knew my decision, and at that moment, I wished the floor would open so I could disappear from out of his sight. Then he asked, "Did you understand what I said?" "Yes, Yerunda," I said thoughtlessly. A few seconds passed, and he added, "You have not understood, but I will pray for you." On the same day, I blindly committed that act, and only then did I realize the last words of the saint and my error. He knew I was going to go through with it, and that is why he told me, "You have not understood, but I will pray for you." He saw the route. My father was a civil engineer, and the elder often asked for his opinion. He had decided to move from Cilicia to Milisi, so he drove to the new location with my parents. At the exit toward Malacasa, my father parked on the edge of the road to consult a map of the area. He opened it and started searching for the route, but the elder instantly, without looking, placed his finger on the map and said, "Why the delay, Mr. Strato? Here it is. Don't you see it?" He was restraining the current. The year 1983 found me at the start of a new endeavor. I was bringing in some metal structures from Italy, and then I was going to customize them for my clients. Lazarus Saturday, April 30th, 1983, was the day of the first installation. I sent the welder to Kifisia to start the application, and I arrived a bit later with my brother to make the controls. We found out that the technician had done absolutely nothing because the welding machine was faulty. Something was wrong with the power supply, so my brother left to check out the rest of the site, and I went down to the basement and made sure that the extension cord was plugged in. Then I returned to the ground floor. I tried the welding tools again, checked that they still don't work, and then I opened the plug and freed the wires that were cut. Because I did not have a cutter on me to expose them, I was trying to cut the plastic wrap with my nails. I felt a pinch in my fingers first, a continuous stinging, then, and I imagined that it must be the fine wire endings piercing my skin. Seeing that I was going nowhere with my nails, I started to use my teeth. Then the wires touched my tongue, and I tasted something acidic. I recalled the same taste from my childhood when I used to put batteries on my tongue to check if they were full. I threw the cable away. "Did you unplug the cable?" I asked the technician. "You didn't ask. You were so wary of electricity you even turned the master switch off to change a light bulb. Don't tell me you haven't unplugged the cable." I went to the basement and found out that it was indeed plugged in. At the moment, I did not realize what had happened because I was stressed and impatient. I'd promised to turn the work over to the client on that same day. I hastily unplugged the cable and then went up the stairs to fix the extension cord. We plugged it in again, tried the welding machine, and since it was functional, the technician went on with his work. My brother returned and we left. When I let him know what had happened, he said that they must have used a transformer for safety purposes, so the current was 42 volts. My father later said it must have been an angel, the reason I did not die. We called our electrician, Vasilis, and he told me, "A saint kept you safe, Chari. At the very least, you should have a big wound on your tongue. I cannot understand how you survived the current." Welding does not work below 200 volts. Although I had been calm to that point, it affected me to hear this, and I started to have trouble sleeping at night. 3 days later, on Holy Thursday, I went to the saint, but he did not see me immediately and had me do work around the place. When the saint called for me, I went upstairs. I could only utter, "Something peculiar happened to me." Immediately he cut in, saying, Harlambos, if you had died, everyone would have thought it was on purpose. How is it possible, you, a scientist, putting an electric wire in your mouth? Don't do it again. You can't imagine how tiring it is to restrain the current from so far away. Indeed, the saint looked exhausted. I was speechless. I had applied 220 volts to my mouth. An experienced electrician told me that even one of the 15 to 20 wires forming each cable, if it comes into proper contact with the body, is enough to instantly kill a man. If I hadn't had the saint, it is certainty that Lazarus Saturday would have been the last day of my life. He was watching me at all times, and his prayer was guarding me. I owe him my life. Self-renunciation. The saint came down with something serious once, and I drove Dr. G.P. to Malisi to examine him. When we arrived, his sister came running toward us and led me to the trailer to wait, saying, "Only the doctor will meet the elder. Do not insist on seeing him. The doctors have given strict orders that he should rest." The doctor had set up a makeshift testing station inside the cell to have immediate results for some of the examinations. As soon as he was done, he came to let me know that the elder wanted to see me. His sister trailed behind me, insisting I should not tire him out with questions. I entered the cell. Truthfully, I had not anticipated the saint's state. He was sitting on the bed without his cassock, in his undershirt, looking extremely weak. His feet were hanging off the bed, and his arms were resting on a wooden frame he used to hold himself up with. Next to him stood his niece, Eleni, ready to support his body. The cell itself felt like a furnace. The tiny space was heated by a stove which my father had ordered and following the saint's specifications precisely. Seeing him like that, I wouldn't have disturbed him, but he struggled to speak to me about the various issues my wife was facing with my mother and all sorts of things, which at that moment didn't seem important enough to spend his energy over. He was helping me with no regard for himself. In the end, he gave me his blessing, and I left. In the car, the doctor revealed to me the following dialogue between him and the saint. "Call Kastrianakis for me," the saint said. "But I didn't come with Mr. Stratos, who is my father." "Yes, I know. You came with Charis and the many children, but call him." He traveled in an instant. One afternoon I was sitting with him on a bench outside his hut. This hut was made out of cement blocks and metal panels. Behind us, the agricultural student was tending to the vegetable patch, and further back there was construction work for the Hesychasterion. To our left there was a barrel with water, where the elder had placed some blocks of lightweight concrete to test how absorbent they were. The manufacturing facility would be sending a big quantity of these materials for the Hesychasterion. The elder, however, had resolved to stick to standard brick building and use these blocks for insulation instead because they had tiny fractures. As we were sitting there on the bench, he asked me to describe my life in Italy when I was a student. I started narrating how after I had settled, I met some Italian Catholic monks who had helped me, and he immediately started describing their monastery. It was within the walls of the small village of 15 to 20 houses. I recall him describing it as follows. "The road winds up the hill, circling it. It passes in front of the walls of the small village. At the back of the monastery, it ends up at the village gate. From there, you can see the interior of the monastery's stone wall and its entrance." "But Yerondo, when did you go there?" "And the weird thing is, the temple is not on the monastery grounds, but outside, on the village side of the wall." This struck me as extraordinary because I had been there many times and had been a guest of the monks, but I never noticed this important and rare, if not singular, phenomenon. "But Yerondo, when did you go?" I insisted, but he didn't answer now either, and he went on describing the interior of the monastery's buildings in exceptional detail. How did he know all these things? I asked him again, Yerondo, when did you go there? Maybe he grew tired of the question. Finally he said, "Why do you ask?" "In case you were there at the same time as me, but we missed each other." "Oh, bless you, Chari, you do not seem to understand anything. Indeed, I had not realized that through his charisma he was able to travel to any place around the world at any time and describe it vividly. He was seeing it physically in front of him at that moment. Helping a Catholic. In May of 1989, I received a call from an Italian Catholic monk, Father A., who, in the meantime, had become the abbot of the aforementioned Italian monastery. He wanted to visit Father Porphyrios for guidance because their bishop had asked them to relocate to a different region, and some donors for the construction of the new monastery had come forth. When we arrived at the Hesychasterion, we were met with a long line next to the door, a note that read, quote, "The elder is very ill, and he might not be able to see you. Know that he prays for everyone," end quote. Although the abbot was in a hurry, we decided to wait. 1 hour later, the monastery entrance opened, and Eleni said to us, "The elder is very ill. He will not receive anyone. You can come in, though, to get his blessing." As we walked in the hallway, the door to his cell was on the right, and on our left there was a stove. At that spot, which was dimly lit, Eleni pulled us aside, gestured to us to stay still, and whispered, "Hey, you too, he wants to see you." The abbot found it curious that the elder knew of our presence. Eleni showed us to the last cell and closed the door. I introduced the abbot to the saint, adding that there was no need for an interpreter. The abbot knew some Greek because he had finished elementary school in Athens. The saint gave me his blessing and guided me to go outside. Roughly half an hour passed, and the abbot exited the cell and asked for my patience because he wanted to write down the things they'd discussed. On the next day, I drove him to the airport, and he left, without my ever finding out what they'd talked about. In any case, the Catholic abbot had faith and trust in the Orthodox elder. Besides that is the reason he made the trip. 5 months later, in November of the same year, I received a letter from Abbot A. Inside there was a copy of the top view of the plans for the new monastery and a typed-up one-page description of the construction. He was asking me to take them to the elder to look them over and approve them. I thought, but the father's sight, how's he going to see the plans? And I did not go. At a later time, however, when my father asked me to go to the father to consult me on a family issue, I took the letter with me. After I had listened to the elder's advice, the latter asked, "Harlambos, what else has brought you here?" "Father, a few months back, I brought a Catholic abbot here, Abbot A. He has sent me a plan to show to you to say whether you agree with their intention to build a monastery." "What are you saying? Don't you know I cannot see?" "I know, elder, and the Catholic, he knows it too. Since he's making the request, however, it means that he believes more than me that you can see. And forgive me, elder, but even if these monks are Catholic, I still wish to show obedience to them too, who are so obliging when I was studying in Italy." "Yes, I know, Harlambos. Give me the plan." He held the plan in his left hand. With his thumb, he started to feel some areas of the plan as he was going over the things that I was preoccupied with at the time. How my Italian wife should handle my mother, which of our children needed attention the most, and on such matters. In the end, he returned the plan to me. He gave me his blessing and said he would get back to me. He called me the following week. This was our only communication by phone. He hadn't called my father nor my home. He called straight to the office. Through his charisma, he knew where I was as well as my number. "Tomorrow they will bring me olive oil from Crete, the sort your father asked for. Starting from the day after tomorrow, you can come and take it," he said. "Father, what shall I say to the Italian?" "Oh, don't worry about that. It is settled." I had never been so nosy, so I did not ask how it had been settled. Months later, I went to Italy, and the abbot, Father A., sent a car to pick me up from the train station. He was waiting for me on the dirt road leading to their new monastery. We were walking past small, destroyed villages, their churches ransacked by the Germans during the war. This region of Italy was what Calivitra is for Greece. I mentioned the plans and Elder Porphyrios. "Harlambos, I cannot give you the details. I can tell you, though, that he told us even where to drill to find water, he answered cheerfully. The recipe. On that lone call by the saint after we finished, I asked for his blessing to hang up, but he was in the mood to talk. Hari, don't hang up, he said. When you were in Italy, besides these monks with the plan, you met some other Catholic monks you haven't said anything about. I realized I had never mentioned a different monastery in Rome. The monks used to rent out a part of the monastery to students like myself. I described it briefly, and he followed my every phrase with, "Yes, I know." "Did you know they have a monastery in America as well?" he asked me when I was done. "Yes, I heard something about that, but I didn't care to know more. I just know it's in the States." "It is in Los Angeles. Have it from me. Did you know that their abbot is called R?" But I didn't even ask about the location of the monastery, let alone the abbot's name. "The monks in Italy, they make a therapeutic drink. It helps with digestion. It's beneficial to the stomach." "Oh, yeah, it's made out of bay leaves." "I have tried it. Someone brought it to me. There's more than bay leaves in it. There's chamomile and tisane, and..." He named a series of herbs, which elude me. "Father, when I go to Italy, I will bring you some, or I can ask if they can send it to me." "No, I want a favor from you. See if they can give you the recipe." "Father, that's going to be tough. They keep the recipe in a safe. Still, I will call one of the 3 monks responsible for the key." "Hey, what's the name of this monk?" "I." "No, he is G. But, Father, I know his name is I. When I call, I'll call him I." The name's kept anonymous. "Call him as you wish. I'm telling you his name is G." "Father, I cannot promise you about this recipe. I don't know if I'll achieve anything." "Why? Did I ask you to steal it? I said you should ask for it." He gave me his blessing and we hung up. Immediately, I made a phone call to Italy, to Father I, who picked up. I informed him that I'd just been talking with the charismatic Orthodox elder Father Porphyrios. "I met him," he responded, "when I was in Greece 20 years ago. It was the year 1970. He's truly full of grace." "The monastery in the States, is it in Los Angeles?" "Yes, just about." "Is the abbot's name so-and-so?" That was his name as a layman. "Hey, tell me one more thing. Which brother there's called G?" "I am." "Did Father Porphyrios tell you?" "Yes, but I always knew you as..." "I. G was my name before I became a monk. That is to say, the saint had given me their secular names. The divine grace that illumined him did not want him to see the monastic names of Catholics. Father I, Porphyrios, said I should ask you for the recipe of your liqueur. Charis, do not ask for impossible things. I know you are one of the 3 monks with access to the safe. Now, what kind of talk is that? When they trusted me with the key, I made a vow. Besides, all 3 of us need to be there to open the safe because there are 3 locks, each with its own key. At which number and at which time can I reach the superior general? If I explain to him who Father Porphyrios is, maybe he will see things differently from you." "Harlambos, don't ask for the impossible. You should know that Porphyrios is capable of entering the safe, reading the recipe, and getting out again." And irritated, he hung up. Indeed, the saint could see the recipe. But what he could do is one thing, what he wanted was another. He did not wish to steal the recipe and use it, taking advantage of his charisma. And years went by, and in January of 2015, I found myself in Italy and met this father, this monk. I brought up our phone call, and he told the story of his first meeting with the saint in 1970. "Harlambos, I can say that Saint Porphyrios is my angel. I had heard about him, and I went to Mount Athos with 2 American monks to meet him. It was November, when it was cold and the days are shorter. On that day, dense fog had settled over the area. Our boat barely managed to reach Kapsokalivia, and on our way up the mountain, we could barely see our feet. Every dark object that emerged in our vision we tried to discern. If it was a tree or a building, where we could ask for some assistance. At some point, we reached a spot we recognized to be a crossroads. We were scared, not knowing which way to go, and I knelt on the ground and I silently prayed, "Father Porphyrios, we've come for you." I rose and said to the others, "We'll go this way." 200 steps into that hazy, impenetrable atmosphere, we heard a thin voice. "I was waiting for you. I was waiting." It was Father Porphyrios. I believe that the saint's discernment guided him not to ask these Catholic monks to join Orthodoxy because he could see that they were not ready to listen. He was certainly praying for them, for God to speak to their souls, to make them realize that the truth lies only in Holy Orthodoxy. Various occurrences. One day my mother asked me to drive her to the elder, and during the drive I asked whether she had anything in particular to say to him, but she didn't answer. When we arrived, to my surprise, she wanted me to be present for the conversation. "Father Porphyrios," she announced, "I'm going to disown my children. They do not go to church. I will leave all my belongings to the foundations." "Mrs. Kiki, instead of asking your children to go to Christ, pray to Christ to go and find your children." This upset me because I went to church regularly, and also I had asked her not to leave me anything. My mother was overbearing, and the saint's answer was profoundly wise. As the saint had said, parents should not demand from their children to approach Jesus Christ. Principally, they ought to pray for them. Teachings, suggestions, and especially scoldings, they generate reaction. Children require love, a good example, and constant prayer. 2. We were talking once, and I said to the saint, "I often sense the presence of Christ next to me. The Lord is present and insists on loving me and caring for me, even though I am impeccable, that can't even pray, an imbecile, and I can't even pray properly." Excuse the mispronunciation. "Harlambos, I can tell you that I know you from when you were in your mother's belly. Then I understood why my life felt like a walk on a well-paved road." I often had this sensation, a feeling as if I were an ant in front of a giant. Other times I thought, how nice to be one of the specks of dust sitting on his cassock. That way I would always be with him, always united with the saint. Even this dust has become sanctified. I thank God because he provided for me to entrust my life in the hands of this saint, this most important angel of the Lord. I thank him that I was deemed worthy to meet him, to talk with him, to hear his voice, to touch his holy body, and to receive the body and blood of Christ from his sanctified hands. Amen. 25. Gagastathis and Zervakos. Witness of Mr. Stylianos K., theologian and publisher from Thessaloniki. Father Philotheus. I think it was a Sunday evening in May 11th, 1980, and we were gathered in the home of a certain Mr. Iakovos P., president of the Court of Appeal. In our company were an Athonite hero monk and various judicial and army officers. A few days before, on May 8th, Father Philotheus Zervakos had left us at the age of 96, and our discussions revolved around this. Footnote, Father Philotheus Zervakos, may his blessing be upon us, who lived from 1884 to 1980, catechumen the Gerondo for 50 years since 1930, of the holy monastery of Zodohos Pigi of Logovarda in Paros. He possessed the gifts of miracle working, clear-sightedness, and foresight. To continue, Mr. Iakovos told us that as soon as he was informed, he rang for Saint Porphyrios. Father Philotheus Zervakos has reposed, he said to him. You go. I will attend from here. Today our church is preparing to lay to rest a great saint unknown to most people. Today our church has acquired a second Saint Nectarios. Father Demetrios. The discussion then revolved around another holy elder of our times, Papa Dimitri Gagastathis, the man of God, because I had known of him personally during the last 10 years of his life. After midnight, when most guests had left, Mr. Iakovos proposed I join them to go to the elder's cell in Milisi. The Athonite and some of the officers joined us. The saint let us in, even though he was sick, and it was 1:30 in the morning after midnight. No sooner had we received his blessing than he said, "Father Demetrios is a saint." Footnote, Papa Dimitri Gagastathis lived from 1902 to 1975. Priest at the village of Platanos and Trikala, father of a multi-child family, quite uneducated though he was in constant communication with God, with the saints, and especially with the holy archangels. To continue. There's no need to wait 100 years. God does this to pluck out some thorns. That means some malevolent people. Now he's not part of his physical family, but the great family of the church. Take care that the removal of his holy relics is conducted according to the order of the church, following the established regulations. We got ourselves involved to a degree, but eventually his relatives removed his relics in secret 2 months later, in July of 1980. The church always delays sanctifications sometimes to remove some thorns, meaning some spiteful people, and not because the holiness of the person is ambiguous. Some, either out of ignorance or evil intent, undermined by the wicked one, were accusing Father Demetrius of various unfounded things. The people who knew him well, however, like Father Philotheus Servakos, Father George Kapsanis, the hegumen of the holy monastery of Grigoriou in Athos, and others, accepted him fully. And it was because his experiences were real, lived, and charismatic, and not fictitious and imagined. Although he was persecuted harshly, he had the strength not only to forgive his enemies, but to pray for them from the heart. He had many virtues and gifts of grace, which he cultivated and amplified through unfaltering, diligent, and constant struggle. For that, he was sanctified. Unanimity among the saints. In February of 1982, reposed Demetrios Panagopoulos of blessed memory, a talented preacher and writer. The Greek community in America was asking for a successor with traditional values to preach the Word of God. A proposal was submitted to me to substitute him when I was a professor at the Athonite Academy in Mount Athos. I was hesitant, so I went to Saint Porphyrios, who answered, "You should go. Practice obedience. Go, and the good God will help you." Other elders agreed too, and on my way to Athens, from where I would fly toward the States, I went to see Saint Porphyrios on September 15th or the 16th in 1982. "You should be obedient and go, and the Holy Spirit will help you," the saint told me. The saints were in absolute agreement, down to the letter. I went and I offered blessed ministry to various cities in America. The books about Saint Porphyrios have a characteristic grace and simplicity. This is the reason they persuade and inform each and every reader and guide the souls of men toward their salvation. 26. Heal me, my Father. Witness of Mrs. Ekaterina A. Karditsa. Vision. I used to go to the monastery often, and the saint would say to me, "Be good, Ekaterina. Be good, you know how." He also knew whenever I was upset and called to comfort me. Anything he said came true. His humility, discretion, and prayer were my pillars for almost 15 years. Characteristically, he said, "It is easy to become a good person if only you come to love Christ. It is sufficient to want to be pleasing to Him. Christ Himself will help you to live in His grace." In 1979, he was unwell, in critical condition. He had multiple heart attacks, and he was staying in someone's home in Nea Ionia as a guest. I wished to get his blessing, and I made the 5-hour trip to Athens with my second son, Athanasios. In Athens, I just gave the address to the taxi driver, as I did not know the area at all. We were driving when suddenly we see Father 40 feet away from us, waiting for us next to the open door of a house, just standing there with a smile on his face. "Ah, the Father!" we both exclaimed simultaneously. "Stop here, where are you going?" "But this is not the address you gave me." Well, it turned out that the house he was staying at was a few doors down from where we saw him. His door was closed. We knocked timidly, and inside we found the Father, smiling, yes, but bedridden. We asked for his blessing. He filled us with joy and peace, and before leaving we asked, "Father, we saw this vision. What did it mean?" "That happened because of your excitement and the longing you had to see me." Faith and persistence. It was a freezing winter morning, and drizzle had just begun. No cars, no visitors, absolute quiet. Hezekiah. The saint was sick in bed and asked one of the sisters to read to him from the Psalter. It was his dearest activity, the readings of the Holy Book and the Psalter. Suddenly there was a knock on the door on the ground floor. One of the sisters answered it, and then there were steps rapidly coming up the stairs. A disheveled woman, around 40 years old, enters the cell wearing a nightgown underneath her coat, and she starts shouting, "Father, my Father, please heal me. I ran from the hospital. I have breast cancer and I'm going into surgery tomorrow. Please, Father, heal me." Against her distressed shrieking, not a sound was heard from the elder. She went on and on. "My Father, please heal me." Nothing. The elder was silent. Then he said, his voice subdued and lowly, "I can't." "Oh Lord," she continued wailing, "you can, my Father, you can. Please heal me." After a while, the elder said, "Me? I cannot," his voice still quiet. "You can, my Father, you can, you can." "I cannot. Only Christ can heal you. Come closer so I can make the sign of the cross over your cancer. May God help you. Go in God's blessing." The woman left, calmed down, and she was going down the stairs. Before she reached the doorway, abruptly she runs back up the stairs yelling, "Glory to God, glory to God. Thank you, my Father. I thank you." The miracle had happened. She was completely healed. The cancer disappeared. I don't know if anyone has managed to count the miracles worked by Saint Porphyrios in the 20th century with the power of God. This woman had profound faith in the saint. In a way, her tenacity brings to mind the New Testament parable about the widow that would not be dissuaded and never tired of asking for the judge's protection, and eventually her pleas were answered. Luke 18, verses 1 to 8. Education of children. Regarding parenting in general, he would often say this: parents ought to raise their children to be tough. They shouldn't let them show that they have a soft spot for them. They shouldn't make them soft with cuddles and bravos, because as they grow older, they won't be able to adjust and face the inherent struggles of life. If they always treat them with kid gloves, later they'll be hurt by the behavior of cruel people, and they will suffer and torment their parents in turn. To become good and holy, children need holy parents. The children are saved through their parents' holiness. If the parents don't lead a sanctified life, then they will have to struggle through their children's reactions, which will be instigated by the wicked one. Do not say too much. Keep the words and pray more. Prayer, silence, and love, but not egotistical, pathological love. This type of love confuses the children even further. When parents offer advice constantly, they feel pressured and react, and in the end they become indifferent. Better to talk to God about the children, and God will speak to them in his own divine way. Words aim for the ears, but prayer goes to the heart. When the children are going through puberty, be even more mindful of them. It is common for us parents to make many mistakes as we raise our children, out of indifference too, but mainly out of ignorance. Elementary school. Careful. Do not be too soft toward them, he used to say about my children. When you see that they're not listening to you, do not react at all. Don't get angry, but don't be sad either. You shouldn't address them with this. You go and say everything to the Virgin Mary. When my youngest Petros was in elementary school, he was a very unruly kid, and many times I'd pleaded with the saint to counsel him, but he never did. He preferred to pray. But he also did something else. He would prompt him to talk about the things that he did love. Petros loved animals, birds, plants. He wanted to spend time with rabbits, geese, and so forth. Many times the saint would call him and ask him what he knew about a specific bird, or he would urge him to look it up in an encyclopedia. Once, someone brought two partridges to the saint, and immediately he rang our house and asked for Petros. Acting like he didn't know, he asked, "Please tell me, Petros, where should I keep the partridges? What should I feed them? How do these birds multiply? And what are they in danger from?" In this manner, he would encourage Petros and draw him closer. Prayer did the rest. And little by little, Petros grew to love him. The saint wasn't fond of must, of many words, of oppressing. Petros often visited the monastery with us, and the saint would take him on walks around the area, just the two of them, among the various plants and big trees. There he would talk to him excitedly about the creation and the birds, expressing his amazement at God's grandeur. Covertly, he planted the love for God in him. He intended for him to be an observant and smart. "Do you know which birds fly over this area?" he asked him once. "Yes, sir." "How do you know?" "From the droppings on the ground." And in this simple way he approached children and earned their trust and their love. Secondary school. When Petros was in the third year of high school, he started disobeying us, and most importantly, he was failing at school. Filled with stress and anxiety about his future, I used to call the saint and say, the Petros is not studying. He ignores us. He does not listen. He will fall behind. Leave him alone. Let him fall behind, which he won't really. With all this pressure, he might even lash out and run away. Let him be. Petros will be all right. Whenever he met him, the saint would bless him and secretly pray for him. God showed me the light, and I stayed true to his advice. I left him in the hands of God. As was natural, his grades dropped that school year. The ensuing school year, the first year of senior high school, everything changed. He took responsibility, threw himself into his studies in earnest, and he finished high school with no more strain on our part. Everything turned out well by the saint's blessing. Referring to the above and other similar issues, the saint used to emphasize this, quote, "Our lack of faith makes us anxious, and we put pressure on the children. We pass our situation on to them, and the devil exploits this to torment us all." The saint was not keen on teaching in general. He chose silence and prayer. As a rule, he would say things related to each person's interests, their specific scientific field, their job. If you asked, then he would offer spiritual guidance. When something pained you, he joined in your pain and gave you strength. He changed you, gave you courage and hope. He made you fly. It is with great gratitude that I remember his holy countenance decorated with the gifts of the Holy Spirit. When you approached him, you became a recipient of the eternal beauty encased in him. He delivered a piece of paradise to you. You got the impression that you too led a sanctified life. You forgot everything. He took you to heaven, to Christ, to the Panagia. He made you one with the saints. His presence and his life shook you to the core. 27. He could see the hole on the moon. Witness of Mr. G.D., civil engineer, Athens. Dialogue. I made my first visit to the saint in Cilicia, and conversed with him at length. He responded calmly to each of my objections or questions. I was pleased that I got to know him, but I was the most impressed after I exited his cell, because it dawned on me that throughout my visit he'd hardly ever spoken. The saint was conversing with me in thought. At any moment, he was following my thoughts and responding accordingly. This event caused me to stick to him and visit as often as I could, and during that time he was moving away from Cilicia to Milesi and was in the process of finding an appropriate location for a monastery. Distraction. One day he asked me on the phone to go to see him, and when I arrived he got in my car and said, "Go to Sunio." He was especially cheerful and started reciting a long prayer by heart. "O Trinity, transcendent in essence, in goodness and divinity, almighty, invisible and incomprehensible, who watch over all. O creator of intelligent essences, of natures endowed with speech, O goodness of utter and unapproachable brilliance." Footnote: extended prayer of the great blessing of the waters for the feast of the Theophany of the Lord. The text is by Sophronios, the Patriarch of Jerusalem. To continue, he recited with divine love, unrushed and clear, in a dignified tone, meaningfully and adding color to each word, which drew me into being a part of it and following the spiritual meaning. Every word struck a different chord with me, as if I hadn't known it before. Transcendent in essence, transcendent in goodness, invisible. He got to analyzing each phrase so beautifully and brightly that I was enthralled. Through his words, the wisdom of God was being revealed to me. It is a prayer rich in theological content. We stopped several times en route to Sunio so that he could survey some locations to judge if they would work for the monastery he was planning to build. And after each stop, he immediately went back to reciting and analyzing this superb prayer. On the way back near the cross of Saint Porphyrios, although the text itself is outstanding, my thoughts strayed momentarily from the saint's words. And immediately he paused, and he asked me, "What did I say just now, G? You said this." "No, that was earlier. What did I say after that?" "Bless, Elder, it is the first time in all these miles that my mind strayed away from your words." "My child, never do this again." When we study, when we pray, we must be focused and mindful, separated from all responsibility and futile worldly thought. Knowledge upholds virtue. The saint loved thinking about our church's hymns, and he guarded his attention every time he studied the Word of God. All his being was seized by the divine words. The temple. When the saint resolved to build the monastery at Milesi, a team of civil engineers met under the pines, and we had the first discussions about the monastery. The saint, he respected everyone and wished to hear everyone's opinion. Everyone was leaning toward a smaller temple, which could be constructed quickly and wouldn't leave us open to criticism. When it was my turn, I said to him, "Yet unto each of us, when we're building our house, we try to make it as good as possible. And now we will balk at the prospect of building a proper house for God. The temple should be magnificent. That's what we'll do. A big, imposing temple, because this monastery will be a release for the crowds from Athens. It will be a place where your soul can breathe. Then, here next to us, we have the chilliest center of the Jehovah's Witnesses, and we must be a counterweight. We must not be wary of them. They're disillusioned people, but see them? They have zeal. I wish we could have that kind of zeal ourselves. We have truth, but not fervor. Here will be a large monastery, and Athonite fathers will come to hear holy confession and to teach the practice of the Jesus prayer in front of the icon of Christ in absolute quiet. Testing the water. The place did not have a water supply, and the saint saw, with the grace of God, exactly at which spot and how many feet deep there was water. The drill did not find any at that depth, and going further down it pierced through. Then water sprung out and finally settled at the depth originally seen by the saint. I was absent on that day, and when I went there, he said to me, "I had seen this water with the grace of God. I went down there and I tried it. It was fine water, exquisite. But how can that be? If I had been there with you, would I be able to try it too?" "Of course. I would give you some to try. I would make you drink too. A sample of the water we found was sent to a lab for analysis, and it was verified to be among the best waters of Greece. Donors. Through his hard work, the saint had assembled the funds to buy the land, but a project of that size requires huge amounts. God provided, and volunteers emerged straight away, wealthy and good people who saw the saint as their benefactor and who readily pitched in to fund the work. I remember being in his cell once when a sea captain called from South America, from Tierra del Fuego, and without any prompting from the saint, he said, "Yeranda, I want to offer the money to cover the concrete foundations of the temple." Many ship captains, when they found themselves at risk during their overseas journey, called to Saint Porphyrios, and he, through his prayers, saved many from certain shipwreck. The monastery. To build the monastery, we visited many temples to study their architecture, and all told, we borrowed elements mainly from the grandiose Holy Temple of Hagia Sophia in Constantinople and the Holy Temple of Saint Nectarios in Aegina. The final plan was drawn under the saint's supervision. We took the pole star into account and accurately located the north. We shielded the cells from the crisp northern wind with a connecting corridor and brought them toward the south and placed them in such a way that we could see sunlight all day long. We installed double-pane windows and built a corridor that would bring the nuns from their cell straight to the women's section to completely avoid mingling with the visitors. The saint placed great importance on the love that must be born in the souls of monastic toward God and toward all their fellow men. He used to say, "I do not want to tire the people who come here. That is not my aim. I aim to make them holy, to guide someone to lovingly give themselves to God. There is no need to oblige them." He also used to say, "Love and a forgiving disposition lead to completion." Thus he affirmed and emphasized that love is the pillar of virtues. He also valued work. He did not want us to hang around and be idle. Idleness is the mother of all evil. Everyone needed to work to pray. He used to say, "Work like immortals and live like someone who is about to die." United. I think it was the beginning of 1987 when we had problems with Turkey because their warships often violated our national waters. Some people I knew went to the saint and anxiously asked him, "Yeranda, the Turks are threatening us again. Are we going to war against them?" "Bah, no, nothing will happen with the Turks." And then after a moment's silence, he continued, in the end, they'll take an island or two, but God will help us avoid a civil war. We should be wary of civil wars. We should stay united and close to God. What were you expecting, since Greeks have abandoned Greece? They're killing more than 50,000 infants every year with abortions. So many murders. Then the others, the Turks, keep increasing. Footnote, with the atheism that defines us today, abortions in Greece surpass 300,000 every year. An increase is observed in particular in girls under 18 years old. St. Nikolai Velimirovich, in his book War and the Bible, mentions, quote, "No nation can sin against the law of God and live in peace." In contemporary wars, as in the ancient ones, the sin of the people or of their leaders against God's holy commandments, it leads inevitably to punishment. To continue. Healing a drug addict. One afternoon I saw a man approaching the monastery on his knees, and I said to the nuns, "Man, this man's taken it too far, I think. Who told him the saint will be happy if he sees him coming to venerate in this manner?" And then the nuns shared the story of this man, which I will briefly relay here. Well, this man was in the Supreme Court. He was a judge of the Supreme Civil and Criminal Court, the Areospagos, and his son had developed a drug addiction. With his wife, they spent a lot of time and money for their child, especially in travels abroad, but he kept deteriorating. He dropped all social interaction, and the parents were in despair. The mother was on the return journey from abroad with her son once. The train car was pretty empty, and near her seat, a young monk who kept talking to her while she remained silent, dejected as she was on account of her son's misery. An elder appeared before her then and instructed her. Say, Lord Jesus Christ, heal my son. But I don't believe in anything. No matter, just say it, even if you don't believe. Lord Jesus Christ, heal my child. At that moment, the young monk arose from his seat, and the elder vanished. The monk had caught a glimpse of the elder and had recognized him. It was Elder Porphyrios. After this incident, the parents started visiting the monastery, and the saint healed their child completely. The father, to express his gratitude and reverence toward the saint, approached on his knees for the first while. I was introduced to this young man, and I was impressed by his behavior and his work ethic. Silent, he labored incessantly. He was a well-built and strong lad. He would haul concrete sacks 2 at a time and empty them in the mixer. He worked really hard for the monastery. In the end, he was unrecognizable from the past and totally healed. Some gas. To the left of the monastery gates, there was an underground tank. On top of it, they were building the guest houses. Once, in the middle of the day, the saint asked me to go check the laying of a concrete slab. He was likely seeing the errors with his charisma. I discovered some serious mistakes. I called over the ironworker that was silently working and reproached him. He was very nice about it, and he started on the corrections and repairs. We were also joined by Mr. George Arvanites, and when he needed a piece of paper to jot down some measurements, we asked the ironworker if he had one. One side was blank, and the other was filled with equations, intricate university-level mathematics. Then Mr. George revealed that the ironworker, he was a professor at the Polytechnic School. What was it that made this particularly educated man work with such diligence under the burning sun on such a challenging task? I say that because those rods were hefty. Mr. George disclosed to me the first of the miracles. This man lived next to the saint. Once, a spiritual child of the saint that was very close to him picked him up to drive to Parnintha together, passing through Avlona. At the back sat the Polytechnic professor along with 2 other people. As they were leaving, the saint had started talking about various spiritual matters. The driver noticed that the fuel gauge was almost on empty, so he interrupted the saint. "And I will just stop for gas." Drive on, bless you." Shortly after, the warning light turned on, and the driver brought up stopping at a gas station again. But the saint refused. Just before driving up the mountain, the anxious driver spotted one last gas station. "You're under the gas station," he interrupted the saint, who was brightly talking about Christ. "We're almost out of gas. If we don't fill up, we'll be stranded on the mountain. There are no gas stations after this." Drive on, and he resumed talking about Christ. Upset, the driver could no longer follow the saint's words. Parnitha itself has an endless, forested, labyrinth-like road network, and they were about to run out of fuel. When they were a good way into the mountain, the engine turned off, and the car came to a stop. "Now what?" said the driver, indignant. "Yeranda, I told you. What happens now?" "Drive on, blessed man." As he made to point at the fuel gauge, the driver was stunned to see the dial moving from empty to full, and then the engine turned on. Everyone was briefly dazed until the professor, obviously bewildered, opened the door and got out of the car. Together they all checked and rechecked the overflowing tank, and then they went to the saint, who was calmly sitting in the passenger seat. "Yeranda, I know all the mathematics there is to know," said the professor. "I know physics, and I know chemistry, but this I do not know. What happened here? Tell me, how did this happen?" "Bless all of you. Why the fuss? The Lord fills the tank with some much-needed gas, and you get stirred up." This was the first miracle of the saint witnessed by the professor. It shook him. Since then, he was devoted to him, and he loved him dearly. Yerunda, he said once, I'm giving everything up, the science. Tell me, what do you need me to do for you? If you want, you can come to the holy monastery and help out. And so he started going to the monastery and taking on the most difficult tasks, and he carried them out with a self-sacrificing spirit. A forester came to the monastery once, and he started shouting that we had encroached on the forest. We'd cut wood illegally, and things like that. We let the saint know, and he asked us to bring him up to his cell. Then he listened silently as the forester started again, with yelling and threatening. You won't get away with it. I'll sue. You'll pay. Come here. I want to tell you something. Your two children, the boy and the girl. You're worried about your children, and this is why you yell and act this way. You think you're achieving something, but you're just airing out your frustration. You think your daughter's involved with bad people. Hey, listen, do not doubt your daughter. There's nothing to worry about. Your son is the one with bad news because his life is on an ugly track. He has strayed, and now you're the one that will protect him from the worst. How do you know all this? I just know it. Be watchful with your son. Do not be too late. The forester left, pensive and silent. A little while later he came back, and happily he insisted, If you want, take another part of the forest as well. Take it. In the observatory. The saint went to the observatory in Pentelee once with some people I knew, and as they were talking about the stars, with the astronomer that was on the clock, the saint said to him, On this side of the moon, I see a huge hole. He did not pay attention to this and ignored it, but the saint insisted. And when they checked with the telescope, they saw that a meteorite had truly created an enormous crater on the side of the moon that the saint specified. All were speechless. The saint's charisma knew no bounds. He saw not only things that are on our planet, but also in space, 250,000 miles away. About dreams. One night I had the following dream. I was in the holy monastery of Agios Harlambos in Avlarnari. Everything lays in ruins, and suddenly a wind rose, so strong that it was breaking the doors in half. Demonic forms were coming out of the cells, and with shrieks they flew toward the plain and away. I was woken by the ringing of the phone at 6 a.m. It was the Reverend Seraphim of Carizia and Skyros, who told me, A community of nuns is going to come to the holy monastery of Agios Harlambos. I need a civil engineer to get some of the construction started. I have the monastery ready for them, and I thought of you. I was speechless. I started having similar symbolic dreams often, even some related to personal matters. Yet I see dreams that afterward come true, I asked the saint. Dreams can be explained in 3 ways. They can come from God or Satan, but they can also be a human ability, often unknown. How will I know which one it is? That is up to you. It requires illumination and discernment. The discernment lies with the elders and the spiritual fathers, and not to each person. It is preferable, and you will not carry any responsibility yourself before God if you reject or ignore these dreams or visions. If they're from God, God will not ask for an explanation. But if they come from the evil one, and you accept them, you will err. And so every time I had a meaningful dream, I recounted it to him, and he answered accordingly. For Christ, I visited the saint on his name's day one year. It was the February 26th, the feast of Saint Porphyrios of Gaza, also of Saint Photinie of Samaria, and some ladies that were present gave him their wishes. Yet to paradise, did I say I want to go to paradise? I want to go to Christ. It is Christ I want. Christ I love, not paradise. I belong to Christ in this life and the next. I give myself over to his love and let his love place me where it wants. Do whatever it wants. I want to meet Christ, and I hope in his compassion. The saint was not preoccupied with ways to win paradise. He wasn't calculating how to save his soul after death. He simply loved Christ selflessly. Anything he did was an expression of the vast, pure love he had for the Lord. The creation, nature. Besides Christ and men, the saint adored nature. Everything exhilarated him, and many times he used to say, "Make time to study the nature in which you live. Learn to read the creation. It is a gospel, a gospel." The first thing I noticed then was that in nature, everything is born, grows up, does great things, and eventually dies. Everything goes through its own cycle. Even this world and the whole universe will go through their cycle. Only God is immortal and eternal, together with the human souls. He breathed into us out of his immeasurable love forever and ever. He said this once to me: "All that I tell you, it comes from Holy Spirit. You might disagree, but what I say to you is right, because it comes from God. This charisma is not always with me. Then I do not speak. I say nothing. I don't want to speak my own thoughts." Most occurrences involving the saint escaped the conventional and the commonplace. Out of piety for this great saint, one of my daughters was baptized Porphyria. 28. Charisma of unperceived healing. Witness of Mr. Konstantinos Faras, bookseller, Athens. Head trauma. On June 19th, 1978, I was in a serious car accident on the Athens-Lamia National Road, which left me 67% disabled. 6 years later, in 1984, the vascular specialist that was treating me did a series of tests, like EKGs and brain scans. A serious problem was identified which called for a surgical procedure. One of the following days, Father Daniel Gouvalis, with whom I had already been acquainted, dropped by my recently opened bookshop in the center of Athens. Footnote, it is the bookshop named Philokalia, currently in a different location in the area. To continue, I spoke to him about my problem. He suggested we go to his confessor, Father Porphyrios. In the summer of 1984, we went to the holy monastery where the saint had recently moved. "Elder, there's something wrong in my head," I said to him, "and I need to have an operation. Please give me your blessing, because it seems to be a difficult one." "Yes, the problem is in the right part of the head." "No, my Yerondo, pardon me, but the problem must be in the left part of the head, because I get numbness in my left arm and my left foot." The saint looked at me again with piercing eyes, as if he was conducting a scan, and said without question, No. I see it. The problem is in the right part of the head, and your left arm and leg are numb. They go opposite. They crisscross. Watch out, though. Do not have the operation here, because you'll be left a vegetable. If you can, go to England. Elder, I fear that I will need 1,000,000 drachmas or something like that. What will 1,000,000 do? It's not enough. It's too little. You'll need a lot of money. If you can, though, pray to God. Perhaps he will get it for you. I will pray, Elder. Please pray for me as well, I said, and he nodded that he would. Exact measurement. Then he inquired about my new bookstore. I informed him about the location and the scope of my store. I explained that it is an Orthodox Christian bookshop that also carries Byzantine icons. The saint enjoyed our conversation and offered valuable advice on how to arrange the books around the store and about the decoration of the interior. He insisted I keep a lot of product on hand because people love to see quantity and abundance. Naturally, I followed his advice, and with his blessing, our bookshop maintains a satisfactory client base until today. "How big is the store?" he asked at some point. "I do not know exactly. I would say around 60 to 65 square meters. No, it's not that big. It's 44 square meters. My mind boggled at this answer, and on the very next day I brought a tape measure and took exact measurements. To my surprise, it was exactly 44 square meters, just what the saint had, quote, measured from a distance, although he had never seen it. Bible of Abbot Barsanuphius. With the saint's blessing on my side, I traveled to England. On September 11th, 1984, I was examined by Lindsay Simon, a professor of neurosurgery at the National Hospital in London. They ran all the appropriate tests. The professor instructed the team to do a special digital angiography, which was not in use in Greece at that point, and which would show the issue in the intracerebral vessels with precision. The treating physician informed me I would have the results on the morning of the next day. The next morning I was up really early because the wait was nerve-wracking. Next to me in the big room where I was staying as a guest, there was a huge bookcase filled with books. It was still dawn, and I had time to read a little. Without paying any attention, I put out my hand and randomly took down a book. The title read, Barsanuphius and John's Writings to Benefit the Soul. Randomly again, I opened it to a page 255. My eyes fell on an exchange between St. John the Prophet and one of his subordinates, and I read the following, quote, Question. A brother asked this question to the elder. If someone has an operable illness, should he get the operation? And should he ask for the father's opinion on this? Answer. It is necessary, my child, with any kind of pathology, that one should ask one of the fathers about it, and do everything per their opinion, because sometimes the elder has a charisma and performs the healing of the pathology unperceived, so the patient does not always need the doctors of the flesh. End quote. It was as if I had personally asked Abbot John, and he pointed to me to the charisma of Father Porphyrios. When I arrived at the doctor, I was more nervous than ever. The digital angiography showed no pathological findings. I was completely healthy. The surgery was no longer necessary, and the numbness in my left arm and foot had vanished too. I am certain that Saint Porphyrios had cured me. I think that he let me travel to London for two reasons. First, to have a scientific medical assessment of my cure, and secondly, to have further tangible proof that Saint Porphyrios had the gift of healing, and secretly unnoticed, mystically, he cured my disease. And this was affirmed by another great saint, St. John the Prophet, because there's no such thing as luck. That morning, among the many thousands of pages in the books surrounding me, I chose the exact page and paragraph that were pertinent to me. It is not just a question of possibilities. God provided for me to learn who my benefactor was. Over 30 years have gone by since then, and I am of sound health. The saint worked another great miracle, and for that I am grateful to him. God is wonderful in his saints. Amen. 29. The abortion. Witness of an anonymous lady. Pregnant. I was left fatherless when I was still young and with my mother. We faced many financial hardships, to which my heart problem was later added. I had aortic stenosis caused by rheumatic fever. When I was older and I was looking to be married because I wanted to be honest toward the men that I met, I let them know from the start about my heart issue, and sadly it did drive them away. During that time I was hired at a bank, and our financial situation greatly improved. Because my spiritual life was non-existent, and I was an emotionally vulnerable person, I drifted toward a slippery path. I got pregnant from a married man, 25 years older than me, who then left me for his permanent place of residence in America. I had believed that in this man I would find the paternal love and affection that had been robbed of me when I was a child. The thought that in a few months my unwanted pregnancy and my shame would be painfully obvious to relatives and co-workers was agonizing. Furthermore, I believed that with an illegitimate child in the picture, it would be even harder for me to get married. All these grueling thoughts I entrusted to a good old friend. He suggested we get married on paper until I give birth and then get a divorce, citing irreconcilable differences. I was in distress because of this apparent dead end, and I was in despair. The thought of having an abortion was ever more persistent. My friend, however, was against it, and instead he suggested going to Oripo to an elder he knew to get me help. At the Saint. It was the early morning of a weekday in 1981 when we arrived in Malisi and had no one else other waiting, so I went in by myself. The elder was in bed, covered with a gray army blanket. His hands were crossed in the front, exactly as we do for dead people. From the moment I entered the room until I left, he did not turn to look at me, not even once. As soon as I was in there, I felt like I couldn't breathe, and I was weeping, unable to hold in my sobs. I sensed the elder's holiness, the holiness of the space, but my own worthlessness too. The guilt and regret sprung forth into unstoppable, erratic crying. He was silent and patient. He gave me all the time. When I was a little bit calmer, I attempted to say something about the pregnancy, but he knew everything. "Leave your friend," he said. "You won't marry him. He will marry another woman and leave Greece to live abroad. You give birth to your child. Why are you tormenting yourself? Why don't you give it to that woman, your closest friend, since the poor woman has told you that she has a problem and cannot have children?" I did not answer. I did not respond at all. I have never told anyone about the other friend of mine. I turned to leave when I heard him asking, "I am very sick. Am I going to die?" I looked at him, and indeed the position of his body was resembling that of a dead man. The great sin. On the way back I was silent. I never revealed my short exchange with the saint to my friend. I avoided him as much as I could, and 8 years later I learned that he had gotten married and left for the States, just as the saint had prophesied. When I mentioned the saint's suggestion to my older childless friend, she cried and begged me 1,000 times to keep the baby and give it to her. She'd been married for years, but because of a pathological issue, it had been impossible for her to conceive. She longed to be pregnant, and to me being pregnant was an affliction. Many thoughts started pestering me again. If I had the child, I could never give it to her. On the other hand, I believed that the social outcry, the comments, and the scorn would be too much for me to take. On the night before the scheduled procedure, I saw the most vivid dream. A little girl came, and it stood in front of me, sorrowfully, and said to me in tears, "Mother, don't throw me into the darkness. Please." Sadly, I was too hopeless and distressed. I wanted to get rid of the situation as quickly as possible and put an end to my torment. And so, as if in a trance, I went and got the abortion. I never could fathom what came off this. My health deteriorated for several months, but I was also a wreck psychologically. Muddled emotions, agitation, tension, jitteriness, desperation, depression, gloom. This was the most difficult period of my life. I felt like a living dead and kept remembering the saint's death-like posture. My only comfort was my confessions on my confessor's stole, who, seeing my constant contrition, said to me one day, "I pray from the heart, my child, may the most holy Theotokos have mercy on you." Since that day, I felt like a burden had been lifted. My child. Soon I got married, and I had a little girl who, as she grew older, inexplicably became identical to the little girl of my dream, perhaps to remind me of my sin. In 2013, after the glorification of Saint Porphyrios, the following thing happened. One morning my daughter came running to me. "Mom, is there a saint called Porphyrios?" she asked. "Yes, but why do you ask?" "Mom, I saw him in my sleep." She led me to her room, and a delicate fragrance had infused the whole space, which lasted for 7 days. Then she told me this. "Mom, in my dream I saw that we went on the mountain together to a shabby hut
and inside I found myself before some icons. One icon of a saint was alive, and the saint, he smiled to me and came down from the icon. He sat next to me, and conversationally he said, "Welcome, Maria. I am Saint Porphyrios, and I have you under my protection." I told him that I do not believe him, and then he says, "You have seen so many miracles, and still you have no faith. You are compassionate and you help everyone. That is why I have come to talk to you." That is what he said, and then he vanished. Then I woke up, and there was an aroma in the room. Indeed, several miracles have happened in Maria's life, and one particularly important miracle had to do with Saint Irene Crucivelandu. After this dream, Maria read and learned many things about the life and miracles of Saint Porphyrios, and she started coming closer to the church. 30. Chernobyl. Witness of Mr. Andreas G., theologian, professor of Byzantine music, Heraklion, Crete. All the antiquities. In 1984, I was studying theology, and my professor, Father Konstantinos Papadopoulos, urged me to visit Father Porphyrios. I went along with another student, Panagiotis, who is a priest now. The saint took my pulse and asked me where I was from. "From Crete," I answered. "Ah, your village is nice, I can see it. What is its name?" "It is Zidas, near Castelli. And the mountains I see in the background, how nice, and all the antiquities. Elder, have you been there?" "No, not at all. I'm just seeing them now. I see the mills behind your village, all in a row. There they are." He was moving his hand, as if he was waving to someone. "Everything is right here in front of me. I see it. Behind my village are the mountain Dicti, and further back are the Lasathoniki mountains. Excuse the pronunciations. In previous times there were several grain mills set up there, and today only the ruins remain. I see many antiquities," he continued. "My goodness, what treasures! I see a church. Unbelievable what's hidden underneath. Panagia, Panagia, what things are there under there?" "Which temple is it, Elder?" "Don't you worry, it's not for you. At the foot of the mountain Dicti lies my village, and nearby on the western foot of the Lasathoniki mountains there was the most ancient city of Crete, called Litos, and equal to Knossos, and it was completely destroyed. So many antiquities, capitals of columns, statues, and so forth, are buried there. A lot of the marble in our chapels has been taken from the ancient temples and theaters and so forth, and my village was renamed from Zidus to Litos. These revelations were tremendous. The saint was seeing the present directly and instantly, that is to say, he was seeing my village in front of his eyes, live. He was able to look into the past as well, my village's history, and see other things under the ground. The saint had insisted during that visit, it is paramount for each Christian to have their own spiritual father, to give confession, and to receive Holy Communion. I chose as my confessor Father Ambrosius Lazarus, who was one of the saint's spiritual children from the holy monastery of Dadi in Amphilikia. He also encouraged me to learn the Psaltic art, and I attended classes at the conservatory in Athens under the first chanter Spiridon. The saint had a great appreciation for him, and also taken some chanting classes himself at the conservatory. The drug addict. Around that time I got engaged, and later I met another girl who asked for my help because she was addicted to drugs. I felt sorry for her, and to help her, I told a well-meaning lie. I told her that I was an ex-user myself, but I had fought and gotten away, so she ought to do the same. We had a friendly relationship, and we would even discuss things of a spiritual nature, but whenever she was going through withdrawals, she became someone else, and immediately went astray to get her dose. One day, because all her veins were ruptured, she injected in her neck in front of me, and I, as an ex-user, was supposed to keep cool. Although I had known her for 2 months already, this distressing incident made me seek out the saint's advice. After he heard about what had happened, he contemplated for a bit, and then he said, Yes, my child, I see. Save her. But how can you save her? It's not easy. Don't go back to her. Leave her to God. Don't go back. 2 weeks went by, and on one day as I was passing outside her house, I decided to visit her because my soul was aching for her situation. I rang the doorbell, and suddenly a huge man over 6 feet tall appears before me. It was probably her father, and furious, he had tried to attack me. Being afraid, I called for Father Porphyrios loudly in my heart, and suddenly he stopped. I explained that I'm her only friend, and he let me go. This is how I was spared a beating after my disobedience. Many people, in the effort to help someone who is an addict, end up being addicted themselves. It is a tricky and dangerous affair, and it takes someone with a strong personality, with expertise, and a lot of patience. The saint saw the danger, and that is why he deterred me, and since then I've never approached her again. I only pray to God to intervene and help her. Poisons. It was May 4th, 1986, 9 in the morning. It was Holy Thursday. I rode to Milisi on my motorcycle. Not long after I arrived, they let us know that the elder was not seeing anyone for the day. The crowd, around 20 people, started leaving in dismay, but I stubbornly said to myself, I'm not leaving if I don't see the Yerna. The hours were going by, and I was waiting, hoping that he would see me eventually. The morning went by, then the afternoon came by. I was still outside. I started thinking to myself, at 18:30 I need to be at Church of Alexandria Hospital for the service of the Passion, since I'm the resident chanter. If he doesn't get to see me till 1700, I have to go. At 1600 the door opened, and a nun called me. Come upstairs, the elder wants you. I happily ran inside, took his blessing. Take the Psalter and read, he told me. Blessed is the man who walks not in the counsel of the wicked, nor stands in the way of sinners, nor sits in the seat of scoffers. Oh, stop. That's not how you say this. Listen to how you should read this part. Blessed is the man who... And a lesson on the correct reading of the Psalter started. Most of all, what the saint wanted was the meaning to be brought out, because the Psalter is God-inspired. He was teaching me which words need to be stressed to have full meaning, and before which pause. He was not after a dramatic reading, just a clear reading to the letter with a certain color in the voice. As my reading became clearer and more accurate, the saint was satisfied and started to commend me. He was sitting on the bed, and I was reading, and out of the blue he raised his hands high. His face grew dark. He frowned and started shouting in terror. Poisons! 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 What are these people doing? What are they doing over there? I was scared. I thought that because there were trees and fields all around, someone might be out there spraying pesticide, and the elder was hit by the smell. Abruptly he sent me away. Leave. Go now. Leave quickly. I left, feeling sad and perplexed. What came over him, though? I wondered. Why send me away like this, out of nowhere? What did I do? 4 days later, on the second day of Pascha, all the radio stations and TV channels were running back-to-back correspondence about the dreadful explosion at Chernobyl. Footnote, the Chernobyl nuclear accident occurred after an explosion of the reactor at the nuclear energy production facility in the city of Pripyat of Ukraine, with destructive consequences for the environment and for health. Thousands of deaths due to cancer and leukemia. From the nuclear explosion, massive quantities of radioactive material were released into the atmosphere. Nearly half the surface of Europe was polluted. The air, the woodlands, the inhabited areas, the produce, the food. Mutations were observed even in animals. Many cases of cancer manifested after several decades to continue. The event was horrendous and saddening for the whole world. 1 month later, I went back to see the saint. As I was waiting for my turn, I was thinking back to the last time. And then my mind saw clearly, and I understood what had happened. God had informed the saint about that explosion, and he sent me away so he could pray. The prayers of these great saints keep this arrogant, demented, and sinful world from the wrath of God. The explosion at Chernobyl happened on April 26th, and the government at the time tried to cover it up, opting for secretiveness to avoid responsibility. The radioactive plumes traveled to many countries and, as the scientists confirmed, reached Greece from May 5th onward, which means one day after that visit to the saint obviously saw them approaching Greece and saw the explosion as well. The slacker. A friend of mine wanted to follow me to the saint once because he had a family problem. After a romantic disappointment, his younger brother had holed himself up in his room and refused to go anywhere. He spent all day lying in bed until his parents concluded that his ex must have put a hex on him. He went first thing in the morning. "Yaranda, I brought a good friend of mine. They have a problem," I said to the saint. "Go on then. What's his problem? What happened?" "Yaranda, my brother had a romantic disappointment and does not come out of his room. He was bewitched and—" The saint cut him short with a light slap. He said, "Hush now with this bewitched nonsense. Lazy is what he is." This was unexpected, and my friend started having doubts about the saint because he did know his brother well. He hadn't shown to be an indolent man. The saint changed the subject then. "You smell of resin," he said. "Yaron, do you mean Retsina, the wine? We haven't had any," I replied. No, I smell resin," he repeated. Then I remembered that I had in my pocket some tiny rosin crumbles because I was a musician, and I apply it to the hair of the bow of my lyre. I took out a small piece and showed it to him. "Yaron, do you mean this?" "Yeah, what else?" How had he smelled the crumbles in his age? When he was a young monastic on Mount Athos, the grace of God visited him, and all his senses opened up, and ever since then he could smell and hear from afar. After this, my friend started paying closer attention to his brother's behavior. Soon he realized that his mood was fine, so was his appetite. So was it proven that he didn't have depression, nor was he cursed. He was just a slacker. 31. He asked for his tooth. Witness of Mrs. Crisot G., Athens. My father-in-law had an electrical goods store near the Polyclinic in Athens, and so he knew Saint Porphyrios. So it happened that my husband Stylianos met him quite often and came to love him dearly. He always expressed to me, to other relatives, and to his patients at his dental practice in Kolonaki the immense admiration he had for this one priest that performed the services at the church of St. Gerasimos. He trusted him immensely and said that he was a saint. Whenever he had no appointments, he rushed to meet him, and often he relayed to me various wondrous things that happened. Most of all, he always said that the saint knew not only his thoughts and troubles, but also his day-to-day activities. He also said he had that special gift of seeing all the water flowing underground in any part of the world you mentioned to him. Other times when he went to my husband's practice in Kolonaki for his dental work, the saint conversed in such detail about dentistry that even my husband was impressed. In fact, he once told him things he did not know, although it was his field of study and his profession. Around 1987, we drove to Melisi. After a short walk, we arrived at the Hesychasterion and found quite a lot of people waiting. As soon as the saint's sister saw us because she recognized Stylianos, she led us to the lounge. The saint was sitting at the other end of it. I approached him to get his blessing. He held my hand and felt my pulse. It was staggering. Words failed me to explain. The saint was saying, "Your child is fine. Don't worry at all. She's very well." And I felt something powerful and novel happening inside of me. Indeed, I had been stressed over our daughter, Katerina, who was studying in England, and as a mother, I was concerned about the difficulties and the dangers she might come across. One final thing my husband told me was that he did a tooth extraction on the saint, and he thought of keeping the tooth as a blessing. The saint, however, seeing this, immediately asked for the tooth and took it with him. He was very humble and illumined. The tooth was part of his body, and one day it would be venerated as a relic, and he did not wish that
so as he requested from his subordinate monks to have his bones buried in an unknown spot in the wilderness of Mount Athos. 32. In the nets of magic, witness of Mr. Stephanos B. Corinthos, ascetic. I went to Cilicia, to the small monastery of Agio Nicholas, to meet Father Porphyrios. There I met his sister and his niece Eleni. There were just 2 rooms and a kitchen. I entered the saint's room and I was bewildered. It wasn't just plain. It was totally ascetic. There was only a chair and a couch chest with the lid up, which he had for a bed. It was like a casket. He got in there to sleep, so he would be reminded of the grave. The oval-shaped room had a floor of packed soil. It was winter, the temperatures were low, the room was freezing, and the saint was sick with a fever. As soon as I saw all this, a shiver ran through me, a dread. I lost for words. Sit. Let's talk, he suggested calmly and cheerfully. Yet I am a sinner. Come, talk to me. Say anything you want. Oh, the things I've heard. But you are unwell. It's fine. Come, you talk. I will just use my ears. I said all that I could remember, and he said the prayer of absolution for me. In 1978, he got seriously ill, and because he could not see us, my wife and I started confessing to Father Photios Charismata. Later on, when we went to see him again, the saint teased us in jest. Ah, is that so? Oh, so you don't want me. You went to Father Photios, professor of agriculture. On another time, I went to Milesium because he was blind. When I went up to his cell, I said, Yelanda, it is me, Irene's husband. The saint tapped my cheek, blessing me, and said, I want you to find an improved olive variety for me. It's called Manaki. It looks very similar to Koroneki, and it produces a lot of oil, good oil too. I want 200 roots. I went to a cousin of mine who ran a nursery, and I asked for 200 Manaki roots. They're for Father Porphyrios in Milesi, I stressed to him. So, hey, look, no tricks. You should know that you can't fool him. He'll definitely know immediately. He is a saint. No one can fool him and deceive him if he does not allow it. He will reprimand us if you give me the wrong variety. I sent a van with the plants to the holy monastery, and before long the saint called. Listen, he said to my wife, tell your husband that this variety you sent me is not the one I asked for, but it is not bad. It has a good yield. Tell your relative with the nursery as well, so that he knows. When he relayed this to our relative, he was stunned. Wow. Even an agricultural professor wouldn't get wind of this. We gave him a good ticking off because we'd warned him no funny business. When I informed him that the saint was blind, he did not believe me. The saint saw everything, not due to inherent smartness or acquired knowledge, but because of great divine illumination. He was very fond of trees, other than the olive trees. He had many fruit trees as well. In fact, sometimes when I went to see him, I would prune trees for him. God is great. I was once at the monastery at Milesi, waiting in line to meet Father Porphyrios. An elderly man was beside me, and we started talking. He told me he had 4 children. Unfortunately, 3 of them had become supporters of a Hindu organization. They had become followers of the Guru Maharajaji. The fact that they were educated children did not seem to matter. They were trapped, despite their good education and intelligence. The poor father of the children was desperate. As we were talking, we were joined by a well-dressed man in his early 30s who introduced himself as a medical doctor and told us the following about himself. I enjoyed practicing meditation. I was very inquisitive regarding spiritual matters. I was involved in black magic. I allied myself with the wicked one. You cannot imagine what I have been through. The wicked one was my teacher. Tremendous things happened to me, and I was under the illusion that I had immense powers. I thought that I was able to do anything. Once, with some friends of mine who were also involved in such things, we visited Elder Paisios in Panahuda on Athos. He proved to us that we had no power at all. He just picked a small stone and made the sign of the cross on it. He then asked us to perform what magic we could on it. We tried hard, but nothing happened. We were shaken. We started having doubts about our choices. We realized that the cross is more powerful than anything else, and we gradually all abandoned magic. He continued, I have received so much help from Father Porphyrios, and I visit him whenever I can. I have difficulty in finishing my specialized medical training because I feel debilitated. I try to adjust, but I am always at a war with the wicked one. Having said these things, the young doctor turned to the father of the 4 children and told him, I know of your 3 children. They have gone astray. Your elder son is touring abroad. He has become one of the leaders of the organization. That poor father felt devastated when he heard the news about his elder son. When his turn came, he entered the cell of Father Porphyrios, feeling shattered. The saint looked at him and he said, Bah! You should not have talked with that young man outside. You should have avoided him. Do not despair. You must know that God is great. We will fight. We will not leave it like this. In the end, 2 of his 3 children left the organization and returned to Holy Orthodoxy. Only his elder son is still involved in the organization. The saint managed to seize 2 more innocent and well-meaning sheep from the mouth of the wolf through prayer. Saint Paisios. I went to Saint Porphyrios once and told him that I was going to go on a pilgrimage to Mount Athos. He was overjoyed, and he gave me some food, some coffee, raisins, and other things to take to Kapsokalivia, to the hermitage, to the cells, and the sketes. Always bring food, they need it. He said, the big monasteries can manage for themselves. I traveled to Panahuda as well, and I received Saint Paisios' blessing. Geranda, I said, Elder Porphyrios makes a bow in front of you. Ah, he explained, glad to hear it. But we should bow before him, because he is our better by far. He was very humble, Saint Paisios, and on some other occasion, talking about spiritual matters and his difference to Father Porphyrios, he said the following, to quote Saint Paisios, quote, with regard to spiritual matters, I'm on a black and white television, while Father Porphyrios is on a color one. Let not the oil of the sinner anoint my head. Witness of monk Prodromus, elder of the holy cell of Agios Philotheus Kokinos, the holy monastery of Grigoriou Manathos. He was dynamic. In 1983, after university, I began my mandatory military service at the Hellenic Air Force General Staff in Athens. I routinely visited the saint in Milisi on Sundays, also to see my good friend who had abandoned his studies to devote himself to life next to the Father as a novice. They lived austerely, without even basic comforts. The saint was in good health, and we went on walks in the forest, and one time with some other guys we brought heavy machete-like blades and cut firewood for him because winter was approaching. When the saint saw that it took some of us 8 or 10 strikes to cut a branch, he took one of the blades and with a single strike cut through each thick branch. Although he was short and thin, his arms were strong. He moved in an energetic, strong, fast manner. He was full of zest, enthusiasm, and eagerness for manual work. He loved physical labor. I remember him saying to us, "This is how you cut, lads. Be dynamic and hard-working. Don't drag your feet." What impressed me the most was that every time I left, I was feeling happy and light. I did not know that he was a saint, but I knew how beautiful it felt to be by his side. The gift. When I was discharged from the army, I worked for a successful corporation for 2 years, and then, urged by my confessor, I became a monk at the holy monastery of Grigoriou in Manathos. In 1987, my ex-employer, Mr. T, offered to donate a big, expensive machine to our monastery, a modern laser printer that could also print books. I took the hero monk PH with me, and together we traveled to Athens to receive the gift. The businessman, he gave us a warm welcome and gathered his employees in a spacious room, brought treats, and well-meaning started with the compliments. He was excited to get a visit from Athonite fathers. I recalled then that he had done a civil marriage, and the psalm of the prophet David, which we also chant during Vespers, came to mind. But let not the oil of the sinner anoint my head, for yet shall my prayer also be in their pleasures. Kathisma 19, Psalm 140. I started to think, is it right to accept such an expensive gift from someone that does not revere our faith? Just wait. See what I make of him here in front of his employees. And I ask him, to my knowledge, were you married in a civil ceremony only? Are you properly married? Why are you unlawful? Properly speaking, you're not married. He was mortified. He shrugged, frowned, and tried to mumble something. We left. The machine would be wrapped for the trip that afternoon, so that we could load it to the car and return to Mount Athos. I asked Father P, is it proper to accept gifts from such a man who might have done we don't know what else? We called our elder, Father George Kapsakis, of blessed memory, told him everything and let him know we were considering going to Father Porphyrios the next day. You have my blessing to do exactly as the elder Porphyrios says, he said. Well, before his arrival to Mount Athos, Father George had lived in a small monastery dedicated to St. George in Arma, Evia. Saint Porphyrios had visited them and revealed where they could find water. The saint used to humbly say, I have this charisma, I go down, and I see all the underground layers and subterranean waters. I taste the water too. The radio. We arrived at Melisi early in the morning, and we found the saint in bed, sick and blind. I told him what happened, and he said, we will phone your elder, but first take this radio, put it up there to the left where the icon of the Virgin is, and find the station of the Metropolitan of Piraeus, the Church of Piraeus. Yaranda, hold on, you, a holy man, you have a radio and a TV in here. Footnote. For a brief time, the elder had placed a small portable TV inside his cell, without ever watching it himself. In general, he was against the programs broadcasted, and still they were better in quality than they are today. To continue, besides you're sick and blind, what good are they? They're for the lay people, see? To better approach them and to appear friendly. I don't watch, just they come here and think that I'm a saint, that I'm something. Put the radio with the icon on the left, it gets good reception there. Find the station and turn the volume up to hear it loud and clear. He had a large icon of Panagia leaning against the wall on top of the table. I put the radio there, but I wasn't getting a signal, so I just opened the balcony door and took it outside to get reception. What are you doing there? He instantly called out to me, although he was completely blind. Didn't I say put it with the icon? Father, I'm looking for a better spot. What's with you, my child? Don't you know how to be obedient? Didn't I tell you to put it there? Do you think you're smart? People from the university came here with special equipment, took measurements, and concluded that it is the best spot. Bah, look at you. Haven't you learned how to obey? Yaranda, leave that now and tell us what to do about the gift. Are we accepting it? Wait until I speak with the elder. In the meantime, I had placed the radio at its right spot, and the reception was exceptional. With the radio on, we called our monastery, and the saint started exchanging praises with our elder. Before long, with no mention of the matter of the gift, he hangs up. The radio, why is it off? He asks me. I turned it off since you're speaking with our elder. But did I say you should turn it off? I wanted it to be audible in the background as I was talking. Because I was a young and green monk, I could not comprehend then that the saint wished to somewhat undermine the piety and the praises of our elder toward him. The radio and the TV were to appoint a means to curb the ever-increasing onrush of praises. Obedience. What are we doing then? I asked him. Are we accepting the gift? Give your hands here. As soon as he felt my pulse, he shoved my hand away. You're not practicing obedience, he told me. You never learned how to. You will look upon your monastery from afar. The way you spoke to this man betrays malice. What you did contains malice. This is no confession of faith. This man's mother is a woman of the church, and every day she speaks to him about his marriage. He knows well enough what he must do. You've come here from Mount Athos, and he treated you so well. He pulled all his staff from work and gathered them to please you. He happily welcomed you, brought out treats, and he's giving such an expensive gift to you, too, which shows goodwill. He would have come up there, too, to Mount Athos, and he would have changed. He would have gotten married as well. Now he thinks, if they treated me this way here, imagine up there, they'll eat me alive. You held him in your grasp, in your nets, and you could have oriented him toward God. Who acts this way? What sort of behavior is this? Was it a stick, a staff that the church gave you to shepherd people and to smite them? Were you given a staff? The abbot could speak to him. The bishop or confessor, people with a pastoral vocation, can speak to him. You cannot ridicule the man in front of others. If you wish to say something to him, you should have done so in private. Give him a friendly pat on the back and say to him, "Hey, look here, dear man, shouldn't you consider this matter differently?" This is how people talk to each other. What are you? What are you? Well, Father P. shrunk into himself, scared. He was a timid man, and Father Porphyrios always spoke gently to him. He could not understand that Father Porphyrios was telling him off because he had spoken to the poor businessman in an arrogant tone. I regained my composure, and without waiting any longer, I asked, "Yaranda, are we taking the gift after all?" "Yes, take it, of course." I was glad because in truth I wanted the gift. Eventually this businessman made another expensive gift to our monastery soon after, from afar. We left, but thinking back to these words of his, "You will look upon your monastery from afar," I was distressed. I was recently tonsured, and I had dreams for my life as a monk. When I returned to the monastery, my elder consoled me. "Hey, elders just say those things. Don't be upset," he said. "He wanted to chastise you." And my friend Father P. said, "I am close to him, and I know him. This scolding shows he cares for you. He loves you. It's a good sign. It means that if you accept this admonishment, it will help you correct your mistakes. The goal of a monastic is not to fall into pride and to feel good about what they think they are. The monastic needs to come face to face with his hidden passions. When he places the mirror in front of you and points them out, it means he trusts you to correct yourself, that he sees your potential. He also confided in me that he knew I would become a monk since I started visiting the saint in his hut as a layperson because he had discreetly asked my friend to approach me. Roughly 23 years after this encounter, I remain a monastic of the holy monastery of Grigoriou, but I stay in a cell in Kyries, and in a way I am looking upon the monastery from afar. Although the saint had scolded me, I felt great love and familiarity toward him, and I called him every now and then. I sensed that he was praying for me because he loved me truly. Saint Mina. A short while later in the winter, the abbot sent me to Thessaloniki for provisions. At some point I noticed that I had lost the VAT exemption book with all the documents stamped and ready to use. This was very serious, and dejected I went to the side. I pulled out my beads, my komboskini, and I started praying to Saint Mina. This saint has the God-given privilege to help in the recovery of lost objects more swiftly than any saint. I was saying, "Saint Minas, intercede for us." As soon as I went through the prayer rope one time, a joyous thought came to me. Why don't I call Elder Porphyrios? He sees, he will be able to tell me where it is. Besides, in the past, my friend Father P. had revealed to me wondrous stories about the saint. For example, the saint knew before picking up the phone who the caller was and what they wanted. Sometimes he would say, "Hey, pick up the phone because it is this person calling from this place and they're in need." And other times he'd say, "Hey, leave it. Don't answer it at all. It is not an emergency." So I called the saint. "What's going on, my poor son?" he said. "Father Porphyrios, bless, I lost the VAT booklet." "Come again.
Did you call me to find your book? Go to a medium. Let them find it for you. What am I, a wizard? To find what you lose? Bless Father, don't talk to me like that. I'm very upset because I lost the book, and it's no small matter. You aren't careful enough, so... All right, I'm not careful. But I counted my comboschini, praying to St. Minas, and then it occurred to me I thought it was from God and from St. Minas, this idea to call you. Ah, now you're talking. Listen here to a story about me. Years ago, when I was outside Mount Athos due to a serious illness, I went to the holy monastery of Harlambos, and it was the season they were pruning the vines. The fathers searched the whole monastery, looking for a simple pair of shears, but it was nowhere to be found. A mishap, because it was an effective tool, and they would have made good progress with it. They left for the vineyards, and because I was unwell, I stayed behind to look after the monastery. Right now, the fathers are working hard, and I cannot help at all, I was thinking. If I could at least find the tool. As soon as I started praying to St. Minas, I had this thought, why don't I go eat a roll? The rolls were kept inside a huge basket covered with a blanket to keep them from going dry. As I slid my hand under the blanket, something hurt me. I look, and what do I see? Someone, as he was taking a roll, had forgotten the shears in there. The joy! I take it, and I run to the vineyards. You see, St. Minas revealed it to me. Yananda, what do I do now? Where will I find the book? Come now, you didn't lose it. They took it off you in the last shop. You brought something, and then you went to the next, and you could not find it. Don't worry, go there to that shop, and then go to the tax authorities and tell them to keep an eye on them. They kept it from you. Father, do you see all this? I mean, can you see everything? Listen, I do not see everything at every given moment. It's not possible to know everything at all times. It would drive me crazy. How can I be aware of all matters at all times? It is one of two cases. One, I ask God for information about someone I want to help because they need it because of a serious problem, or because the wicked one or a demonic spirit torments them. And then God reveals to me the pertinent things. And the other cases, God reveals things on his own, without my asking for anything. But to annoy him now over the book, no. Do you understand? We hung up, and I went straight to the shop he indicated. Because they refused to return it to me, and I went and declared it to the authorities, just as the saint had said. The saint had asked us to make an electronic watch that would tell time in the Byzantine way, precise to the second. Every time the sun sets, it must show 12 at midnight. Now, so many years later, I have just started working to realize this wish. 34. O my Lord, witness of Mrs. Evangelia M. Athens. Soon after I heard about the saintly nature of Elder Porphyrios, I went to see him. He felt my pulse, and then he said, "Tell your daughter Varvara to be careful in her marriage, and you look after her and help her out." At that time, my daughter had 3 small children and was still living with her husband in harmony. A few years later, however, the friction began, and they ended up getting a divorce. We've been dealing with great difficulty and strain from this marriage to the day. He also spoke to me about my son. "Be careful with your son, George," he said. "He will ask you to buy a car for him. Careful, don't buy it for him." We felt sorry for him, though, as his parents would, and when he asked us for a car, we bought it for him. We completely lost our hold on him. He lost his way and got involved with drugs. The struggle went on for years, but after a lot of praying with God's help and with the saint's intercession, he quit and became healthy again. Later on, I went to Father Porphyrios with my sister Maria, who had opted to stay unmarried. She consciously led an Orthodox Christian life, but it still made me sad, and I wanted to see her married. I approached his bed, and I whispered this to him. He was sitting with his head bowed forward, with his eyes closed. Oh, my Lord, he sighed regretfully. Today my sister lives alone on some island, and she's plagued by psychological issues.
which has not yet come apparent then. We had not even suspected it. 35. My Savior, witness of Father I.N., a priest from Athens. 3 refusals. The church where I celebrated the sacraments was frequented by Vasilios D., a student at the medical school in Athens, in whom I had discerned a special piety toward God. So I asked him one day, I have 2 serious problems. One is a health issue, the other spiritual. Do you happen to know of a virtuous elder who I can trust to advise me? I know a holy elder very well. He is in Milisi. His name is Father Porphyrios. He will help you, there's no doubt, because he is a saint. I went to Milisi, and I found quite a lot of people outside a trailer, all waiting to see the elder. I was glad to see that I was not the only member of the clergy waiting for him. And yet, although he was receiving people, he turned me away, and I left feeling dejected. The student urged me, and I went back to the saint, but to my great surprise, he refused to see me once again. I left embittered, and having resolved to never visit again. After some years had gone by and my resentment faded, I decided to try again. The saint had moved to a small cell of the monastery, which was otherwise still under construction. Sister Feveronia, following the saint's instruction, was in charge of who entered his cell. I approached her and pleaded with her. I was the only priest, but when she returned from the saint, I was utterly shocked. He refused me again. I left infuriated while thinking, I wished I'd known before what a great elder is, being utterly sarcastic. A few days later, I came across the student, and again he started pushing me to go to the saint one more time. Go back. Be persistent. He'll let you in, he was saying. I went 3 times already. All 3. I was the only clergyman there, the only one wearing a raso, and he did not see me. Enough is enough. I'm not going back. But didn't St. Paul the Simple wait with no food outside the hut of St. Anthony the Great for 3 days and 3 nights until he opened the door to him? Do you see? He did not get tired, although he was old, and although Anthony the Great himself was sending him away. But he was a saint because he was simple. I am egotistical because I come from Crete. Enjoy your elder. All my best to you and him. Me, I'm not going back there. Come in, Father. But he was very persistent, and eventually he persuaded me. It seems that the angel of God had put him to the task because I benefited greatly when I finally met Saint Porphyrios. In all likelihood, he was not agreeing to see me because he could see my egotism. He was putting me to the test so that I could acquire some humility. On my 4th visit to the monastery, Sister Feveronia called out to me as soon as she saw me, Welcome, Father I. The elder's expecting you, she said. He's expecting me? I said to myself. Who would have thought? But where does he know my name from? As I was approaching, I decided to only bring up my spiritual concerns, although my health problem was serious, truly miserable. I was getting headaches so intense that at times I wanted to slam my head against the wall, just in case it helped. I laid out my spiritual problem to the saint, and he spoke beautifully to me, and I felt rested in my soul. But because of my egotism, I was not elated by his illumined advice. I did not feel like he was a particularly charismatic elder, and I got up to leave. He read my thoughts, and as I reached the door, he called out to me, Come here, you, come here. Your headache, do you know where it comes from? No, Yeranda, I don't. It's from the sinus infection you have on the left, but you shouldn't have gotten surgery for it. Your sinusitis is allergic, and they don't operate for this kind of thing anymore. I realized that he knew everything, and at that moment my knees and my hands, they felt weak. My body was paralyzed, and I barely stayed on my feet. Instantaneously, I felt the desire to open my soul to him, to confess the depths of my heart, to tell him everything. Yeranda, shall I sit to talk? I managed to stutter. Bah, just go. Because I said this to you, you're all excited now. Go for now, come back and talk another time.
A little while later, because I had nosebleeds from the left nostril, I took some tests and then I had surgery to remove the nasal polyp, a benign tumor. My good father, you shouldn't have had the first surgery. The doctor whom I knew said in the end, your issue is allergic, and we don't operate for that. I heard this recently from one of your colleagues, Father Porphyrios, I replied. You should have been going to him from the start, my blessed man, not to us, the doctors. Well, that doctor, he knew Saint Porphyrios very well, and he revered him. Well, I visited the saint many times since then. He helped me with many personal issues, and he worked many miracles in my life. He was always aware of everything. I met many virtuous elders and saints, like Saint Paisios the Athonite, Saint Iakovos Salikis, Saint Ephraim Katanakiotis, Saint Philotheus Servakos, and many more. May their blessing be upon us. My hope, my support, and my point of reference was always Saint Porphyrios. He was not just the great benefactor of my life. He was literally my savior. 36. He led me to forgive from the heart. Witness of Mrs. Maria Duca, Larissa. Why did you sin? Some spiteful relatives put a curse on my family. I got information about the witch, and I visited her in Volos. She, unruffled, confessed that she had bound us with a spell, and she offered another spell to me, supposedly to lift the hex and get us out of harm's way. Out of naivete and ignorance, I took it and used it. I was 25 years old then, and from that point on my behavior changed. My mind was cloudy, the smallest things aggravated me, and a storm of unclean thoughts swirled inside me. Anxious and confounded, I was unable to recognize myself. Out of shame, I withheld my sin from my confessor, Father Athanasios Mytileneos, and my confessions were lacking sincerity and spirit. While I was on this slippery slope, which lasted for 7 or 8 years, I met my husband and we got married. After 3 miscarriages, all hope to have a child was lost. One day I fell and I broke my hand, and because it was not getting any better, it was suggested that I should have an operation at the St. Savas hospital in Athens. It was then that my sister-in-law talked to me about Father Porphyrios. With my confessor's blessing, I went to Oripo. I only spoke about my hand, nothing else. It will heal, Marika. Do not fear, he responded. It will heal, but why did you sin? Yes, Yaranda, I have sinned. I have sinned. I bowed my head and I left, contrite and baffled that he knew my nickname and my deed. Only people close to me called me Marika. A little while later, when I went back to him, a woman called out, Mrs. Marika from Larissa should come in now. How did he know that I was there? He raised my spirits this time too. And then I left. I wanted to tell my sin, but I couldn't. Soon I went back with a group from Larissa on a pilgrimage. Because it was crowded, we were all receiving his blessing, and immediately leaving, I took his blessing and stood by his side. The people were passing by us, and I was looking for a chance to confess the sin that was burning inside me. He gave me a nod to leave. I know it. Your confessor is whom you should tell it to, he said, and I left. Unfortunately, every time I resolved to confess, I postponed until the following time. A torment. Hemangiosarcoma. After the surgery, I was sent to a hospital in Vula with a false diagnosis where the doctor, Petropoulos, took me by surprise. Why have they sent you here, he said. You have cancer. You should go to a cancer hospital. The diagnosis was hemiagoun sarcoma, a benign tumor starting in the blood vessels, which was causing me pain in the arm and the leg. I was frightened. Cancer! My only hope were the saint's words. You will heal, I tell you. I quickly left for Germany. A cousin arranged for me to be admitted to a hospital in Munster, where I was treated for 1 whole year. My hand and my leg were swollen. The pain was intense. I was wheeled into surgery to have them amputated, but it was called off at the last moment. 2 more times they pressured me to amputate, but I refused. The saint, he was protecting me from the worst. I was making the sign of the Holy Cross on my limbs with oil from the candili of Panagia Maliva. I was praying and asking aloud for Elder Porphyrios' help. To the doctors I was saying, my good father, Porphyrios, told me that I'll be fine. And they would respond in anger. We are dealing with an entire science here, and you listen to what you hear from the good fathers? My sister rang Oripo and spoke with a woman there, who relayed our plea to the saint. He answered loudly, so his voice could be heard clearly. Tell her that she will heal, she will be cured, not to fear. I pray a lot for this Maria. I had a symbolic dream as well. I saw the elder fighting with a dark, beast-like brute of a man, and the one was injuring the other. I believe that the saint was trying, through prayer, to rid me of the rights of the wicked one that he had gained on me. On the next day, a confessor passed by my hospital room. Father Timothy, I think, was his name, and I finally confessed my sin and found peace. Later, after I recounted all of this to Father Athanasios Mytileneos, he responded, How did you accept the spell? Don't you know that magic does not expel the devil, it draws him to you? My arm and my leg were still swollen and in pain. I had tumors, each small as a walnut, in my elbow and armpit. The resident professor of medicine came to my bed and announced they were urgently scheduling the surgery to cut them off. You Germans, I shouted, my own arm, my own leg, and you are the ones to call the shots. The doctor, Kellas, from Larissa, assisted me a lot. Dr. Nicholas Marinos, too, who was from Greece and was regulating my chemo. One day he surprised me. Maria, he said, to be straight with you, it's not like we will cut off your arm and your leg and you'll get better. Unfortunately, your body is full of cancer. All your blood. Your cells have been damaged. I am sorry. There is no hope. Porphyrios, help me. Porphyrios, do not forget me. I was screaming shamelessly and had everyone on edge. Let them think that I'm crazy. Forgiveness. With pain raking through my body and soul, I returned to Greece, and immediately I went to the holy monastery of Saints Raphael, Nicholas, and Irene in Mytilene, where I stayed for 5 days. They blessed me with the holy spear. I received communion every day, but I was not cured. I departed for Our Lady of Tinos, hoping for a miracle. After a week, my condition had not changed. I went to Panagia Maliva the next, and when I arrived in pain, crushed and disappointed, I knelt in front of her holy icon and I said, My Panagia, forgive me for my sin, and I forgive all those who did this to me. Despite the vehemence of my emotions, what happened then was powerful but plain to perceive. The tumor and the swelling in my hand were gone. I was jubilant. I returned to Larissa, and a few days later, an intense pain started from the tumor in my armpit. I was walking back and forth in my house like crazy, crying and yelling. Tell me, Saint Porphyrios, what do? I can't take it anymore. Light the way for me. I took myrrh from Panagia Maliva and crossed the tumor. It disappeared instantly. A little while later, my knee started to ache. Once again, I fervently prayed to the saint to illumine me with a solution. Then I understood that in word, I had forgiven my spiteful relatives who had shown no signs of repentance, but I had not forgiven from my heart. I forgive them, but taking them with me to Panagia Maliva, that's taking it too far. I don't want to see them. This is how I thought. They had expressed a wish to accompany me, and I rejected them because I was still condemning them. I forgive them, I prayed on my knees. Panagia, to your monastery. I will take them and I will bring them back. My leg was healed on the spot. I fulfilled my promise without delay. I took them and we went to Panagia Maliva, and I treated them to lunch as well at a restaurant on the way there. My arm and my leg never bothered me again. All the tests were clear. I was fully healed. I often organized pilgrimage trips to Panagia Malivi, and to Melisi, where I gave my gratitude to the saint. at Saint Porphyrios. The wicked one was waging war on me, and little by little, vulnerable as I was, I started to give in to a confused thought. I bring all these people out here to Milisi, but is Porphyrios really a saint? When I heard that Saint Porphyrios was visiting in Surti, I organized a trip. When it was my turn, I inquired. Yaronda had cancer, and Father Porphyrios stated that I would heal. He prayed a lot for me to the Virgin Mary, and the Virgin Mary to Christ, but it was Christ that healed me. Yes, Father Porphyrios prayed for you and told you that you would be cured, and now you're well. His prayer healed you. Now if you sit in a draft and you catch a cold, it is not the saint's fault, and don't make him out to be a liar. He called him a saint, and my thoughts dispersed. As for these last words of Foresight, their meaning became clear later. A woman brought her possessed daughter to my house to anoint her with oil from Panagia Miliva. The little girl was freed from the demon, came to me, but the demon came to me, and I could find no rest. My husband was watching TV, and out of my mind just wanted to run off. Obscene thoughts possessed me, and disturbed, I ran to kneel in front of our icons. I could not do it. How would I make it until I could give confession and receive communion? I tried to calm down and to be patient. I prayed a little, and soon the phone rang. An acquaintance, a woman that rarely called me. Tomorrow we're going to go to visit the holy monastery of Panagia Zouduhos Pigi in Volos, and a friend who was supposed to come along canceled. I thought of you. Do you want to join us? She suggested. I went, and until the moment of the communion, I was trembling and crying. As soon as I received the body and blood, everything went away. I feel immense gratitude toward the Virgin Mary, toward Saint Porphyrios and Saint Porphyrios, who saved me from my sins and from my illnesses. 38. He dispelled my agonizing phobias. Witness of Miss Irene. Like Anthony the Great. My father was the minister at the church of St. Anthony in our village, and since I was little, he used to take me with him, not only during the Sunday service, but also to tidy up the church. In those poor but beautiful years, we didn't have any books. It was when I heard the reading of the life of St. Anthony in the church one day that the desire was born in me to meet a great saint myself. That description, when the people meet Anthony the Great on his way back from the desert and they receive his blessing, was always vivid in my memory. And so for many years I prayed to experience something similar myself. As I grew older, this hope started to seem futile, because I had the thought our times don't have great saints. Later, when I got married because of my piety toward Anthony the Great, we baptized one of our daughters, Antonia. When I was 33 years old, my brother picked me up and my sister-in-law, and we drove to Milisi. We arrived at close to 10 in the evening. It was a moonlit August night in 1982. With the car lights, we could see that some of the construction for the Hesychasterion was already underway. We turned the engine off, got out of the car, and called out that we were there. In the moonlight, we saw 3 figures coming out of the forest. A woman and a man were walking in the front, and not far behind the saint was following, bathed in light. Even his clothes appeared white, while the light emerging from his body illuminated the space around him. It was reminiscent of the transfiguration of the Lord, to which he later dedicated the Hesychasterion. It was inexplicable, and all 3 of us saw it simultaneously. As he drew closer to us, this light diminished and eventually vanished. I had encountered elders and spiritual fathers in the past, but when I first laid eyes on Saint Porphyrios, I felt that my life's big dream was being realized. God had not forgotten my plea. Goodness, I thought, he's like St. Anthony, I said to myself. That's how I felt. We thought that he would send us away, but he saw that we'd come from far and that we had a need and a longing to speak with him, and he welcomed us. I entered the trailer first, and I gave confession to him. freeing my soul from various phobias and private concerns. He listened to me silently in prayer, and then he asked, "When did you last confess?" "Almost a year ago." "When did you last receive Holy Communion?" "It's been months now. How often should I give confession?" "Every time you feel like you need to. Go to church frequently. Fast. Pray. Be careful with your children because you're oppressing them. Do not be overbearing because they'll grow to hate you, and they will not listen to you." This scared me, and I cried, and I said to him, "I read somewhere that Christ descended to earth to save the sinners." He fell silent. He turned and looked intently in one direction as if he was seeing something. "You are good," he said after a while, "but take care of your children. Send them to Sunday school." He turned his gaze to that same spot. Maybe he was seeing the wicked one. He got up and lit incense inside the trailer. He had quite a few icons, especially of the Virgin Mary. I also told him that I could not sleep because I was having nightmares with menacing demons. He reassured me, saying it was not just my imagination. I think he was avoiding telling me the truth because I was frightened and anxious. "I will come again, Elder," I said in the end. "There's no need. Keep your children on your mind. Your eldest daughter is easily dejected. She's like you." And he repeated this many times on the following visits. "She's unhappy. Give her a caress here and there," he told me once. "When it's just the two of you, hug her, obviously so that the other children don't get jealous. There's discontent in her." I got his blessing and left the trailer to give the turn to my relatives. As I was waiting, the man that was with the saint in the forest told me some of his experiences with the saint. He had gone to see him with his pregnant wife once, and the saint told them, "You will not see your gynecologist again. He's a good man in his faith and his science, but he's very sensitive, and he will not be able to bear that which will happen to your wife." They followed his advice and went to another gynecologist who, when he saw the wife going into septic shock during labor, although shocked, handled everything fine. Later, when the gynecologist was filling the mother in about the risk she'd been in, she was smiling, and the doctor angrily said, "Ma'am, it's not a laughing matter." But she was smiling because she was looking at Saint Porphyrios, standing there in the room, and she realized he had saved her. He appeared, and just like that, he vanished. When everyone was done, we left for our village, and on that very same night I saw the following vivid and symbolic dream. The saint was in our home, and in his hands he held a vial and a spoon with medicine. He approached my eldest daughter and administered it to her. I obeyed the saint, and every Sunday early in the morning I took my children and we went to church. I did my best not to push them too much, and later, when they're older, I asked for their forgiveness for the times I might have been out of line. My dreams, which worsened my anxiety, changed as well, and they became truly beautiful, full of religious and spiritual meaning, so I always ended up waking up happy. Next encounters. 1. I went through a rough patch later, as someone was scheming against my family. I got so furious that I cursed him, and then I felt even worse for committing such a sin. Something was spurring me on, and unwittingly I cursed him again. This fact had been on my conscience, and I was restless until I could go to the saint to confess. When I went, I sheepishly started describing the events, but he interrupted me. I know this, it's no big deal. To curse someone is a heavy sin, but the saint had discernment. A weight was lifted off me, and since then the thought of cursing someone has never crossed my mind. The saint used to say that we shouldn't embrace evil, but we are not supposed to break our back to send it away either. Just simply ignore it and pass it by. I also brought up that I could not fast. Yet under why do I feel so awful when I'm fasting? What should I do? Whatever the doctor says, I noticed that from then on I could follow all the established fasting periods without much ado. 2. On another visit he asked me, "Hey, how are things with your health?" "Praise be to God. I am well, very well." It was not true. As a matter of fact, I'd been feeling fatigued. I was weak. My arms and legs were in pain. I was wondering if there was something seriously wrong, and that scared me. Time passed, and I got even worse. The doctors did not have the means to diagnose my condition at the time. 10 years after this meeting with the saint, they diagnosed me with rheumatism. They proposed a treatment which helped me a lot. 3. Yet another time, during a spring visit, he heard confession from me, and then I thought to mention a recent incident. My daughter had an eye inflammation, a conjunctivitis, but it passed by somehow. Elder, my eldest daughter had a problem with her eye, I said. Had she injured her right eye previously? Indeed, I was talking about the right eye. She had hurt it in December, just below the lid, and while we neglected it. As a result, it became irritated until it was all red. 4. Once the saint was in bed, and the moment I entered his cell, he asked me to leave. I turned to go, thinking, the elder can't see me today. He might receive me another time. Before I could cross the threshold, he called me back. Come, come. I sat close to him, and we spoke at length. I mentioned my eldest daughter again. Her legs were hurting even more now, and the doctors could not figure out a cause. Shush, he interrupted me. She is not well. I was staggered at this and became agitated. He realized it and said, Don't say a word, do not speak. Elder, I'm afraid. Will she come to harm? I will pray. My terror left me at once as if nothing had happened. From that moment until today, her legs never bothered her again, but we never learned what she was suffering from either. 5. I knocked on his hut's door once. He answered, and I gave him the presents that I had brought. Immediately, he shut the door. I thought that there must be some reason why he can't see me. I had wanted to let him know about the migraines that were plaguing me. I noticed some workers who were hauling bricks, and I offered to help them, but a migraine started, and I went to the water spring to take a painkiller. I found the saint there, and I started to talk about the thoughts that I was having. He did not answer me. He just asked me to water the saplings, and left. I watered them, and then I looked dejected toward the hut, and I thought, today is not the right day for the elder to speak with me. At that moment he came out and shouted, God will help you. Instantly my migraines, my concerns, my phobias disappeared. My soul was flooded with joy which lasted until I reached my home village. 6. In 1989, my eldest daughter was preparing for the university entrance exams, and she called the saint on the telephone. Yeronda, I'm taking my exams tomorrow, she said. What do you want to be? I want to be a mathematician. The elder laughed and said, You will study, and then you will meet a good guy as well. I wish you success. Just know the most important thing is to become a good Christian. The saint told her that she will study, but not that she would be admitted that year. Indeed, she failed her exams. The ensuing year, however, she was admitted to the agricultural school in Thessaloniki. During that time, she met a good man too, and she got married, as the saint had prophesied. 7. A friend of mine went to the saint on a day when I was in a psychological mess. The saint told her to pass his greetings on to me. Raising his right hand, he made the sign of the cross toward the north, toward my village, whispering a prayer. At that very moment, I snapped out of it. There were times when I felt scared and sad, and I called him with apprehension because I believed I was bothering him with trivial things. A woman's voice would relay my plea to the saint, and then she would inform me, Right now, the elder's making the sign of the cross toward you, and I would be freed from my agonizing and upsetting thoughts. 8. My last phone call to him was in the spring of 1991. I was in a terrible state. I was suffering from depression, headaches, anorexia, and fatigue. The mental pain was unbearable. I resorted to a neurologist and to the pharmaceutical treatment that he prescribed. When the saint talked, I had trouble understanding him because his voice was feeble. However, I caught these words, I pray that God cures you. His wish had great power, because I instantly recovered. I stopped taking the pills and never regressed to that extent. I had realized His Holiness because every issue I mentioned to him, either in person or on the phone, everything turned out well. Furthermore, he pulled me to the surface every time I sunk into the dark sea of my thoughts. Today I can live on my own, I can have activities, and in general, I do things that were unthinkable before I met the saint. Various wonders. To conclude, I'll mention some of the wondrous events I remembered from those visits to Milisi. 1. A doctor was visiting with his wife and his sick mother-in-law. The saint told them that her condition was not recent, but pre-existent. Then, as the wife was an archaeologist, he revealed to her a spot where ancient artifacts could be discovered. 2. I happened to be in his cell with a lady from Peloponnese, whom I did not know. She said to him, "Yaronda, I am the woman with breast cancer. I had come here, and with your prayers I was healed. There, in that one place, there is a treasure. Tell me the exact spot, and I will inform the bishop to dig it out." "Are you asking about the one buried on the mountainside above the sea?" asked the saint, showing with his hand. She answered affirmatively, but he did not provide any more information. 3. A pregnant woman was struck on her belly by accident by a colleague at her workplace, and because it made them very anxious, they came to the saint. He looked at her with his piercing gaze, blessed her, and said that the fetus had not been harmed. 4. A construction worker at the Hesychasterion told me once that he had problems with his wife, and he brought her to the saint. Among other things, he said to her, "You say that black is white and white is black." Although she had a lot of egotism, she acknowledged the remarks in the counsel of the saint, and she humbled herself. And thus peace came to their life and to their relationship. 39. Your nerves look weak. Witness of a monk N. from the holy monastery Grigoriou, Mount Athos. Transplanting. My ministry was arboriculture, and I was responsible for the olive grove and the vineyard of the monastery. One day the monk in charge of the citrus trees let me know that the decision had been made, and soon, together with other fathers, they would root them all out to transplant them near the vineyard, because we had 2 nice, spacious terraces there, in the hope that they would produce more fruit. I went to Athens in the day that followed to consult the saint about a different matter, and during the conversation he changes the topic. "Tell me, you have some citrus trees there, lemon trees, orange trees." He asks as if he was seeing them in front of him. "And you mean to move them to the vineyard?" "Yes, Yaronda." "Don't take them there. It is exposed to cold winds. It freezes over in the winter, and the citrus trees are very sensitive to the cold." "All right, Yaronda, I'll inform the fathers." As we go toward the holy monastery Dionysiou by boat, with the monastery on our left, you have on the monastery's right side terraced land going down to the sea. Yes, Elder. There, at the bottom, fix the area and make a greenhouse, and you'll have produce all year round. Eggplants, tomatoes, peppers. Indeed, we did this, and the results are most satisfactory. When I returned to Athos, I informed the fathers of the saint's suggestions, but they did not listen to me because they were set on their plan, and everything was prepared for transplanting. During the first winter, all the trees were burned, and we planted new ones, but again the frost burned them. And then we remembered the saint's words, and we planted pear and apple trees in that spot. We transplanted the citrus trees we moved to their previous spot, and since then they've been yielding a lot of fruit. I remember getting 20 cases of oranges just from one tree, and they continue to produce well year after year. Father George Capsanis. Some fathers from the monastery went to the saint once, and he spoke to them about our late abbot, Father George Capsanis. "Tell your Yaronda to spend some time in the garden too," he advised them. Later, our elder went to Athens, and the saint repeated it to him. "Work in the garden a little. I see that your nerves are weak. Every day, dig for 2 hours." Because of his many responsibilities as the abbot of a monastery, though, he could not make time. We were 80 monks in total, and we always kept him busy. He had a lot of paperwork, a lot of calls to receive, spiritual children outside Athos, and he was preaching as well. In the end, he was paralyzed. With the grace of God, the saint could see that his nerves were weak, and manual work like digging would have strengthened them. 40. Love comes first. Witness of an anonymous man. Do not shout. There was a group of girls that went to school with my wife, and they were together at boarding school as well, and later these girls were ministering to the saint in Milisi. My wife was about to have an operation for a serious health problem, and she called to Milisi, asking from the girls to appeal to the saint, who was very sick himself at the time, to instruct her if she should go through with the operation or not. She received no answer. The day before the operation, around 6 in the morning, my wife was fervently praying. She was begging for the assistance of Saint Porphyrios to illumine her in the face of this dilemma that appeared insurmountable. In her anguish, she clearly heard a male, elderly voice right next to her. "Do not have the operation," it said. The next day, however, we went to Athens, and she had the surgery because the health issue was nerve-wracking, and she wanted to be done with it. When she got discharged, we visited Milisi. We found many people waiting, so we sat and we waited. Soon we heard a young woman, whom we did not know, probably the saint's sister. The Yanada said the woman that had the surgery should come in, she announced. We entered the little cell. I took his blessing, and I stood in the corner while my wife sat by his side, and they talked for a while. "I was sorry that you went and had the operation," the saint told her. "You shouldn't have. You will go through some hardships now. You will suffer a lot. You must eat well, nourishing, healthy foods. Have patience now, and in the end you will be healed." Indeed, for 2 years, she suffered because of the side effects of this operation, but eventually she recovered. During these 2 years, my wife used to call Milisi and speak with the saint at least 3 times a month. She would update him about her fragile health, but he said nothing about it. Instead, there were so many times, more than 20, when he said, "Why do you yell like that in your city? The noise, it reaches us. Your shouting has reached even my ears. Stop yelling, stop." Yarada, I do not yell. Say it to the others too, then, that they shouldn't yell, because you only make things worse. At the time, our city was in the throes of a serious ecclesiastical matter, and a big portion of churchgoers were out on the streets organizing vigorous and unfortunately eventful protests. But the issue was becoming intensifying instead of getting resolved. The saint was hurting for the church. He wanted the faithful laity to be united, not divided. He wanted to see love among them, obedience toward the church, not quarrels, recriminations, and continued strife. Family matters. 1. In 1989, the whole family traveled to Athens to get the saint's blessing. We entered the cell all together, me, my wife, my 3 daughters. The saint was lying down, totally blind. He blesses us and asks me to approach the bed. I sat by his side, and he felt my pulse. "Your father has put you through a lot," he stated. "Yes, Yarada, that he did. But was it a good thing? Yes, he knew what he was doing because it taught you a lot. Not just letters, but about farming and livestock as well. It was true that my father never let me catch a breath. My chores were never-ending, now in the fields, now in the animals. Well, the other kids were free, and I envied them. However, despite the toil, I was the only one who managed to study. "Where do you work?" he asked me then. "I finished the Academy of Industrial Studies at the University of Macedonia, and I am the financial director of a sugar factory." "Are you good at technical matters?" "Yes, I go down to the production facilities often." And he started inquiring about details like the right season to plant the sugar beets, the diseases that affect them, and the appropriate treatments, when we harvest and how, but also about the reason we convert brown sugar to white sugar, expressing a certain preference for brown sugar himself. Then he asked me about my family, specifically about the number of my children, and as soon as I answered 3, he started listing their names and describing aspects of their personalities. "Your eldest daughter, so-and-so," he said. "She's very good. Let her be. Leave her because she's going down her own path. Do not stand in her way. She knows perfectly well what she's doing." She was in her first year of high school, and she was an excellent student. In her behavior, too, she was immaculate. She loved the church, and after university, she became a nun. As her parents, we had different dreams for her. Her decision saddened us, and we were opposed to it, but soon we remembered the saint's words, "Do not stand in her way. She knows perfectly well what she's doing," and we accepted it. "Your second daughter, so-and-so," continued the saint, "is very good. She's very good and sensitive and subdued, so take good care of her. Be sure you're not hurting her. She's a very sensitive soul," he said, shaking his head sorrowfully. This daughter used to blame herself for everything. Every little thing that broke in the house, everything affected her. She was very sensitive, and most of all it upset her to see us scold the third daughter, the more unruly one. She had a lot of love and kindness for everyone. But a few years later she died in the Lord. Then we remembered and we realized why the saint was shaking his head like that. Moving on, the saint said about the youngest daughter, "So-and-so, she's frisky little rebel. Don't scold her. That's not helping her. Leave her, and don't try to put fear in her. Children need love, not oppression." The saint didn't just know our family better than us, he also knew our future. 2. On one occasion, my wife went to him with a relative of hers who was having some problems with his wife. She refused to go with them to Malisi. As he was presenting his problem, the man wondered if the fights at home were his fault, and he asked the saint for a course of action. The saint started crying, and he wept a lot. He told him that it is not his fault that his wife has mental issues and her nerves were disturbed. In the end, although they had 2 kids, they got a divorce. Perhaps it was the traumatic experience in the souls of those children that the saint was seeing and weeping for. Work-related. In one of my next visits, I was overwhelmed by some managerial issues at the factory relating to unjustified hiring of staff and superfluous spending. I found these matters troubling as they affected the future of the factory. I recall these words from the saint: "Do your duty and be fair. Make sure that no one suffers at a loss, not the factory nor the workers, whom you should face with understanding, concern, and love. Be just, but speak to them with love. Lead the personnel in a good manner. You need a lot of tranquility and prayer to always have love for each other and to avoid fights." It was impressed on me once again that the issue of love was the most important for the saint. Amen. 41. Virtues and charismata, witness of Mr. George D., teacher, Athens. Gift of clear sight. Following a friend's suggestion, we went to Saint Porphyrios in Cilicia for the first time. He lived in poor ascetic conditions. Initially, we did not discern his virtues and his special charismata, and yet we found peace next to him, and both me and my wife chose him to be our confessor. Once, on the day of the Annunciation, I visited my mother with the whole family, as it was her name's day. Around 11 at night, we wanted to return home, but no cab would take us, as there were 5 of us, me, my wife, our 3 children. We tried, and finally a driver took pity on us and accepted the fare. We told the saint about this incident later. He advised us, "You should take the car and go to the forests and to the countryside, all the family together, to breathe the clean, fresh air, surrounded by green. Go to the churches and to the monasteries." As we were relying purely on my limited salary to raise 3 children, and I had made plans to build a house and equipped it with the main necessities, the possibility of buying a car was out of the question. Besides, I didn't even have a driver's license. What is the elder saying, I thought? How is it possible to buy a car? Despite all that, in less than 15 days, I had bought a car. I had the authorization for it and my driver's license, too. It was a miracle, how smoothly everything went. As an indication, I was owed a lot of money from some people, and unexpectedly they paid us back. Some of our relatives offered to help us out as well, and so it happened that within 2 weeks we had bought a spacious family car, a pricey one at that. 15 to 20 days passed, and we were visited by a relative of mine, a spiritual child of the saint. The elder wants to visit a female monastery outside Corinth, he said to me, and he wants you to drive him in your new car. I did not object, but I sorely thought, but the Yeranda has so many spiritual children that are wealthy, lawyers, doctors, mechanics. Am I the one he thinks of to take him to Corinth and back? I filled the tank, and we were on our way. The saint, he was speaking fondly of Mount Athos and other spiritual matters. We drove there and back in one day. I was surprised to see that the fuel gauge had not moved one bit. I assumed it was probably stuck, malfunctioned, but I checked the tank at home and I was speechless. Although we'd been on the road for several hours and did so many miles, it was still full. The saint saw my thought and did not want the trip to burden me financially. Accommodating. Every Sunday at church I held the ison, the holding note under the first chanter's singing, but did not dare to chant myself because I'd never done Byzantine music properly. I was passionate about classical music and very knowledgeable in it. I conversed about music with the saint once. I knew he had a nice voice, and when he was chanting, his voice took on a different sound. Yeranda, I have this wish to start a choir, I said to him. What kind of choir? European or Byzantine? I'm not accustomed to Byzantine music. I know nothing about it. I like European, multi-voiced pieces. All right, since you're so eager, you should do it. We set up the choir of the municipality of Chalandri with regulars from the Open Care Center for the Elderly. Around 40 members. Among all of the open care centers for the elderly in Greece, it was the only mixed choir, and we were very successful. Years later, the municipality awarded us with an honorary prize. Everything was done with the saint's agreement. And during that time, I occupied myself with Byzantine music as well, and I learned it well in a short amount of time. Foresight. My eldest son was about to take the National University entry exams, and in his application he wanted to declare interest for engineering schools all around Greece, hoping that he would be admitted to one of them. When we visited the saint, he said, "Your son is not going to put any other school down in his applications except the one in Athens." We showed obedience, and indeed, he was accepted in the Polytechnic in Athens among the first students of his year. Healing. At some point, my other son developed an olive-sized tumor on the top of his eyelid. We took the child to an ophthalmologist who was a spiritual child of the saint, and he urged us to go visit the saint. I did go with my wife, and the moment we entered his cell, the saint said, "Welcome. You're here about your kid, aren't you? Something grew on its eye, here." And he pointed out on his own eye the exact spot of the growth. We were stunned. "It's nothing," he went on. "It will go away on its own. Do not worry at all." We left happy, and at our home we were pleasantly surprised to see that the tumor had vanished with not even a trace left on the eyelid. Diligent. Many of us spiritual children of the saint worked on the site where the monastery was built, clearing the land, cutting down pine trees with a handsaw, and rooting out bushes. One day we were going about our tasks leisurely. We were circling around the bushes and pondering the easiest way to pull them out, when the saint came up to us. "Hey, you, know what you look like from a distance?" he said. "You look like sick people." "Yet on the why? Why, you're so lifeless. It looks like you're trembling. Grab it, root it out. Why are you staring at it? Are you dead?" We were being so delicate about it, but the saint was vivacious, quick, strong. He was self-denying, and God guarded him, granted him strength for everything, and so nothing could stop him. Compassionate. Afterwards, when the construction was underway, I used to go with my friend, Mr. Yorgos Kormbelis, and mix mud for the handyman, Mr. Marinos. My friend was working the night shift at the post office, and one night he got out of work at 1:30 in the morning, and his wife Angeliki insisted he was too exhausted to come for his ministry the following day. He did not listen, and he came. We got to it early in the morning, and the saint approached us and asked him, "Does Angeliki reprimand you ever?" Yananda asked the teacher, he meant me. "He'll tell you. He knows. He's already heard it." "Don't pay heed to her. She talked out of love. She wants you to rest. Here, I will pray, and when you go home in the afternoon, everything will be calm as a mill pond." A shiver passed through my friend because he realized that the saint could see everything. And when the saint left us, he admitted, "If you had left from here, even for a minute, I would have believed that you went and told him. How does he know everything?" In the afternoon, when he returned home, his wife welcomed him warmly, as the saint had said. Discreet. One day late in the afternoon, we were sitting all together, resting from the day's work. The saint came to us and said, "I will tell you something. I see all of you. I know what's happening with each of you. I know your troubles, but I cannot speak to you about them because that curtails your freedom. You must talk to me about your problem and ask for my help. Come on now, come get my blessing and go rest." Thanks to this incident, some of the more introverted ones gained courage and ended up opening up to him. They gave confession and received great help. 42. Father Fotis Karasiotis, witness of Mr. Soterios Skandalos, Athens. Healed kidneys. When I first heard about Saint Porphyrios, I went to the church of Saint Gerasimos at the Polyclinic to meet him. I was looking at him and thinking, he's just a poor monk. After the liturgy, he called me into the sanctuary. He crossed me with the Holy Spear and sat me down. "You have a good soul," he said to me. Started talking to me about my character and about my life. Then I understood that he is no ordinary monk if he could see into my soul. Sometime later, I suffered from a hematuria and urinary retention, among other things. The tests found a kidney stone. I saw my doctor at the Evangelimos hospital on a Friday, and he scheduled the surgery for Monday. I went straight to the saint, suffering from excruciating pain. "The professor said there's no other way," I said to him, disconcerted. "I need to have the surgery within 3 days before my kidneys are damaged. I am scared. Will you listen to me a little? Get a bottle of water from the corner shop and walk towards your house, sipping at the water, and you'll see." And he shoved his hand into my belly. I decided to go from Ammonia to Agape on foot, drinking some water now and then. Near the Hilton Hotel, the stone dropped, without pain. I had hardly left him, and I was cured. When I let the saint know, he said with a smile, "Go tell it to your professor who insisted on the surgery." My brother. With my brother Antonis, later hero monk Fotis Karasiotis, we were residing in Agape, which was sparsely inhabited at the time. Many times as we were walking downhill toward the center of Athens, I would see him turning to look at a desolate little house, and I could not explain his interest in it. Late in the afternoon, a few months later, I was passing by this very house alone, and I smelled a strong fragrance. The house appeared to be deserted. I went through the wire fence. I opened the door to the house, and I was awestruck to see Anthony and the saint standing side by side in prayer before a few icons hanging on the wall. They'd boarded up the windows, and they fought off the winter cold with a meager kerosene stove. I was stunned. The saint approached me and said, "Sotiri, what you already saw should be enough. Don't tell anything to anybody." In this plain house,
property of some relatives of the saint. The two had met each other since 1965. Apart from his house in Turcovunia, the saint used this one as a second hermitage in Hezekasterion, a quiet place, because the area was deserted. Whenever he had some time away from his responsibilities at the polyclinic, he felt the need to isolate himself and to pray in the wilderness. Anthony received his law degree, finished his military service from 1960 to 62, and after passing the relevant exams, he joined the judicial service. When he met the saint, he was serving as a magistrate and a junior member of the court of first instance. An exceptional friendship bound them, but it was a well-kept secret because our parents had other dreams for Anthony. In 1966, they traveled to the Holy Lands together. Within a year from meeting the saint, his whole life changed. He was only 33 years old, and although his career was just taking off, suddenly he quit the judiciary, and he was tonsured and ordained deacon and presbyteros, taking the name Photius. He immediately picked up theology studies and frequently visited Mount Athos. Footnote: Father Photius graduated from law school in 1959. Then he did his military service and went back to the university to study theology. He graduated in 1970. And for the next 8 years, he lived in the holy cell of Saints Demetrios and Carcia above Kafsokalivia. In 1978, the saint moved to Milisi and left Father Photius in Cilicia, where he remained for 20 whole years, maintaining the little monastery of St. Nicholas, offering spiritual guidance and hearing Holy Confession. He returned to Mount Athos in 1998, but soon after he moved to the Damatsa monastery on account of an accident. There he was nursed into his old age until 2013. To continue, he reminded me of the apostles who abandoned everything once they'd met Christ and followed him. His soul was dedicated to the saint. He was devoted to him and spiritually dependent on him, but the saint also loved him. Later, the saint maintained, "I am an unlettered priest-monk, but Father Photius, who used to be a judge, can help you find the right path." The saint worried about his sensitive heart whenever he celebrated the liturgy, because during the sacrament he experienced heavenly states, or he was transported to the past and became very emotional. He said once that, "When I have Father Photius by my side, I have no fear." Whenever he was unwell, he sent all his children to Father Photius. Father Photius treated himself harshly, but he did this as much as he could. He worked hard in his life with self-contempt. I remember that during liturgies and vigils, he would not sit down in his pew at all, while his heart was always engaged in noetic and mental prayer. His raso and his vestments were simple and poor. He did everything with enthusiasm, always peaceful, reserved. In addition to the other charisma, as I heard it from many people, he also had the gift of clear sight, but the saint had advised him to hide it as much as possible. Footnote: pertinent are the incidents included in another book titled The Elder Photius, published by Damatsa Monastery in Athens. To continue, the candidates. I was in Cilicia once, and the saint and my brother took me aside. "My dear Sotiris," the saint asked, "what are you thinking? Are you going to get married?" "I am 36 years old. Why marry now? I will take care of our parents and their old age, and perhaps later on I'll become a monk or a priest." "Hey, listen, monasticism is not for you. You are suited to family life. Make sure you get married." "I have quite a few propositions. Whom should I choose?" "Oh, come by the polyclinic to talk about it." I went one afternoon after the Vespers. "Hey, give me the names of your candidates," said the saint, pen and paper in his hands. "There is so-and-so, the sister-in-law of this well-known confessor. Then the daughter of this prosecutor, and so on. All of them are people of the church. Very good people. Lately they suggested to me one more woman who I haven't met yet, called Urania. But I heard she is not one of the Sunday school girls." After he jotted down the names and pondered them for 2 minutes, he pointed at the last name,
Urania. Dear Sir Sotiris, this is where you land, he declared. But I don't even know Urania. Then the others are spiritual girls. They frequent Sunday schools. Aha! Listen, this is whom you marry. This is your wife. And you will have children, many children too. And know that Urania will surpass you. The pregnancy. Soon we got married and Urania got pregnant. I was working at the National Bank, but they transferred me, so I quit and started working in my brother's store for photography gear. One Monday morning, the saint came by. Sotiri, Urania is pregnant, and you're here? He asked, leaving her alone at home. Father, we have a doctor's appointment on Wednesday. You should go now. Pick her up and go to the doctor. He will be mad. He said Wednesday. Hey, take her to the doctor now, at once. In the end, I did not take her because I was wary of the doctor. And when we went on Wednesday, we saw that the baby had died in her belly. It was devastating. The saint had assured us that we would have many children, but the first was lost before it was even born. He came to our house. We were living in Canigos Square at the time to console us. Listen to me, my children, he said. This is a test. But do not be sad. I'm telling you, aren't I? You will have children, many children, in fact. It was true. Nearly every year we had another child, and all told we had 7. If the first and last had not died before they were born, we would have had 9. Put your children to bed at 7:30 in the evening. 20 o'clock at the latest they should be asleep, and they will wake up in a good mood, he used to instruct us. Every time he saw me, he talked about my kids' personalities and how I could best take care of them. Miraculous incidents. 1. The saint was always watching us. On the nights when we were troubled and could not sleep, he called us even at midnight. Don't let this worry you, he would say. It will turn out this way. Do you believe what I say? It will happen this way exactly. And he was always right. Everything he predicted came true with precision. He revealed the future to us only when we really needed his support. 2. I was looking for a piece of land in Agia Pereskevi to have our family house built. I was with the saint one day and he said to me, the field you saw, buy it. Yet under that zone is outside the city plan. Well, soon it will be included, and you'll make your home there with all your family. And so it happened, and I've been living there ever since. 3. One time I attended the Vespers in Agios Eurasimos, and I sat behind the chanters because I liked music. The saint nodded to me from the right entrance of the sanctuary to approach. Sotiris, he said, where you sat, right behind you, is a man who wishes to do you harm. I took a peek from behind the curtain and I was alarmed. That man had recently sued an innocent man, and I was the main witness in court. My testimony was crucial for the court's decision, and this man had been punished with 1 year in prison. He paid, and they set him free, and in secret, he had been watching me, seeking revenge because he was furious that I had revealed the truth. Well, the saint cautioned me. He showed me from a different exit where to leave, and I left in a hurry. This terrified me. I was having nightmares of this dangerous man, so I went to see the saint. He listened and responded, have no fear. I will pray, and he will not bother you any more. Indeed, I never saw him again, and I remained calm. 4. Yaronda, I am a weak sinner, I said to him once. I will make you a warrior, but I have not got the necessary arms. You have gifts and virtues, but you must strive to acquire more and to cultivate them. I'm thinking of learning Byzantine music, by the way. No, because it will pull you away from your family and they need you. I see your soul. You have a great passion for it, but do not invest time in it. I see some priests throwing themselves into it passionately. They end up neglecting their families, and then they have a ton of problems. 5. Yet another time he said, dear Sotiris, old age is ruthless. Little by little we start losing our sight. We start losing our hearing. We cannot walk either. You will enjoy those treats as well, but you have great patience and you'll manage. Now that the years have passed, I am old, and the whole body is starting to fail. I went through surgeries and I have my issues, but I do not despair. I am patient, and I extend praise to God for all the things He has given me or that He has allowed to happen in my life. 6. You and your siblings as well ought to have your father's saintly repose as an example, he said on a different occasion. My father, he lived a holy life, and he frequently thanked God. I remember his last day. He said goodbye to us, one by one, and as he was lying down, he slowly crossed himself. Then he looked upwards with a lively gaze and slept, without throes, not even a sound. His soul flew to its place near Christ. Amen. 43. Typhoon. Witness of Father Andreas K., priest, Mesolongai. Every New Year's Day, a pious old lady, Mrs. Euphemia B., used to invite me to perform the lesser sanctification at her house, near the church of Saint Porphyrios. While she was getting the vigil lamp, censer, and the bowl, I was looking at the objects around her cozy, pleasant living room. 2 frames were hanging next to each other on the wall. One had the picture of a young ship captain, and the other was of Father Porphyrios. He hadn't been glorified yet as a saint, so I wondered, but how come does she have Elder Porphyrios here? One year I felt more audacious, and I inquired about it. Instantly her eyes filled with tears, and she started crying. Between sobs, she told me the following story, which I also heard from one of her daughters. Mrs. Euphemia had 3 daughters and 1 son, Vasilis, who started working on ships from a young age and regularly traveled overseas. His love for the sea saw him to the rank of captain, and the mother was very proud of her beloved son. Vasilis got married, and they had 1 child. One awful day in 1981, the mother got news that the ship was lost, along with the entire crew. The news was debilitating, and in the company of some relatives, she went to Saint Porphyrios. Just before they entered his cell, they heard him talking to a nun that was with him. Why did they bring this death-stricken mother to me? What am I to say to her? What am I to say to this tortured mother? The saint in the end revealed to her all that he saw with his charisma. When the ship was close to Japan, in the Pacific Ocean, a huge typhoon was formed that swept the ship astray and sucked it into its vortex. Vasilis and the crew failed to avoid it, and they all plunged to the depths of the ocean. 3 months later, the shipping company determined that the big cyclone off the coast of Japan was what sunk the ship. Exactly as the saint had said. May God rest their souls. 44. He saw everything. Witness of Mrs. Ekaterina M., Athens. Dowser. Around 1955, my father met the saint. He traveled with him on several occasions to identify spots with underground currents. The people there expected the saint to have the answer, as he could see the waters, and although my father was a dowser by profession, he deferred to the saint on these issues. My father could detect metal as well, and in many cases he was asked to find gold coins. People would come to our house and take him to the mountains. The saint warned him about this. Nicola, these are foul people and they mean you harm. Distance yourself. My father went to the monastery with one of them once, and the saint waited for them outside the walls. He turned my father's friend away before he could even approach the monastery. Avarice and greed can lead man to the greatest evil, and these people were ruthlessly chasing easy riches. When my father perceived the danger owing to the saint's prayers, he distanced himself from the treasure hunters and got out of harm's way. Diagnosis. When I was 18 years old, my father took me to the polyclinic because I had developed issues in my intestines, stomach aches, flatulence, and the like. The saint, he took a piece of paper and sketched out my gastrointestinal tract, the stomach, the liver, the gallbladder, the small and large intestines. My Katerina, here, this is the problematic spot, he said. Where the large intestine ends, at the back, the area is sensitive. It's irritated, but don't worry, you won't die from it. You will have this problem throughout your entire life. Just be careful not to get stressed. Keep calm. Pray. and do not fear. With irritable intestines, which cause both diarrhea and constipation, anxiety and stress are the enemies. You need to mind your diet as well. Always have some rice with your meal. But since you came all this way, go to the professor to hear all this a second time. We walked to the polyclinic, and the medical professor was confused. But didn't you go to the dear father to know what is wrong? We insisted, so they administered a barium enema and got x-rays of my large intestines. They arrived at exactly the same diagnosis. Well, this incident happened in 1961, at which point the saint had been ministering at the Church of Agios Gerasimos for 20 years already. So the doctors had experienced his charismata and sought out his opinion. With the saint, tests and medical equipment became unnecessary. In 5 minutes, he gave an infallible diagnosis, and then he sent the patient to the doctors for confirmation to avoid any doubts after they left. He saw the deaths. 1. My father went to the saint once and told him, "My cousin has come from the States, but I could not bring him here. He left in a hurry." "Dear Nicola, unfortunately Kostas will develop lung cancer and die within a month. He will not live." My father's cousin was Konstantinos Mavroudis. Although he was 47 years old, he was collecting pension as a disabled war veteran. He had only one lung, and immediately after he returned to America, he was diagnosed with an aggressive malignant lung cancer, and he died a month later. 2. I had a cousin, Maria Canari, who lived in the Salamine and led a spiritual life. She frequented the Sunday schools and the liturgies at the holy monastery of Agia Varvara. Unexpectedly, at the age of 25, she got seriously ill. My father brought the saint to our house to see her, but he didn't say anything, not even a word. Soon after, Maria was urgently transported to a clinic in Piraeus, and my father went to her with the saint once again. The saint laid his hand on her, and then he came out of her room. "Nicola," he said to my father, "be prepared on Saturday. Maria will leave. On Saturday at noon, the Lord will call her to him. Because she's very devout Christian, prepare yourselves." This is how it happened. Maria had developed a rare and serious form of skin disease, lupus erythematosus, and at noon, her good soul flew near her beloved Christ forever. The saint, he saw everything. He saw subterranean waters. He saw the pathology of the human body. He saw the people's future deaths, and so much more. 45. The saint was our oxygen. Witness of Mrs. B.D. Athens. Silent blessing. I visited Saint Porphyrios in 1987 or 1988 after hearing about him in a catechism class for new mothers. A girl that ministered to him asked of us just to receive his blessing and then leave without burdening him further because he was unwell. I took his blessing, he crossed me, and I left. I went to him many more times. Usually he was lying in bed. I repeatedly attempted to speak about my problems with him, but he was taciturn, and I left feeling let down. And yet I still sensed that something came out of the visits, that something was changing inside me. I think that he was seeing my sins and my penitence as well because I was fighting to turn my back on sin. He was mentally praying and giving me strength and courage. Mystically, I was receiving his blessing and his beneficence, and little by little I was becoming a changed woman. I remember when I found him sitting up in bed. He grasped my wrist like a doctor would and felt my pulse. He was praying, and I know that he was looking at my soul, but he did not speak, not a word. I could not manage a sentence toward him either. I respected his silence. I was overwhelmed by the mystery. I was someone different when I left. Nothing was the same. The greatest things happened quietly. One morning my husband dropped me off at Melisi, and he drove me on toward vacation home in Oropo. He would pick me up in the afternoon to make the return trip to Athens together. The saint was silent as usual. He gave me his blessing, and then I sat on a bench outside to wait for my husband.
Nightfall came. The people started to leave. It got dark, and I was left alone, and feeling unsettled, I prayed to the saint to help me, and immediately a nun came up to where I was sitting. "The Yerunda said you should get going because your husband will be here any minute now," she said. As soon as I got on the road, my husband arrived, and we left together. He saw everything. He spoke to me. Next time I was there at dawn with my best woman and our children. It was summer, and we imagined we could briefly take his blessing and then go to the sea. 3 hours went by, and the place was now full of people. I'm talking more than 150. But the saint had not received anyone. My eldest daughter, S, could not stand still, and she kept nagging to leave. The door opened, and I was first to go inside to the saint. He blessed me, and then he asked me to have a seat. This caught me by surprise. Besides, it was my first time hearing the sound of his voice. I opened my heart to him and spoke about my struggles, and he listened patiently. Naturally, all this was known to him, but perhaps this happened because it did make me feel lighter and happier. In the end, he said, "Go now, and don't tell anyone out there that we spoke. Just tell your eldest daughter, S, to come inside. I need her." I had not mentioned her at all, yet he knew her name and that she was waiting outside. She stayed in his room for quite some time, and she came out looking mystified and shocked, as if she had experienced something astonishing. "What mystery?" she managed to mumble. "He knows everything. He knows everything about me. He told me everything. I want to come back soon." My daughter was in the second year of high school, and she was in a relationship with a classmate. Well, this encounter defined her future. We covered everything. The last time I visited him, he felt my pulse, and he started talking to me about my family. He started from my first child, then about S, then about my son, and finally my little daughter K. He analyzed their personalities, their way of thought, and their behavior. He knew the character of each child better than I did. He gave me counsel how to treat them to their benefit. As for my youngest daughter, he inquired, among other things, if her tummy hurt. "No, Yenanda," I replied. "What do you mean, no? You are taking her to doctors?" "No, you're mistaken. I don't remember that," I insisted, but he asked again, more pressing. "Don't you remember? Wasn't her tummy in pain, and you rushed her to the hospital?" Yes, you're right, Elder. I forgot. In the middle of the night, she was shouting in pain, and we rushed to the pediatrician and the hospital for testing. We assumed it was appendicitis, but the doctors could not find anything, and we were wondering what the pain was coming from. There's nothing wrong with her. She is a cantankerous child. Her intestines, they get all twisted, and it causes her pain. Then I spoke to him about my family's issues. My brother had died young from cancer. So when our father died as well, my mother was left all alone. I was her only comfort in her old age. I brought her from the village to Athens to stay with me. Sadly, it did not take long for the problems to start, and I was miserable because of my husband's behavior toward her. It was just awful. As I used to take her side, we ended up fighting, and it occurred to me that I might have to rent a separate apartment for her nearby. "I want the fighting to stop," I anxiously said to the saint. "So I can stop worrying about my mother. I will rent a place for her." "But even if your mother moves out, still you will get upset because your mother-in-law is there." Indeed, we lived with my in-laws, and the saint understood that I was not in good terms with my mother-in-law. But I don't say anything. Every time she accuses me and attacks me, I show patience. She's a bossy woman. It is true, you don't speak out, but inside you suffer and you weep. You condemn her in your thoughts, and that is not helpful to her. That was the truth. For my mother, I made a point to react. I defended her by quarreling for her sake, but for myself I said nothing. Her last words were the following: "Let your mother stay in the little cabin outside your house, and don't talk to her at all in front of your husband. Not even a good morning, because he's jealous, very jealous, and little by little things will get better." The saint knew everything. Because we lived in the north suburbs, we had in our yard a little cabin with a bathroom, and that is where my mother moved. I did as he told me, and the big fights stopped. I never would have imagined that my husband was jealous of the love I had for my mother.
That was the last time I spoke at length with Saint Porphyrios. I never saw him again. I believe that not only me, but most of us that sought refuge with the saint were people fatigued and traumatized from the struggles of life. In the faces of the visitors I could see the melancholy and the sadness from the things that were suffocating us. The saint was our oxygen, the pure air that we breathed in to live, the comfort of our hearts. Today, when I venerate his little cell, I leave altered. I leave rested and joyful. I sense that he is there, blessing me. I feel his presence, his silent love, and his protection. We had such a great saint practically on our doorstep, and we were not there every day, says my son in disbelief. You should have slapped us. Invoke him humbly, and the saint will come at once. Praise be to God that we met him and that he helped us so much. Amen. 46. My life with the saint. Witness of Mr. Gerasimos Moschopoulos, a baker from Astros, Kounouria. Introduction. In 1976, some friend said to me, "There's a Yeronda in Turkovunia." What does that mean, Yeronda? A man that is close to God. Well, this made an impression on me, and I wanted to meet him. I went to Kalisi on a Sunday, and when I entered his cell, a poor and austere room, I saw him sitting on a chair next to a couch chest. I stood opposite him, and we briefly conversed. On my way out, I bowed before him, and I heard him say, "Come back again." For me, it was the start of a life-changing relationship. Persian Gulf. I was not involved in church life at that time, nor did I have any knowledge of spiritual matters. Something unknown to me was drawing me to the saint. Maybe it was a feeling of trust and safety which led me back there. I had a low-salary job then, and I was considering taking a job in Saudi Arabia, which I said to him, "Yes, stay there for 3 years," he responded. In September of 1978, I departed for the Persian Gulf, and I worked outdoors at a construction site deep in the desert. It was a railroad repair project. When I returned to Greece on leave, the first thing I did was visit the saint. He was happy to see me. I sat next to him on the bed. "Gerasimos," he said, "I watch as you work over there. You have a big oasis to your right, a dune to your left." Which way is right and which way is left, I wondered, because I always got the two mixed up, and he read my thoughts, and he responded, "Now don't confuse them, my lad. This is the right. At that spot at 8 feet deep, there's a river, but the water's not good. Good quality water flows even deeper at so-and-so meters." "Where is all this water coming from in the middle of the desert?" I asked myself, and promptly he answers, "Don't even think about it, Gerasimos. It comes from far away, from the Mediterranean Sea." What impressed me the most was not that my construction site was at least 3,700 miles away from the sea, and the water was coming all that way, but that the Yeronda saw all that from afar, and saw my thoughts as well. Another time he said to me, "When I was in Sinai, I saw a precious stone in the desert, and I took it with me. Where you work, I see that there are precious stones. Look for them. It is possible that the big changes in the temperature, scorching heat by day, freezing by night, produces these stones. I searched for a while, but I had a lot of work to do, and I was wary of the Saudis, so I stopped and did not end up finding any. I did bring the saint a couple of aromatic stones, however. If I turned these into incense," he said, "the congregation will balk and leave because of how potent the fragrance is, and you pay dearly for them, too." It was true that I had paid a lot for them. When the company dug to install a cable line, the water was found, and because there was a shortage, they sent it to be tested, and it turned out to be undrinkable. A little while later, they drilled, and potable water was found at the depth specified by the saint. I did not say anything because no one else was spiritual or religious. They would have thought that I was crazy had I claimed that there is someone in Greece who sees everything here. My wife. I was 33 years old at the time,
and whenever I was in Greece on leave, I wished to get married. I was at the saint, and I started discussing my candidates. Each new girl that I mentioned, he shook his head. Eventually, I said, a friend wants me to introduce me to this someone called Eleni. Gerasimos, that is your wife. We arranged to meet in Athens. Eleni waited for us for 2 hours because my friend, his wife, and I were late. After the date, my friend asked, well, what do you think of her? Isn't she too short for me? They asked Eleni as well, and she said, don't you dare give him my number. It seemed like the saint would be proven wrong, but soon something motivated me to learn where she worked, and I went by her office. Eleni would not budge. There's no way I will marry him, she insisted. However, one of her colleagues convinced her to go on a second date, just the two of us this time, and after that she changed her mind. We started seeing each other. I took her to the saint as well, and he spoke with her in private. He revealed all her inner hesitations to her discreetly and offered advice. The saint was clear. Pray, Gerasimos, and I will pray too, and everything will turn out fine. It was the first time I had ever prayed. The engagement. In 1981, I quit the job in Arabia, and I came to Greece. I took on a temporary job at a factory, and the saint used to say, do not quit your job if you have not already secured a new position. With his blessing, we decided to get married. We wanted to bring him something on our visit, and as he did not eat sweets, we brought him apples from a stall, and we took the bus from Theodores. He was sitting on his bed, and he welcomed us happily. We knelt, he blessed us, he gave us his wishes, and with a luminous smile, he lightly knocked our heads together. When we gave the apples to him, he took one look, and with a gesture he refused them. Although they were beautiful, big, shiny, and clean, he did not like them. When you buy fruit, don't look at the appearance, he said. People shop and they care about what looks good on the surface, and they don't consider quality. That is why they consume harmful foods. Throw them away. Sadness and bad diet cause cancer. Sadness is at the root of many conditions, and a bad diet lays the groundwork for cancer. This happened in 1982 when the farmers did not spray as much pesticides as they do today. The wedding. The wedding was scheduled for that year, and I brought an invitation to the saint. He was very sick and weakened by recurring gastric bleeding. 3 years prior, he had suffered a heart attack. I am sorry, my Gerasimos, he said to me, obviously affected, but I cannot come because I will look at you, I will be happy, and I will become emotional, and the tears will start. It will wound my heart, and I could die. I cannot come. Forgive me. The saint was sensitive. He had a lot of love, but he also had awareness regarding the seriousness of his condition. You too, as I look at you now, you could have 100 children, he said to us when we visited him after the wedding. Yaronda, how will we raise them? We don't have the income. Find them, have 4 children, and God will help you. People will be generous. We did have 4 children, 2 while the saint was still alive and another 2 after. Even today, the people come to our help. Eleni, he had told my wife, your relationship with your in-laws will be quite good, but living under the same roof will be an issue. You won't stand to stay with them even for an hour. It will be a good, if not formal, relationship. He told us that many times discord starts from the in-laws. The couple could reside at least 100 meters away from them. They should cook separately and solve their issues on their own. If they live with their in-laws, at some point they'll start meddling, and fights will start. The couple separate from the parents, never together. If the woman is at work or looking after the children, the husband, provided he has the time, should put on the apron and wash the dishes. He should mop and do the chores. There's nothing wrong with that. Indeed, we had attempted to live together with my parents and afterwards with my in-laws, but this proved impossible from the start. The problems were too many. Pregnancy. When Eleni's pregnancy came, the saint advised us thus, During pregnancy, the woman must maintain absolute inner calm, and she must not allow herself to grow sad. She should caress her belly with love and tenderness and talk to the fetus because it understands exactly what the mother's feeling. It is being formed in body and soul, and it should not sense rejection under any circumstances. The pregnant woman must pray for the child with love and listen to good music, Byzantine or classical, instrumental, no temper, no anger, no fighting. The saint continued, the first day of conception brings with it the parent's responsibility toward the embryo, toward their child. They should not, under any circumstances, have relations with each other until the child is born, because during intercourse the woman undergoes intense psychological agitation, which seriously affects the development of the embryo. As soon as she delivers the child, the mother must start breastfeeding as much as she can, instead of resorting to the bottle. I went to see the saint once in that period, and he sent me away willy-nilly. Go to your house, to your wife. She is acting stupidly right now. She should know better. At home, I found my wife bleeding, but with the saint's prayers we avoided the worst, and the miscarriage was prevented. The birth was fast approaching, and the saint saw her moving a heavy dresser next to the next room. The children. When our firstborn, Epithia, arrived, we went from the hospital straight to the saint. He blessed her and said, "This child is very bright. Indeed, when she grows older, she was diligent and excellent student with good sense." "You only have the one?" the saint said to me eventually. "Start now, have more. Later on things will be more complicated. Children should be born close together. The age difference shouldn't be too large. In this manner, the child learns to give, learns to share. It understands that not everything belongs to it." And so my wife got pregnant again, and we had our second child. We went to the saint. He blessed the child, but despite our persistent questions, he would not speak on what he was seeing. We insisted. In the end, he said just this, he could have been from Cephalonia, meaning he saw him to be introverted, which turned out to be true. The saint, he saw the souls of the infants as well. After the first two, my wife had 2 miscarriages, and the doctor's advice was that she shouldn't do any chores, and under no circumstances should she have another pregnancy. Well, this upset us, and so we went to the saint. "You did not lose them out of natural causes," he said to Eleni, "but because of the tension between you and so-and-so. Do you want another child?" "Yes, of course. Children are happiness." All right, go." He blessed us and we left. Eleni was encouraged, and she ignored the doctor's orders. She gathered the olives from our grove, and then she also got pregnant. This third pregnancy was the easiest, and we named the child Porphyria to honor the saint. At Porphyria, she was born just after the saint's repose. Upbringing. This was his advice about how we should raise our children. The mother must never wash, caress, kiss, breastfeed, or feed the young children in front of the oldest, because the oldest feels rejected and gets jealous. Young children, although they do not speak, understand these things. They analyze everything, and they carry them as deep wounds. You take it into the other room and express your love in secret. You will never glare at your wife, and you will never, ever fight in front of the children. The parents must be careful and united if the children are to receive support. Let's say that the kid reaches out, almost puts its hand in the electrical socket, and one parent goes and scolds it and smacks its hand. Then the child will instantly run to the other parent, who must not take its side, but explain what its mistake was instead. Say, "My child, we love you. What you did, you could have gotten really hurt. We scolded you for your own sake." We must reprimand them with love, and if we hit them sometimes, hit them without passion and explain why we did it. The in-laws tend to justify their grandkids, and nothing good comes out of that. The children that grow up
without a family have a tough time in their life. Divorce is a very bad thing. Most children of divorced parents have a divided personality because they always try to answer the same question. Why did my parents split? Whose fault is it? Is it my mother's or is it my father's? But there's no answer to this, and their personality becomes torn. You will see Andreas, he will say one thing in the morning, another at noon, and yet another at night. And in the end, he will do something totally different. I actually watched an interview with the Prime Minister. He was speaking of Andreas Papandreou after the saint said that, where he admitted that the divorce of his parents was very costly on a personal level. The Holy Temple. During the construction of the monastery, I worked as a foreman, and my best man, G, as a civil engineer. Up to 1986, when I lived in Athens, I used to go to the monastery every Friday, spend 2 nights there, and leave on Sunday. It was a truly substantial project. For the church alone, we used 4,000 cubic meters of concrete. The dome is half the size of the one at Hagia Sophia in Constantinople. Architecturally, it has borrowed features from the magnificent church of St. Nectarios in Aegina. The main building can fit 1,500 people, and it has 4 basements. The doors and the windows, the saint, he wanted them cast out of iron, not aluminum or wood. The bricks we used were made from a mixture specified by the saint, to be adequate both for the cold of winter and the summer heat. And the saint, he disliked it when deacons in the sanctuary pass behind the holy table during the liturgy. In the temple, the holy prothesis, the north part, communicates with the south part of the chancel by way of an external semicircle corridor that goes around the alcove of the sanctuary so that the priest can officiate undisturbed. Everything functioned under his supervision and his care. When it was time to build the dome, the saint reposed, and all work ceased for 40 days. The saint, he used to say, "Good people, leave Athens, come further out, come to Oripo." My job. We moved to Astros, and for 2 or 3 years I worked at a factory. But I was unhappy, so one day I asked him which job I should do. "The first option," he replied, "build houses and sell them. Second, sell carrot juice. Women spend a fortune on creams that will make them pretty, but if they drank 1 glass of carrot juice a day, their face would clear up. Carrot juice clears the blood, is very nutritious, and makes them beautiful, makes them lovely. The third is to open a bakery. Your choice." Shortly after, I saw a bakery being sold. I called and I asked him about it, and he answered, "Take it immediately. We will bake rusk." I bought the bakery, but I did not offer any rusk. And not long after, he asked me, "Hey, what happened to the rusk?" "Nothing, Yeronda." "Ah, you lazy bones, you." Then he instructed me where I could purchase the right durum wheat flour and how to make the needed 7 times wholemeal rusk using chickpea yeast. He liked a healthy diet. In the end, he said, "Hey, forgive me, Erasimos, for calling you that. Any profit you make, it has to happen now, soon, because later difficult years will come." Indeed, in those years the bakery was profitable, but then the financial crisis came. And now we live just to pay our taxes, to survive. I brought the saint some rusk from another bakery that was known for its rusk at the time. They sold a lot of it, and the saint sniffed it. He threw it away, saying, "Don't worry, ours will be better, and on the package you will write, 'Good for the stomach and the large intestines, improves memory in children and adults.'" Some of the clients were laughing at the label, saying sarcastically, "We want some of that rusk that is good for the brain." Years later, I read some scientific research about the nutritional value of this particular wholemeal rusk that fully supported the saint's claims. I remember reading one paper at the University of Ionia that was in agreement with the saint. For the monastery,
the saint acquired the same French stone mill that I used. He was a supporter of organic farming. He wanted natural production and cultivation and natural processing of the raw material. Operate the mill at low speed, he told me. This way you avoid higher temperatures due to the friction, and you preserve the nutritional value of the wheat. Cylinder mills turn at a high speed, so they go through the wheat quickly and produce a big quantity of flour. But it is dead food. With his charisma, the saint could see which farmer had good wheat each year and sent me there so that I started with good raw material. When I brought him the first batch of rusk, he was elated, and touching it, he gave me a great blessing. He was easily excited. He loved working. He loved creating, being energetic. Everything should be done with joy and goodwill. Virtues. 1. We were all moved by his love. I called him once, and I hear him saying to me sadly, "Gerasimos, I'm in pain, and so much pain, but it is okay. Come, tell me what's wrong." He would listen to my silly problems to the end without interrupting, and finally said, I pray. He sacrificed himself for us. A group of motorcyclists came to the monastery once, and to us, well, they looked like troublemakers. We let the saint know, and he said, "Oh, let the kids come upstairs." Evidently, he saw that their hearts were receptive and well-meaning. 2. His prayer was incessant. The saint did not just partake in the other's pain. He prayed for all the people. During social unrest or disasters, he isolated himself, and he applied himself intensely to fervent prayers to God. Like he did in 1974 with the Turkish invasion in Cyprus, 1981 for the big earthquake in Corinth, and so on and so forth. The year 1984 stands out in my memory when the forest near the hut caught fire and the area was covered in dense smoke. The saint prayed, and while the sky had been clear, clouds appeared over the blaze, and it started to rain until the fire was extinguished. I remember as well at the start of our acquaintance I was facing a problem and I asked for his help. "Come here, Gerasimos. Can you say the prayer, 'Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me. Kyrie Isu Christe, eleison me.'" He guided me. Yerunda, should I repeat this for many days? The saint stared at me, and I realized my mistake. I was blind in spiritual matters then, and it was my first time hearing about the Jesus prayer. I wanted my problem solved without much effort. And then he said, "First you will say, 'Lord Jesus Christ.' You will think about your problem. Then you will say, 'Have mercy on me.'" I left, and I started saying the prayer, mentally, noetically. I did not stress about becoming distracted and stopping. I fell asleep. The prayer was still being said in my sleep. I can't explain it. It felt marvelous, but in the morning, the prayer stopped, and shortly after they called me and informed me that my problem had been solved. Then I understood that the prayer I had been saying, the joy I felt, and the solution of the problem, they were all given by the saint. 3. The saint had discernment. We were discussing the monastery plans once with other civil engineers, and my wife was jumping in and giving her opinion, hindering our conversation. Then the saint calmly asked her, "What did you study?" Nicely, without insulting her, he helped her recognize the egotism that was plaguing her at that moment. She should not express her opinion and insist on matters she knew nothing about, especially when more knowledgeable people were present. "Yerunda, my son is in the hospital," I told him once on the phone. "The doctors say it is pneumonia, and, oh, these doctors." I figured out what was going on, and I asked, "Where should I take him? Take him to the children's hospital?" "Yes, take him there." It turned out to be the common flu. The saint did not judge the doctors for their error, although matters of health should not be taken lightly. I was visiting a confessor at a monastery near my home once, and I went and confessed to him because I had heard so many good things. When I met the saint, I told him about it. Yerunda, I went to so-and-so, and I told him that with my wife, we took contraception to avoid pregnancy.
and he forbade me to receive communion for 6 months as penance. No, that is, but since he said so, be obedient and wait 6 months. He may have disagreed with this strict penance, but he respected the decision of the confessor. Moreover, I was the one at fault. Since the saint was my confessor and he knew us, I shouldn't have given confession to the other confessor. The avoidance of childbirth is a grave sin, of course. 4. Furthermore, the saint was cautious and just, and he wanted us to be obedient to church rules. Gerasimos, he told me once, I want the project to progress because I'm old and I will die. I want to see it finished. I said, Yananda, shall I go to the doctor and complain about my waist? I won't go to the factory and come here instead for 10 days or so. No, Gerasimos, not this way. 5. The saint was always composed. He was not stirred by praise or accusation. He remained placid. Someone excitedly called him a saint once, but he hung his head, did not speak at all. Zeal. In 1981, late one night, I was at the saint's hut with Eleni, my kumbaros, a civil engineer with his wife, and Mr. George A. The saint sat on his bed and we were talking about the planning and construction of the monastery. Out of the blue, the saint said this unexpected and striking thing. The time will come when they will give to every one of you a card, and then you will hear on the TV, Gerasimos' card was stolen. They went to the bank and took all his money. And then again, so-and-so had his card taken and they stole all his money. And this will keep repeating. All of that will be lies. Then they'll tell you to keep your card safe, put your number and your information on it, meaning you will be marked with a seal, and no one will be able to steal from you. And then the problems will be solved. You see? Those are their plans. We were speechless. No one broke the silence. I was thinking, what is Yeranda saying? What unbelievable things are these? The others had the same thought, because we're talking about the year 1982. It seemed outlandish that each one of us could have all our information gathered on one particular card, our personal ID, our TIN, our bank account number, and so forth. Well, then the discussion just returned to the functions of the monastery. Disobedience. 1. The saint did not want us to obey him out of egocentrism, but because he knew well that the things he was saying to us were the will of God. Obedience toward the saint, it meant obedience to God, and whoever practiced obedience this way benefited greatly. In the first years after I met the saint, my brother-in-law, he developed late-stage brain cancer. Konstantinos was my wife's brother, and the disease, it shocked us. I went to the saint immediately. Yeranda, pray for my brother-in-law. What's his name? Konstantinos. All right, go cut me some firewood for winter. A few days later, I called him from the Evangelimos hospital. Konstantinos is in surgery, I said to him. I see him. The doctors cleaned him well. Indeed, the operation was almost over, and the saint saw it through his charisma. 1 week later, I went to his hut, and I heard him saying to my friend, his brother-in-law is leaving. He will die. Christ could have done his miracle. But then to me he said, Christ might grant this miracle. Go, confess, and receive communion. He did not just mean my brother-in-law, but all of us. Konstantinos was discharged with a clean health report. The operation was successful. Although I pleaded with him, unfortunately, not only did the couple not come to thank the saint, they did not listen to his advice either. They exhibited an utter lack of consciousness, and they never gave confession. God granted a 10-month extension to Konstantinos to repent, and then aggressive cancer appeared in the same part of the brain, and he died within a month, as the saint had foreseen. God knows our future, but he does not dictate it. 2. I brought a woman I knew to the saint. She was dealing with breast cancer. Forget it, he instructed her. Don't think about it at all. You will live the rest of your life with this. Go forth in your life and don't mess with it. But she wanted to be completely healthy, to be cured, and so she went from one doctor to the next. Eventually, the doctors persuaded her to have the operation. She returned to the saint, and he repeated, "Do not have the surgery." Yet the doctors told me I'll be healed. I've said all I had to say. Do as you think best. The saint, he did not persist, because he saw she was determined to follow her will. Soon after the operation, she died. This was what came of disobeying the saint. 3. Many people were waiting for him once, and he gestured to one of them and called him close. "You, come here," he said, and the man tried to call his wife to go in together, and the saint said, "Leave, leave." He did not obey his first call, so anything else he might tell him would be in vain. He said, "You come," not "take your wife and come." 4. At first, whenever I came home after seeing the saint, I opened the door, already saying to my wife, "Eleni, listen to what the Yaranda told me." The saint saw this and he reproved me. "Hey, the things I tell you, don't tell them to anyone else, not to your wife either." But as soon as I was home, the wicked one and the power of habit was pushing me to speak. He used to say this too. "Erasmus, please don't talk about me all the time to people, because then the devil, he comes to me and tests me." Emanuela was one of the saint's most devoted spiritual children. She lived in a van near the saint's hut. She was reticent, pious, chaste, self-denying. The saint's hut was built without joints, and in the winter the freezing wind blew inside. Perhaps Emanuela wished to mimic the saint, whom he loved so much, because one winter morning I found her sleeping inside the van with the window rolled down. She used to pick me up from the bus station, and during one of these trips, she narrated the following incidents to me. 1. Her brother developed cirrhosis of the liver, and there was bleeding in his digestive system. She let the saint know, and he said, "You absolutely must not allow the doctors to operate on him. This can be cured with a blood transfusion. They should just give him blood." The doctors, however, convinced the other members of the family, and one morning, a few days later, he was taken into the surgery room, and he died during the operation. The saint was informed without a phone call, and he called Emanuela, who was unaware, to him. "Come here, my child," he said. "Let us sing a Trisagion for the deceased." When he reached the part where it says, "Give rest to the souls of your servants," so-and-so, immediately Emanuela stirred. "Who is it for?" she inquired. "That is my brother's name as well." "Yes, my child, it is your brother. They operated on him, and he left us this morning." 2. When it was her mother's time to die, again the saint called to her and said, "Go home, because your mother needs to leave and she's waiting for you. Go now, she's waiting." Off Emanuela went, obedient as always, to her family home. As she was going up the stairs, she heard her mother. "Emanuela, Emanuela," she called. She hugged her dear mother as soon as she entered the room for the last time. Seconds later, her soul departed. She was in her daughter's arms. Emanuela, later on, she was tonsured and became a nun, taking the name Cassiani. She reposed relatively young from multiple sclerosis. His Eminence Metropolitan Procopius. I visited the saint in 1980 and found him sitting on the bed. "Come, sit next to me on the bed by my side," he said. Perhaps because he saw that I came from Cephallenia, he asked me, "Tell me, what do you make of the things that they're saying about Procopius?" Footnote. The Most Reverend Metropolitan Procopius, who lived from 1917 to 2003. The Metropolitan of Cephallenia of blessed memory was
unjustly accused by the residents and the vast majority of the clergy as corrupt and sacrilegious. They slandered him that allegedly he had removed sections of the hand from the relics of Saint Gerasimos and sold them. The defamation was prompted by the disappearance of some large precious icons, which he was also accused of having sold off. This body of lies was the work of his courtiers that mobilized the laity and eventually dethroned the guileless and blameless hierarch. In 1982, a victim of defamation, he was expelled from the island for good. He reposed in 2003, wronged and forgotten. To continue, me, I don't know. Bah, come on now, tell me, what do you think? I know that everyone in Kefalonia is up in arms, and they want him to leave because he dismembered the relics of St. Gerasimos and he sold them. The Metropolitan Gerasimos is clean, understand. It is all instigated by the flatterers that circle him, those that are close to him because they want to push him out. They're doing so much damage to the church. He's not involved in the things they accuse him of. St. Gerasimos is my friend, you know. He comes here often, and we chat. Footnote, the Saint Porphyrios ministered at the Holy Temple of St. Gerasimos at the Polyclinic for 33 consecutive years. I was awestruck because the prevalent opinion, spread mainly by TV broadcasts, was that the hierarch had been guilty. The most Reverend Procopius used to come to the monastery, and he performed the tonsure of the Eurondissa Porphyria. Eurondissa, who was a close friend to the Blessed Hierarch, told me that he had disclosed the following significant event. A politician from Kefalonia, a minister at the time, was actively involved in the slander, and when years later his time to die came, his soul could not break free. He was tormented for days. Obviously, he comprehended the gravity of his sin. He repented and he asked for the hierarch. He asked for forgiveness, and His Eminence read the prayer of absolution. As he was leaving, before he even made it down the stairs, the politician left his last breath. Everything had been conducted in secrecy to avoid publicizing the event. Miraculous incidences. 1. I recall once I held the plans for the ground floor of the monastery, although he was completely blind, and the Saint Porphyrios was asking questions and pointing out details as if he had the plans right in front of his eyes. Something similar happened again when I was in his cell with another civil engineer. The saint, with no sight, says to him, "The mathematical formula on that paper in your hands, it is false." The engineer checked the complex formula, and a few days later he admitted that it was in fact wrong. Well, the saint could always see, with or without his physical eyes. 2. Once I entered his cell, and before I could ask for his blessing, he said, "The medicine that the doctor prescribed to your child is destroying its gut flora. Do not give it to him. Go to this other doctor." And I left after he gave me her number. Later, I looked into the matter a bit, asking around different pediatricians who confirmed the saint's words. It was a serious side effect of this medication, initially unknown or carefully kept secret. 3. We were standing outside the monastery once, and he interrupted our talk. "Hey, see the man coming toward us? He has a terrible problem, so go a bit further and let me speak with him." I left, looking at them curiously from a distance. The man was frowning, but within minutes his face brightened and he felt full of joy. The saint's illumination was such that he solved his problem in only a few minutes. His joy was so great that as he was leaving, he talked to me as well and greeted me. 4. The saint's gifts were tremendous and they had an immediate effect. What couldn't he see? I remember people coming to ask about lost relatives because the saint, he could see if they were alive or dead, or where they were and what they're doing at the moment. If they were dead, he saw if they were in Hades or if they were saved, but in all these cases, for a variety of reasons, he never divulged the truth.
A mother had lost her child, and after months of searching, she still had not found it. She was desperate when she heard about the saint. "My child has disappeared," she told him. "What is his name?" the saint asked. "Costas." "Go now because I am tired. Come back another time." Later he said that he saw Konstantinos. He had passed away. He also saw the hypersensitive soul of this wounded mother who would not have survived hearing the hard truth. She wouldn't just be devastated. She would have had a heart attack. So he avoided revealing the truth to her. 5. One time the phone rang in the cell. The saint said, "Call me back in a half hour," and he hung up. He turned to us and said, "This woman's jealous of her husband and she pesters him. When he comes home from work because he can't stand listening to her, he leaves. He goes to the cafe to relax. She thinks he's cheating on her, that he goes to his mistress, and she tortures herself, the poor woman. She has only one child. I'll tell her to have one more so that she'll be occupied with its upbringing, and her thought will not revolve around these things which torment her." 6. One other time, I was in his cell, and the saint said to Mr. George, "Bring the encyclopedia. Let's read about the nightingale." Mr. Yorgos went to get it. That very same moment, a nightingale came and sat outside the window and started singing. Now, the saint was very fond of nightingales, and he was moved by their song. His desire was, as they selflessly sing hymns to God, so he to extend thanks and glory to the Creator of everything with all the strength in his soul. 7. A group of us gathered there once, and the saint shared the following simple but insightful story. My wife especially remembers it because it helped her a lot. The saint said, "A man is walking down the street, and someone approaches him and starts cursing at him for no reason. If he has egotism, he'll say, 'Hey, what'd you say? You call me that?' And instantly out of nowhere, there's a fight. If, however, he has no egoism and he's humble, he will not lose his cool at all, and calmly and nicely he'll ask me, 'My good man, why do you curse at me? Have I done something to you and I don't know it?' And the worst will be avoided." 8. Yet another time, a bunch of us were with him in the cell when, mid-discussion, he suddenly turned the radio on. A mother was heard speaking amid sobs about her daughter who had been swept away by the gurus. After a while, he turned the radio off and said to us, "This mother provided everything to her daughter. Anything she wished for, it was satisfied immediately, and she enjoyed every comfort and convenience. Now, she is sick of all that, and she resorts to gurus. In a few days, she will run from home and will go to live with them, in the belief that the void in her soul will be fulfilled. Material goods have not given her any joy, and she thinks she'll find happiness there. But because of her egoism, after a short time, she will fight with them and return to her home in disappointment. What sort of happiness would she find with the gurus? What happiness? This family came from my hometown in Cephallenia, and because they were pretty well off, the matter was covered extensively. The media ran special correspondences and broadcasts about the seduction of the rich daughter. Eventually, everything turned out as the saint had prophesied. 9. The saint's food was particularly meager, and in his last years especially, we used to pass it through a blender and give it to him as a pulp because of his gastric ulcers. He never drank water with his food. He drank half an hour before or an hour and a half after eating because, as he said, water delays digestion by diluting the gastric fluids, and the stomach has a harder time. Sayings. 1. I was in his cell once when a group of youngsters were there asking naive questions about the Antichrist. One was saying that Mikhail Gorbachev was the Antichrist. Another brought up Ronald Reagan and others. The saint admonished them, "Don't poke around this matter. You should be interested in talk only about Christ." 2. He said to me once, "Out of the current political system, communism is the more just, but only if it is in God. Without God, nothing. Zero." Well, communism would be the fairest system because production means and material goods are available to all. There are no rich or poor people. There are no social classes. Everyone's equal. Sadly, however, communism has been an enemy of Christianity. 3. Another time he said, this world is run by 4 or 5 families. There's so much wealth on the planet that were it to be properly distributed, everyone could eat with golden spoons. The earth's riches are in the hands of those few families. 4. I was considering taking out a loan once when I went to him before I could bring it up, and he said, you will never take out a loan with the bank. Do whatever you can on your own. Never a loan. Brick by brick. Build your own house, because banks are loan sharks. During the following years, the number of debtors increased and many declared bankruptcy. Behind the bank and loan systems, big interest rates are hidden and catered for. 5. He once told me, Eurasimos, do you know which time is the best for praying? Around 4 to 5 at dawn, because the soul is sensitive then, it's more receptive to messages. 6. During our honeymoon in Italy, we wanted to buy a souvenir for the saint, and because we had been to the museums in Florence, we bought some books with the exhibition items and brought them to him. We had been particularly impressed by the statue of the king prophet David at the moment he attacks Goliath with his slingshot, a masterpiece of Renaissance sculpture, one of the most famous around the world, standing at 17 feet tall. How did Michelangelo and the other great sculptors and painters create these art pieces? I asked the saint. Eurasimos, they had given themselves to their work with love, and they were devoted to their task. The saint, as well, with love toward God, created a masterpiece for the ages. Memory. My soul became attached to this man. I have this vivid memory of one time when I left the saint. For 15 days I was living in a different world, on another planet. Although I lived and worked among people, my soul was elsewhere. I did not want money, nor material goods, nor anything. I was in paradise. I loved everyone, and I felt a kind of completeness and immeasurable inner peace, a gift from the saint. Also, I was coming back from the office of a civil engineer once. I'd been there for the saint. It was late at night, and I went to his cell to ask for his blessing before I go to bed. I took only a few steps into the cell. There was a strange half-light, a calm. The saint was lying in bed, asleep perhaps. Something divine was occurring. The happiness I felt. It's something ineffable. Mr. Yorgos said, it is the presence of God and the saint's prayer. Do not look into it more. When the saint still lived, I had not comprehended the vast depth of his love toward me. After his repose, I started to realize all that I had lived with him, and the memories moved me beyond imagination. The saint, he made me feel good, made me feel safe and trusting, and that is why I confided in him with everything. With his gentle manner, he set you free. He extracted your every phobia, every complex, every timidity, and you opened up your soul to him lightly. I was stress-prone. He gave me rest. He calmed me. He gave me courage and hope for my future. I was monitoring every moment in his face to understand what he is thinking. What is it that he wants? Since I improved the way I practiced obedience to him, more careful, more faithful to his words, I became more aware of the changing of my soul. The saint, he changed my whole life, because firstly he transformed me personally. I began to love prayer, and I gained insight into spiritual meanings, when before the things I read didn't touch me. I invoke him, and I feel that he hears everything. It was a great blessing for my family, our contact with Saint. It cannot be weighed nor measured. My wife had thoughts and concerns, and every time we went to him, everything dissolved, and we left happy. Our bodies and our souls were tired when we went to him, and light on our way back. 47. The wish was mine, but someone else became a monk. Witness of Mr. Ioannis S. Thessaloniki. Urged by a friend, we visited Saint Porphyrios in Oripo. I was a novice in spiritual matters then, and I tagged after some friend mostly out of curiosity. The saint didn't make any extraordinary revelations to me, and yet, mysteriously, a great yearning was born inside of me to change my way of life and to take on the spiritual struggle that would bring me closer to Christ. In 1990, I visited him again, this time with a lot of enthusiasm and love about spiritual things. Since I was young and single, I declared to him I wanted to become a monk. The saint was lying in bed. He didn't respond. He only raised his right hand and blessed me with the sign of the cross. I understood I ought to postpone my plans and wait. Much later, I realized that this silence was a way to discreetly conceal his negative response. The saint was seeing that I was not fit for the monastic life. But he could not tell me because it would disappoint and wound me. In turn, I would lose my courage, and my spiritual fervor would be curbed. On my third visit, I was accompanied by two of my friends. At some point, the discussions came to monasticism, and then one of my friends, Manoli, wandered further away from us. The saint, even though he was blind, gestured to Manoli's direction and said to us meaningfully, "He is going away." When we left, we asked our friend whether he was considering it, but he denied it. A long time later, I learned that he did leave for Mount Athos, where he became a monk and had been living ascetically to this day. I, on the other hand, I got married 2 years later. The saint, through his charisma, knew all of our futures. 48. Arranged marriage. Witness of Mrs. Calliope P., Athens. In 1978, my eldest sister was offered an arranged marriage. A Greek-American man asked for her hand. This offer troubled our parents, first of all because she would move to the States, and we would lose her, and second because we didn't have a good grasp of the man's character, although at least on the surface he appeared to be serious, principled, decent. My mother especially had many reservations because her motherly instinct was telling her that this well-to-do young man would not make her daughter happy. In those days, my mother learned about Elder Porphyrios, and with God's help, she decided to go to Cilicia and ask for guidance. She met him, and before she could explain why she was visiting, he said, "About your first daughter, leave it alone. Pay no attention. Do not think about it, and don't worry about this matter. About your second daughter, Calliope, meaning me, she should take it further with the man she is seeing." My mother, of course, was startled and impressed by these words. This elder knew the reason for her visit. He knew the name of her second daughter, but most of all, what he said about me seemed unbelievable because I was only 17 years old at the time, and it was unthinkable that I could be in a relationship with someone. So she asked me when she came home, and I admitted that I had met with a young man once or twice, and I'd fallen in love with him. In the end, the saint was right, because my sister's arranged marriage failed, while on the other hand, I married this young man a few months later, and we made a happy family. Ever since then, my mother had a lot of love for the Saint Porphyrios, and whenever she could, she would go to him. I remember every time she returned from him, her joy could not be contained. 49. You have stress. Do you know? Witness of Mrs. S.K. Athens. On our confessor's recommendation, we visited the saint in his trailer in 1980. Although we arrived at dawn, we found quite a few people there. When it was our turn, I timidly knocked on the door and readied myself to go in. I froze when I heard him call out, "Leave, go away." He hadn't even seen me, and he was turning me away. Oh my God, Panagia, I thought, and I turned to leave. Instantly he called out again, "My child, come in, my child, come back." Inside, I was met with a holy figure telling me, sit, and pointing to a low stool. "What troubles you? Are you okay?" he asked, but I could not speak. "Give me your hand," he continued, and he felt my pulse with one hand while the other felt for the arteries in my neck. I started to tremble. "Do you know what's wrong with you?" he inquired. "No, I do not. What is it?" "You have stress. Did you know? You have high blood pressure." "Yes, I am stressed. Do you know why you're stressed? Because you do not trust God, he concluded. Will you come back? Yes, I will. My husband is outside as well, Lucas. Yes, I know. Tell him to join us. And we spoke at length. Then he gave us his blessing and advised us to visit him again. We always went early, 5:30, 6 in the morning. When we next visited, I was less timid. Father, we don't have children, and we're thinking about adopting one from an orphanage, we said to him. No, because God could have a different purpose for you. No, I don't find this to be... If you want my advice, you shouldn't get mixed up with that kind of process. Perhaps the saint was seeing that a few years later Lucas would suddenly die of brain cancer and I would be left alone. And I was stress-prone, too. On another occasion we entered the cell and immediately he said, "We're going for a walk in the forest together." He stood up and we went outside. Everyone was looking at us, perplexed. We made our way into the forest and he was talking to us all about the trees, about the flowers, the birds, and smiling with such kindness and sweetness. He would turn back and look at us, now me, now my husband. "I will remember this walk until I die. I do not recall the few words he said, but I do remember what I felt. Up to his death, how many times did we bring up this walk among the two of us? We were not walking on earth. Everything around us was exquisitely beautiful. Everything was happy. We were in paradise, a beauty and a joy we never encountered again." "You like fine flowers and little birds," he remarked at some point. "Father, how did you know?" "I see a flower on the ground and step on it. Around it. Go on the mountain. On the mountain. High altitude often brings about euphoria and inspires a spiritual heightening in us. Behind many important events happened on the top of the mountains, like the Transfiguration, like the Ascension, the Sermon on the Mount, and more. My parents were doctors and wished to marry me to a doctor, but one day in a flower shop I met my husband. He was the florist. I loved flowers and mountains. I enjoyed the view from high up and the clean air. I think that for sensitive and emotional people that are affected by stress, when they come into contact with nature, their psyche, their soul shifts, and they find quiet. In nature, all of us gain proximity to God. "Let me tell you which icon of the Panagia I like best," he said during a different visit. "I like the one where the Panagia is holding Christ to her left and points at him with her hand, while the Lord's blessing us." "Father, I'll find you this icon. I will have it made and bring it to you," said Lucas. No, you will not," said the saint sadly. And truthfully, although we meant to, we never did bring him the icon. We didn't realize how this had happened. We brought our 1-year-old, Vastistimia, along once, our godchild. "Father, we gave her the name Philothea, and we would like you to give your blessing to her," we said. The saint laid his hands on her head and said, "She will become a nun." As little Philothea grew older, she was always chanting the Apolypticon of Saint Philothea, and as soon as she finished high school, she became a nun. The saint's prophecy was fulfilled after 18 whole years. Our confessor had given his blessing to us to receive communion every Sunday. We thought it proper to ask the saint as well. "Father, how often can we receive communion?" "The goal of the Divine Liturgy is participation in communion, just as your confessor said." "Father, will you tell me something to keep for the rest of my life?" Come. I will tell you 2 things to remember me by. Prayer and studying. Prayer and studying. I never met a more important and great man in my life. I never met another saint. 50. The Saint Flies. Witness of Mr. Ioannis Petrides, physiotherapist in Athens. I was employed on an hourly basis at the neurosurgery department of the Polyclinic in Athens during the years 1972 to 73. The saint had retired, but he was still coming to St. Gerasimos up until his successor was hired. Unfortunately, I only met him once. I often heard from employees at the polyclinic that he lovingly comforted, ministered, and heard confessions from all the patients, as if they were all his brothers. His compassion for everyone came from pure love. He visited all the rooms daily. He didn't refuse help to any of the marginalized people frequenting the center of Athens. People led astray. People led to prostitution, to drugs, to vagrancy. They all found comfort near the saint. Once, a couple approached the saint to ask for his blessing for the new life they were about to start together. "You two are strangers to each other," said the saint, meaning he realized there was no mutual love and understanding between them. Indeed, shortly after, they truly became strangers as they broke up. The woman met and married a Polish man, and they're happily married. They love each other and lead a happy life. Many times I heard it from doctors and nurses when he officiated the Sunday service at the chapel of the polyclinic. While carrying the holy gifts during the great entrance, the saint would fly above the ground. This, they told me, was seen by the whole congregation. 51. Archbishop Seraphim, witness of Miss Soteria Nusi, theologian, Athens. Divine grace bathed them. I met the Archbishop of Athens and all Greece, Seraphim Tikas, of blessed memory, in 1978, and for 20 years until his repose I would visit him at his office in the Archbishop's place in Sikiko. From the start, the extent of his love for the Church and the fatherland was evident. Our discussions were about spiritual matters and also about current events, because his beatitude had been a target of polemic and calumny, and as a result, he was misapprehended by a lot of people. His spontaneity and candidness exasperated the issue. He was honest, straightforward, and real. He always expressed his opinion without fear and hypocritical tactfulness. He was courageous and dynamic. I was at his house one Wednesday in 1988, and because I already knew Saint Porphyrios, I suggested this to him. "Your beatitude, not far from us in Milisi, there's a Yeronda, Father Porphyrios, holy man, tremendously charismatic. People come from around the world to meet him, to receive his blessing, to ask for his counsel, for his help in many different issues, even for health problems. Should I bring him to you one day to give him your blessing?" "My dear child, look at my calendar. I spend the mornings at the Archbishop's office. The afternoons are full." I insisted, and time was finally found for the coming Wednesday, and he wrote down in the calendar, 5 p.m., Porphyrios. At 11 at night, I call Saint Porphyrios. "Yeronda, I don't know if I should have, because we hadn't discussed this, but I was with his beatitude this afternoon, and I asked if he could see you, and he said we can go to his house next Wednesday at 5 in the afternoon. Was it the wrong thing to say?" And the Yeronda, who saw everything, seeing someone's whereabouts just by thinking about them, responded, "Listen here. I have not risen from my bed for 3 months because I am sick. The head of church concedes to see me, and I will not go. I will go, even if I die on the way there. We won't postpone. Be here early. I will arrange the car, so at 5 o'clock we'll be there at his house." And so it happened. When I arrived in Milisi, because that Wednesday was the coldest of the year, the nuns wrapped the saint in a blanket until he could get inside the car. The elder asked us to turn on the heater so that he wouldn't breathe in freezing air, and we left. The driver was a woman known to the saint. When we got on Kefisia Boulevard and we were almost to the Archbishop's place, he said to me, "Because of my heart, I cannot breathe in the frozen air. I must not get out of the car. You will go in yourself and tell him, 1,000 times forgive me, says my Yeronda, because this here has never been done before. Because he has heart problems, he implores you to come to the car yourself and give him your blessings, because he must not breathe in the cold air. Tell him that." Naturally, I could not even picture this, so I reproved myself internally, and I went. I rang the doorbell, and the Archbishop himself came to the door, and seeing just me there, he asked, "Where's the Yeronda?" I explained, and he raised his voice at me. "Who does that?" he explained. "I love you, I value you, But what do you have in that head of yours? You brought down a sick old man so I could see him." "Your Eminence, don't shout. I will explain and then say whatever you like." And I told him all that the elder had said to me. "The head of the church concedes to see me, and I will not go? I will go even if I die on the way. We won't postpone." And it was clear to me how surprised and touched he was. He had a sensitive soul. I believe he probably thought, "Everyone else curses me. They all blame me. And this holy Yerunda honors me so?" I was moved myself, seeing his surprise. "Yorgi, bring my raso," he said to the driver, and he came out to the sidewalk. He leaned into the car window to greet the saint. "Come inside, Your Eminence, and let's talk a little." He offered, and the Archbishop went into the driver's seat, and they got started on a long conversation, while myself and the driver were standing outside. When they finished, they were both moved, almost to tears, and after they embraced each other, the Archbishop called me to him. "Listen, next time you won't bring the Yerunda here. We will go to him instead." On the way back to the Hesychasterion, the saint didn't utter a word, and we didn't say anything either. Absolute, mysterious silence. Late at night, the saint rang my house. "Listen to me," he said. "This meeting was not arranged by you, but by the divine providence for the good of the church." And as we were talking, I could feel the divine grace bathing us. And so much water came out of my body that my clothes were soaked, and my feet inside the shoes were drenched. And now I feel that I haven't been healed. That's why I was not speaking to you in the car, because I was shivering from my clothes that were soaking wet. Call him tomorrow and thank him for me." His beatitude was just as moved when I relayed the Yerunda's words, and he said excitedly, "I couldn't have imagined the grace and the blessing of the elder, nor his charisma, for the good of the church." Ever since then, the saint would call me whenever he saw with the charismatic eyes of his soul, as if in a mirror, troubles that tormented his beatitude, and did not let him rest. On the phone, he never mentioned anything about his beatitude, not his name, not his title either. He was very vigilant of his words. He just said, "Come, I need to see you." And when I was there, he would say, "You tell him this and this thing. Don't even change a word." It was impressive because he saw all the devious plans and the traps concocted by the Archbishop's enemies. And I, to talk about my part, wrote it down in front of him, in code, actually. I read it to him, and he gave me his blessing, saying, "God bless now, God bless." I would leave and then call his beatitude, "I need to see you." We always met promptly in his house or his office at the Archbishop's place. Once I'd read the messages, he was stunned because his enemies were people close to him, whom he counted as friends. And this happened many times, and I became the courier transferring messages between them. I recall a few more serious dead ends when the Archbishop sent his driver to carry the saint to him to talk face to face about the burning matters of the church. The illumined Yerunda indicated to him exactly what he should do and counseled him. Afterward, the driver took the saint to his Hesychasterion. On at least 2 other occasions, the Archbishop himself went to the saint under absolute secrecy. Footnote, according to other witnesses, the Archbishop had indeed visited the saint several times, always at night, and quite possibly he had given confession on his epitrachelion. To continue. He went at night in an unofficial car. One time he visited the temple of the Transfiguration of the Savior, then under construction, and he said in awe, "I heard that a big Hesychasterion is being built, with a big temple, but I had not imagined the size." "Progress as you see fit," he said to Saint Porphyrios. "You have my blessing." His communication and his relationship with the saint had quieted and rested the Archbishop significantly. His soul had been delivered to a state of great tranquility and peacefulness, and the certainty that anything he does is in accordance with the will of God and its benefits the Church. So he paid little attention to all the hostile and unjust criticism. Those who tried to undermine the throne of the Archbishop were puzzled at the success with which he managed to avoid the traps they set, although he was old and suffered from steadily worsening health problems. In those years, all his moves were successful because they secretly carried the signature of the saint,
which is to say, of God. For his health, too. One night around 9 o'clock, the Yaranda calls me and anxiously asks, "How is his beatitude?" "Yaranda, I don't call him that often. I've not heard anything." "Call him right away. Tell him, Saint Porphyrios asks how you are, and he's waiting for me to call him back with the answer." I called the Archbishop. "Your Eminence," I said, "this phone call, do not charge it up to me because the Yaranda called me just now and asked me how you were. I answered, he must be fine, but I do not know. And he said even more pressing, call him and ask. I will wait." "What are you saying, my child? I just came into my room. I haven't even removed my raso. I'm coming from the eye doctor. I had an operation, and it was my order that no one should hear about this. Tell him I thank him from my heart. By his blessing, everything went well." I reported this to the saint. "Glory be to God. Doxa tau Theo." He sighed in relief. The saint loved him. He took special care of him and prayed for him. God is with you. The possibility that the charismatic Yaranda would be unable to reach me was non-existent because he saw where I was at any given moment, and called or not accordingly. The last time I acted as their intermediary, the saint called my office at 4 p.m. "You need to come," he said. "I need to see you about B. I'm expecting you." I went to him. "Yaranda, I'm listening," I said. "If anyone comes into my cell while we're talking, we will change the subject. Not a word of these things should be known to others." And he dictated the message. Ready? I wrote everything down. I let him know because he could not see. "Read it back to me. I want to make sure you have not changed even one word." Finally, he blessed me, content that everything would go as it should, and sent me on my way in God's name. That very same night, I called the Archbishop to ask for a meeting, and the next day at 10 a.m, I went to his office and read the message to him. He was surprised initially, then he was moved, and asked me to get the saint on the phone again, so that he could speak with him. "Yaranda," he was saying, "I might well be the world's biggest sinner, but I suffer for the church. I could die for the ship of the church. I do not want to crash it into the reefs. And I thank you so much for assisting me, for standing by me." And as they talked, he extended the receiver to me, so I could hear what the saint was saying. "Come now, Seraphim," he encouraged him. "Hold on tight, Seraphim, and have no fear. God is with you. Everything will be well. Hold on tight, Seraphim." I gave back the receiver, and they talked for a while. That was their last communication. In this final call, the saint passed on his final advice and requests, because afterwards he left for Mount Athos. He left with a purpose in mind and with the knowledge that he's leaving forever, for beyond, toward the smooth sea, the sea of the grace of God, which would bestow eternal rest on him. After the repose. Shortly after the saint's repose, a bishop I knew called me and said that he had visited the archbishop along with other hierarchs, and he had revealed the following to them. "You should not wonder why I haven't resigned. The throne is of no interest to me, but to resign at this moment does not benefit the church either. I do exactly as I was told by a holy and charismatic Yaranda, Father Porphyrios. You cannot imagine how clearly he saw things. He is inspired by God. I did not know him until a certain person insisted, and I agreed to have her bring him here. How could I have imagined that such a man existed? I'm doing what he told me to do, and right now, this benefits the church. I do not care about anything you say, anything you write. God will be the judge." Orthodox Father. The blessed Archbishop had aged and was weakened in body, carrying the signs of his grave illness. His appearance finally betrayed how terribly worn out he was. Still, in his spirit, in his thoughts and decisions, he was robust. He was a genuine Orthodox and an ardent patriot, a true father bearing the responsibility of his work and his flock. In those days, many people were scandalized and condemned the Archbishop because, despite the bad condition of his health, he was receiving hemodialysis. He would not resign. Others were accusing him because of his persistence in some ecclesiastical views. Many unjust allegations were thrown against him. Even some high-ranking clergy were bad-mouthing him in secret. They did not know that he had received divine messages and instructions from God through his saint, the simple elder Porphyrios, and he was doing exactly as ordered. He was opposed to the pro-papal and ecumenical ethos. A footnote: witnesses that affirm his orthodox spirit. A. Metropolitan of Sicinio, Antonios Combas, quote, I saw the Archbishop Seraphim of blessed memory in a dream, donning brilliant hierarchical vestments, flying in the sky above, and I admit I was startled. Your beatitude, how is it that possible? I asked him. My child, I was not always worthy, but because I loved the church exceedingly, and I was always against the Pope and did my best to protect our church. That's why, my child. B. Proto-presbyter George Metalaneos, quote, despite any mistakes he might have committed, he never hurt the faith, end quote. C. Miss Soteria Nusi. I was at his house once when they called from the offices of the Archbishop. The representative of the Pope is in Athens, they said, and he asks if you would receive him and speak with him. He was infuriated. You know I don't want to see these people, he answered, irritated. I can't take it. How must I say it? Tell him I cannot see him and meet with him yourself. And infuriated, he hung up. Another time, after the dismissal of the Divine Liturgy, 2 Catholics approached him to receive Andideron, but he sent them away kindly. And D, from a journal from 2014 in Greece, quote, at a theological convention in Athens, the Archbishop posed this question to professors who'd studied in the West. Tell me, is the Pope a church? Not a word from the professors. The students clapped their hands joyously and shouted with one voice, no! And shortly before, to continue, before his repose, he stated, I am who I appear to be. I do not have another face. I despise lying. I am not afraid of losing my throne, nor am I afraid of death. I only fear God. He showed his humility by saying also, anywhere you touch me, you get dirt on yourself. With the contribution and the support of Saint Porphyrios, he was the longest-serving holder of the office on any Athens seat. The late Mr. Ioannis C., press and public relations representative for the Archbishop Seraphim, came forth with the following prophecy. Quote, Father Porphyrios told me that the Archbishop would die on the throne. He would remain Archbishop until the end of his life, which happened. 52. Let this one go, my child, witness of Mr. C.H.G., a mathematician from Athens. On my first visit to Milesi, I was accompanying the hero monk, Father Seraphim, who wished to see the saint. I waited outside. When he came out, he was shocked by the saint's revelations. He said that he had described to him in detail the Panagia Ipseni, his monastery in Rhodes, which is dedicated to the Dormition of the Theotokos. I see it. I see your monastery right now, the saint said. He mentioned that it was built on high ground, hidden in the forest near the village Lardos. He meticulously went through the location of every little thing. Of course, the saint himself had never been to Rhodos, but he could see everything through his charisma. Its current community of nuns was installed there later on. I was a student at the time, and I met a girl at university, and I was considering marriage, but the weight of the decision filled me with doubts as well. I prayed a lot. Then I decided to go see the saint. I was prepared to do exactly as he said. When I arrived, I was very stressed, nervous, and generally agitated. I approached and made a bow before him. He gave me his blessing, and he held on to my hand. He checked my pulse, and before I could say anything, he counseled me with a fatherly love. Let this one go, my child. Let her go, he said. Thank you, Yerunda, thank you. Go on now. Go with God's blessing. Well, my agony dissolved, but I was shaken because he answered before I could even pose my question. I did distance myself from this girl, despite her persistent attempts to contact me. From the way everything unfolded afterwards, I understood that what the saint had granted me was God-given and beneficial for my future. A few years later, I met my wife, with whom we started a happy family. 53. That is up to you, witness of Mr. A.M. In 1987 or 1988, I visited Saint Porphyrios, the Athonite at Panahuta, in Mount Athos with a group. I'd finished my university degree and my military service, and I was deliberating which path I should take, marriage or the monastic life. I asked this of him in private. That is up to you, he replied. You will choose whichever you like. In any case, someone who knows to keep his affairs under control, whether he becomes a monk or a husband, he will do well. I did not insist, and I left feeling rested because I felt that my freedom hadn't been compromised. A couple of years later, I went to Milisi, to Saint Porphyrios. He was lying down, and as he was blessing me, he checked my pulse. I briefly laid out the same dilemma without mentioning the visit to Panahuta. That is up to you, he said. Whatever you choose. If I tell you what to do, when you run into hardship later, you're going to say, it's Father Porphyrios' fault, who sent me this way. So take responsibility for yourself. Again, I didn't press the matter, and I left feeling happy. I felt free this time as well because he'd urged me toward one or the other. I would be faced with a perceived sense of obligation to follow that path. I am 60 years old today. I never married, but I didn't become a monastic either. And it was no coincidence. The absolute agreement of these two great contemporary saints of our church. The Holy Spirit that illumined them showed my future to them. They couldn't tell me, for example, to marry given that they saw I wasn't going to choose either of these two things. That's why they gave no definitive answer to my question. Also, they saw I wasn't spiritually ready to be obedient to all their advice. If, on the other hand, they had revealed the truth to me, that I would choose none of the two paths, it would have caused me sorrow because I had dreams, great dreams for my future, and this possibility was unfathomable at that time. The saints had attained great discernment and illumination. 54. The Saint's Diet. Witness of Mr. Paraskevas Lambropoulos, a baker from Oripo. In general, the saint's way of eating was meager, austere. He did not eat meat. One reason is that this is the habit he learned in Mount Athos. I remember once when he was very ill, they cooked meatballs for him, but he only nibbled at them. When it became necessary during the last years of his life, he did eat a little bit of meat. He enjoyed fish, vegetables, and fruit. I used to go to Pentili to gather bulbs for him, small and round like pine nuts. They were somewhat bitter and rose-colored. He used to clean them, boil them, and strain them, and then eat them with a bit of raw olive oil and lemon. He avoided vinegar because, like he said, it dissolves the vitamins in the body. He loved carrots especially and ate a lot of them, mainly raw. When he did cook them, he diced them and boiled them with white rice without tomato juice. He was fond of a specific apple strain from Tripoli, and when he was having yogurt, he cut some up and mixed it in. He probably did this for his stomach, to digest the yogurt more easily. As far as dried nuts go, he preferred almonds, and when he could no longer chew them, the nuns blended them up for him. They shouldn't be ground continuously, though, because it burned through their nutrients. Due to his health problems, often he had his simple food in pulp form, without drinking water. He didn't eat sweets. He didn't drink coffee. Part C. Dietary advice from Saint Porphyrios. This chapter contains dietary advice collected from the spiritual children of the saint. The parentheses following each advice or cluster of advice indicates its witnesses. Sadness and bad diet cause cancer. Sadness is at the root of many conditions, and a bad diet lays the groundwork for cancer. Wholemeal rusk with chickpea yeast is a healthy food, good for the stomach and the intestines. It develops memory in children and adults. Avoid drinking water during lunch. Drink a half hour before or an hour and a half after. Water delays digestion because it thins out the gastric fluids and it impedes the stomach from working properly. Blueberries are a superfood. When properly processed, licorice, a bush with a sweet-tasting root, is very good for the vocal cords. It cleanses them, which helps chanters a lot. When you're buying fruit, do not care how they look. People check with ones look pretty on the surface, and they don't consider the quality. That's why they consume harmful food. Women spend a fortune on creams to be beautiful, but if they drank 1 glass of carrot juice a day, their face would clear up. Carrot juice clears the blood. It is very nutritious, and it makes them pretty. From Mr. Gerasimos Moskopoulos. We should eat husked wheat, whole, because it is beneficial for the digestion in the stomach, for the function of the intestine, and for good conformation of the body. The bran, it nourishes the brain and aids in memory. Whole grain bread is the best bread. Eat beets, onions, and carrots. They're very beneficial. Raw oil, pour it over cooked food with a spoon. Vinegar dissolves our vitamins. Eat a lot of small fish, sardines especially, because they swim near the surface and they get a lot of sun. They're rich in phosphorus and they're more beneficial than the larger fish that swim lower. They're cheaper as well. Use dung in your vegetable garden to have tasty produce, droppings mostly, not fertilizers. From the baker, Mr. Paraskavias, in Oripo. Avoid store-bought eggs with orange-red yolks because they add something to the feed of the hens to make them look like farm eggs. From an Athonite monk. Footnotes: probably the coloring agent chlorophyll that is added to the feed of hens in egg factories. The yolks of eggs from free-range hens are usually dark yellow, very rarely red. To continue. Coffee is not good for anything. From Mrs. Irene B. Eat a variety of foods and salad and fruit. Eat everything without discrimination. Onions and carrots are great for blood circulation. Lettuce is the best food because it has everything that the body needs. From Father Joachim, the hero monk of the Holy Cell of Annunciation. For eye conditions, it helps to drink the juice from 1 lemon a day. One should not cut out salt completely. The body needs it. With irritable intestines, you need to eliminate stress and always have some rice with your meal. You should eat 2 onions a day. You should prefer fruit and vegetables. Do not drink water with your food. Drink 1 hour prior or 2 hours after. Wake up early in the morning. It is very harmful to sleep in the mornings because a hormone, I think he called it like a growth hormone, takes effect and it damages the organism. Amen. Inspired and passionless, most radiant beacon of discernment, minister to Christ equal to the angels, you appeared as a wonderful prophet, what lies both near and far, foreseeing, Holy Father, God-bearing Porphyrios, the exaltation of the holy mountain. I love you and pray for all of you. I want to help all of you, but I can't. I'm in pain, a lot of pain. Don't be disappointed by your troubles, but be patient, and God, who loves you so much, will always help. So don't fall into despair. Stay close to Christ and love him a lot. Christ is expecting us all to get near him. If only you knew how much Christ loves us. Christ takes care of us in all things, even in our life's smallest details. Enjoy your life. Near Christ, there's only joy. No desperation, no sadness, nothing else, nothing at all. If you love all people, if you accept Christ in you, if you fill your heart with Christ, then evil finds no room in you and leaves. With meekness, patience, and love, God's grace will come. You can become a saint, even in Ammonia Square if you wish. Saint Porphyrios.